We got the YouTube up and running. All right, y'all. This is number 2, but I'm playing it first. Tap the screen, y'all.
The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K, ain't even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. The rapture is coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. Buy your VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print won't say no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray he actually return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to a low story. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? October 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week. Saying he was gon' show, pastors delete TikToks, tryna pretend you weren't cocky. Stand 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq Lombardi. Believers looking salty, can't explain it well. Don't even worry, y'all knew they coming next. Rapture is coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far.
Now he on YouTube in the comments crying. What you doing on YouTube, Tariq? What's up to the YouTube fam? That is Rapture song number 1. Y'all taking a vote. Here come Rapture song number 2. So far the nerds on the Discord voted for that one, which I actually thought y'all were going to choose the one I'm about to play. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know, but I have a new mic coming.
Hey, Giga some palette 25, bitches. Are y'all ready this time? Hey, the rapture's coming. Are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. Pastors on TikTok to end up broadcast to live stream. Got people quitting their jobs, this ain't a scheme or a dream. In a live stream chat they scream, Jesus took me up, it's true. Lack of evidence don't matter, they say my faith is the proof. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. Buy your VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print don't say no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray he actually will return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to LO so right. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week? Saying he was gon' show pastors delete TikToks, trying to pretend you weren't cocky. Stand 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq, long body. Believers looking salty, can't explain it away, but don't worry, y'all. New date coming in May. Yeah. The rapture is coming, y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds, near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no wizard. Sell your house for a 1K, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far.
Y'all hear pressure barking in the at the end. Y'all say this one, don't listen to the other nerds. I figured y'all would like this one better.
I like them both.
Number 2, yeah. Yeah, I like number 2 better too. Number 1, the one with the melody, it's cool. I like the way it says L.O. So Ray. Like, it's cool, but number 1, this one right here, this is actually number 1. This one right here slaps for me. Y'all, let's get to 100 shares. We had 63 shares. We got 3 minutes to reach the 15-minute mark. Hopefully we get some people in here who are not afraid to talk about the rapture. What I really want to talk about is what is the understanding, the correct teaching of the rapture, and whether believers believe that is biblical or not, whether they believe that the rapture is going to happen tomorrow or tonight, and then still talk about whether Jesus is the solution to humanity. And I still want to talk about the pacifist supremacist thing, but I had to take those words off because TikTok flagged me for them. I did move away from the mic. I don't know if that's stopping the mic from peaking. If y'all could help me out in the chat tonight when people start complaining about the mic, rightfully so, right? Like, you have every right to complain about it because I know it's probably getting on your nerves. But, like, just remind people we've troubleshooted everything. I do have a new mic coming, and if they could just bear with me. I don't know what's going on with this mic, but I am working on fixing all that for y'all. Want to shout out the YouTube fam over there. Tariq is in the YouTube comments. What's up, L.O.S.O. Fresh from Florida. What's up, Rodney? What's up, Cleveland Cooley? Blessing, Messianic Pro Fetus. I swear, that name and God Holds My Dick will always trip me out. Brent, what's up? Jackie. Yeah, we know that Trisha loves all. That's what we're discussing tonight. What's up, Marduk? Do you use the little pop shield? I have a HyperX quad mic, and it has a built-in pop filter. And I've had the mic for damn near 2 years. Well, a year and a half maybe. And it's just now starting to act up with the new updates. TikTok added a new soundboard in TikTok Studio, and it's fucking with the mics. I think I said what's up to everybody. Number 2 had you dying laughing. Sheba Mooncat, thank you. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. We are at 130 shares. Hey, Rhea. What's up, Tone G? What's up, Rhea? How are you?
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hopefully, looking forward to having conversations about the rapture. We don't talk about this a lot with believers, so hopefully, this is the thing that they keep telling us we should worry about.
Right. I'm excited. I'm glad you're okay though.
So I hope that we get some people up here that can talk about it. The guest box is open to believers, people who are deconstructing or atheists, and you must be 21 and up. Scala,
No, that's not my.
That's not your
Sorry
name.
about that. No, that's not me coming up there. Take me
It's
out of
not.
the box.
It's not you. Who am I talking to?
I said I didn't want to come into the box. Take me out of the
Oh,
box.
that's what you
Sorry
said.
about that. Okay.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one. He said that's not me coming up there, and that means I didn't want to
Yeah,
come.
that confused me too. I was confused.
But it's
Yeah, I
kind of
was
like,
lost.
yeah, but it's kind of like when a believer says one thing and they're like, I did say that, and we're like, no, you didn't. You said this. Well, you know what I meant. No. But that's okay, Skylar. We get it. We get it. Hold on, let me get this box open. VKB Sports, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Hey, Deo. Sean? Is it Sin?
That's it.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age? And then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
Okay, my name is Sin. I'm 48, and wouldn't consider me being a believer of the God of the Bible, but definitely believe in a higher power.
Are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
So I'm a newbie as far as coming on to things like this, and I saw the title, "Who Has the Right Teachings of Jesus?" and see the rapture, and it says good or evil. So what immediately caught my attention was when we talk about the rapture. There's a lot of people that I know who believes that the rapture is real. Me personally, I feel like as a unit of people who believes in something, we unintentionally manifest things to happen, which causes rapture-like situations in our world, and we don't know that it's happening. So I always tell friends and family that we can't think like rapture. We have to think positive and allow positive things to manifest, because if everyone thinks rapture, we indeed will pull rapture like situations in our world.
Yeah, like, can you be more specific? I will say that people have a tendency, like believers have a tendency of actually manifesting these things or trying to make them come to pass, if that makes sense, so that it looks like the things in the Bible are actually happening. Um, so, like, can you give an example of what you are referring to?
Well, it's a general topic. I mean, it's a general statement. It's more like for whatever the mass created thought process, and how it is, the powers in the masses of thought. And if the masses are thinking rapture and they're waiting for rapture, then essentially they are bringing rapture to the world. I believe in the power of the mind, and I believe that it is a gift from the Creator, to that we have, that allows us to manifest and to, to bring things to reality. And I just have a problem with the majority of people pushing rapture like images or thoughts, or the book, the Bible, and the things that's in the Bible that's saying that it's a rapture, which we're basically we're inputting in our lives, and we're creating from the thoughts, because of course most of the world is religious, and most of the religions have rapture like endings. And so whether it's the Bible or any other book, it's still the negative energy created by all these minds that brings this to the forefront. And I just disagree with it.
Like, do they have rapture endings or apocalyptic endings? Because those are two different things. A rapture is being raptured up, right? Taken away off of the earth. Apocalyptic endings would be somewhat similar to like the zombie apocalypse or Isaiah 13, where the God, puts together a army of humans and they go throughout the earth and they execute the God's anger by killing humans and killing people, dashing babies' heads against a stone, raping women, to bring about, to cleanse the world of whatever evil the God doesn't want. It's like we can see in the history of this God that he tends to command humans to do his dirty work instead of him doing it himself. And so I would say that's more apocalyptic versus rapture.
Well, when you speak of rapture being in those terms, then essentially everyone has a rapture date, as far as leaving this world, leaving the earth. It is that what? So is rapture?
Who are you referring to when you say everyone has a day?
Meaning when you pass away.
Well, that wouldn't be a rapture.
Oh, so you're taking it as a where all of a sudden someone just disappears.
Yeah, that's what the Christian idea of a rapture is being raptured up, taken into the clouds to meet Jesus.
So yeah, I do not believe that that's going to ever happen. And essentially, for people who feel like that, they're just going to pass away, and they're going to give those teachings to their children, and then they're going to be waiting, and it still will never happen. And I just think that that's how this is going to play out for many years to come, and it's never going to happen. And it's just going to be taught, to children and to their children and to their children until, it's infinity. It's never going to end, as long as we have the religion belief system.
Do you think it's a good thing to teach children about the rapture and about heaven and hell?
I wouldn't say it's a good thing to teach about the rapture per se. I will teach about good and evil. I would teach about right and wrong. Rapture is a fear.
But I'm asking about the rapture and heaven and hell.
Mhm.
Like not right or wrong, but good and evil.
Okay, so essentially heaven and hell is good and evil. It's almost
So
well, everyone has a vision or a particular thought process when heaven is the good place to go and hell is the evil place to go or the bad place to go.
well, and that
And,
doesn't necessarily mean that good goes to heaven. Like there are a lot of believers who believe that murderers, child traffickers, adulterers will be in heaven.
And you know that then now we're speaking of who's wrong and who's right, who,
Right.
you know what I mean? So
Right, which is why I said heaven and hell don't have anything to do with wrong or right or good or bad.
well, it doesn't. So I don't believe in heaven or hell. So to answer the question, then that would be a no. I would not teach my children about heaven or hell. Absolutely not, because I believe that that's a mind state and not a physical place for them to want to go or not want to go.
So you say that you don't believe in heaven or hell, but you said that originally you said heaven and hell were the same as good or bad. That good people go to heaven, bad people go to hell.
The thought.
Why did you separate? Why did you associate it that way if you don't believe in either place?
No, it's only because that's what the majority of people in the world believe, that that's good. Heaven is the good place, and hell is the bad place. Not me per se, or, you know, not my ideals, but that's just what most of the world believes. So that's that's why I said that it was just the belief system of the heaven and hell theory. But me personally, no, I do not believe in that. I believe that's a mind state.
And so you say it's not a good thing to teach children that there will be a punishment for, like an eternal punishment for their sins and an eternal reward for their good deeds.
No, that's all fear mongering to me personally. How I feel is fear mongering, and I believe that we're all built to know what's good and what's right and what's wrong. And I believe that if the creator knows what's in your heart and what's right and what's wrong, and you live through what you feel in life. So for instance, if you are feeling like you're doing good and you're not doing evil, then your life will be good on earth. Now, if you feel like even the things that the majority will feel is evil to do, but in your spirit feel like it's good, because a lot of religions say, hey, we kill in the name of, their God. So in their world, that's good to their God. So there is no, to me, it's not about the heaven or hell of it all for me personally, but it's just the thought process of the people. And, then because we can't determine what's right and wrong, because a lot of, like you said, the different religions believe that certain things are right to do and certain things are wrong to do. So we can't determine it. So we can't preach to the children of what to do that's good and what to do that's evil, because in general there is no there is no right and wrong, because you can see right on your end and someone can see wrong on their end and have a belief system behind it to prove it. So
you still can teach children, what's right or wrong based off of your personal values until they get to the age to where they can determine, right from wrong for themselves. Like, to not teach a child to pay attention to how others treat them and how they treat others and how they, move about on the earth would be an irresponsible thing to do.
Do you believe that naturally there are things that's internal that we did not need to be taught in order to be good?
What?
For instance, do you think that naturally it's okay to kill someone? Do you think that if there was no Bible, there was no teachings, there was no anything, just to take someone else's life, do you think that you know, that internally that people have a general feeling of, oh, I want to just kill someone or I want to take someone's life?
I mean, they used to kill babies back then if they were androgynous, like intersex or, non-binary.
Wasn't that
Like
taught?
I'm saying, like, if that was the law, that was the law of the land. If the baby was a female and the father, felt that they had too many females or they didn't want a female in the house because females were seen as low value, the father could just throw the baby in the river. Like, that was law, right? They could execute their children for being disobedient, right? That was law. So if they at that time believed that it was okay to kill children out of the child being an inconvenienced gender or a child being disobedient, then no, I wouldn't say that it was, a natural thing for all humans to know that killing another human was wrong. That's something that humanity had to grow and learn over time.
So you don't feel like that was a taught behavior? You think that was a natural instinct to just take the women out? Like, there
No,
wasn't.
both of them were taught. When you asked me if it was natural to just not kill people, right? To just know not to kill people, and I'm giving you an example in actual history where humans thought that it was okay to kill children out of inconvenience or disobedience.
Right. And and I hear you. And what I'm asking is, you don't realize that was a learned behavior.
I'm saying both of them was a learned behavior. That was a learned behavior because it was the law of the land, and then society had to learn that that was barbaric as hell and immoral. That none of it was natural is what I'm saying.
And that's my point. My point is, everything that they didn't have, if they were not taught to kill for that reason, then naturally they would not have wanted to.
You
So
don't know that.
but that's what my point is. So if you can't point out a scenario where the natural instinct, like animal, is to kill, we don't have that animal instinct. Naturally, we don't come out the womb searching for death or murder. We come out the womb searching for care and love. And
No, we don't. No, we do
oh,
not. Even the love of a mother is a learned behavior. It's a westernized idea. That's not true.
do you
And
realize?
you're kind of saying two different things because you originally said that you cannot teach a child what's right or what's wrong, and now you're saying that you do teach what's right and what's wrong through this example of society teaching other humans that it's okay to kill their children, right? And I'm saying you do have to teach a child what's right and what's wrong based off of your personal values, and until that child grows up and they are able to decide right and wrong for themselves.
And I'm sorry if that's what it came across, but all I wanted to say, all I was trying to say, was that right or wrong is different in different social norms. That's all I was saying. Not that we can't teach right and wrong, but to right to some may be wrong to others, is what I was trying to say, if that didn't come across.
No, I
So
got that. I understood that.
so I didn't mean to say that you can't teach a kid right and wrong. It's just that certain things are different in certain, circumstances.
Right. Even with society, right? Even with this guy, there was a point in time where society saw enslaving other humans and owning humans as property was a moral thing to do, right? And then society grew and said that was like, fuck that. That shit is immoral. Let's work to change the mindset of humanity so that we abolish this immoral practice.
So question to you, to get a little bit more understanding about how you think. What are you on the side of the rapture or no?
No, I don't. No, I don't believe in this God. No.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. So we're there right now together. I understand that. So we're just speaking just different points in between at this point.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that we both understand that the God of the Bible is not factual, and but now we're just pointing out tidbits in between the actual topic.
Well, I think the difference between you and I is that I am an atheist and you are not. Like, you still believe in a God and a creator, in a creator that is talking to you or guiding you, right? That knows your heart. I don't, and I don't see a purpose, right, for to have a belief that a creator is guiding your heart.
So if you don't believe in anything, then what is there any is how can is there anything you believe in at all? Like, is there's
No,
so okay. So
but can you answer my question? Like, what would be the point? Like, what do I need to believe that there is a God or a creator who created me, who is guiding my heart or knows my heart? Like, what's the point of it? Especially since you don't have a belief in the rapture or judgment or eternal life. Like, what is your point of believing that you are being guided by your creator?
well, because I look up at a sun that's bright in the sky. I look up at a moon and very unaware, don't have no clue of what it comes from or how it got here. And no one or no body or no man can tell me that they created it. So how did it get here?
It's balls of gas, science. But let's say a God did create the sun or the moon. What does that have to do with you believing that that same God is communicating with you?
It's not communicating with me. It's within me. It's not communicating, outside of me. It's within me. I don't
But you
look
said
at it.
it knows your heart, right? And it guides you. So if even if it's in you, it's communicating with you some way,
Yes,
right?
and
So what's the purpose? Let's say that entity did create the sun and the moon. Like, what's the purpose of believing that that entity is in you and is guiding you or knows your heart? Like, why?
to have some type of um, um, compass. I would say to have some type of compass, um, to know that, and what you're saying, I get what you're saying, and I guess because of my my how I was raised Christian, so I guess I do have some form of the belief in me, but at the same time, I don't believe it the way that they believe it. But I do believe that there's a compass system that the Creator gives to for people to recognize, wrong and right, and that's just and to show, and it shows when I wake up to the sun and I see the moon at night, and that's and the planets, and I just don't believe in the ball of gas scientific theory. I don't believe that that's just it, because why aren't there more balls of gases being formed? It stopped with the sun and the moon. Why are we not getting two suns or three suns and three moons? And where's the other moons? When did it stop creating balls of gas?
But what does that have to do with you having a compass? Like, I don't understand what the moon or the sun or the stars have to do with you believing that you are being led by a entity that created all of that.
Well, that's there's no argument with that. I can't argue with you about that. That's just my feeling and my truth, and I can't say that you're wrong or I'm right and you're wrong. So I understand.
What would I be wrong about? I didn't make a claim.
I never said you were wrong.
No. You said you can't say that I'm right, you're wrong, or you're right and I'm wrong. But I haven't made a claim, right? I'm asking about you, right? Like
Yeah.
you stated that you do believe in a God and a higher power or a creator, just not the one in the Bible. And I'm just asking, like, for what purpose is there to believe in a God for you, especially when it's not tied to judgment for you or, salvation for you? I'm asking, like, what is the reason for a belief in the God you believe in? That's all I'm asking.
The reason is, so have you ever heard this the statement that I rather believe that he is or it is there and to find out that it's not than to believe that it isn't there and to find out that it is.
That is Pascal's wager, but that's attached to, like, the fear of going to hell. Like, that's attached to judgment, which you don't believe in. So what would that have to do with you?
It's not really about it's not a judgment of heaven or hell. It's a judgment of being righteous or unrighteous.
Righteous or unrighteous to who, though? Like, do you have a different book that your God has given you for you to know whether you're living righteous or whether it wants you to live righteous?
Well, no, there isn't a book for it. I just believe. I mean, do you have any moral compass for your movements in life? Is there anything that?
Yeah, but I'm not scared that some deity is going to think that my moral conscience is righteous or unrighteous. But you are, right? So if, like, you're afraid of not passing some test, yet you were never given the curriculum, is what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that all I can say is that's where, belief system comes in. And, we can't, just like you believe that there isn't any entity, I just believe that there is a entity. It's just not of the Bible.
Yeah, but do you realize that you can't articulate why? Like, you're saying that you're afraid of Pascal's wager. You're afraid of dying and learning that there actually is a God, right? And that God decides that you did not live a righteous life. That is the same thing that a believer of the God in this Bible would say, because there are a lot of caveats tied to their existence and to their death and to their afterlife, right? So Pascal's wager makes sense when a believer of this God or of Allah, which is the same God but different characteristics, a believer of the Abrahamic God would say. But you are saying that you don't believe in the Abrahamic God, that you just believe in a creator. You don't have any laws or any commandments from this creator who says, hey, while you're on earth, sin, you need to live this way. Or if not, then I'm going to deem you unrighteous. And then if it deems you unrighteous, then what? Because you say you don't believe in judgment, you don't believe in heaven or hell. Like, the Pascal wager's fear isn't making sense for me right now with what you say that you believe and don't believe.
Well, all I can say that happens within each individual as an individual. I just want to feel in my death that I have lived as righteous as I could have. And not to say that I'm looking for a heaven or a hell. And for myself and for my conscience and for my sanity and on my deathbed, I want to say that I lived a pretty righteous life. I didn't do, a lot of wrong. I did a lot of right. And I'm, I can pass away feeling that comfort. And it hasn't really nothing to do with outside of that. That's really just it.
So
Yeah.
it sounds like to me, like if you're guiding, if you're saying that you believe in this creator, right? The creator
Within
isn't
me.
talking to you, the creator is in you, is guiding you. You set your own moral conscience and you want to feel like that when you die, you chose the right moral conscience for yourself and you lived a righteous life. Like it sounds like you are your own God. Um, and you're just wanting to make you're just wanting to make sure that you know you're satisfied with the way you lived your life.
And to some degree that is correct. I am a God. Absolutely.
Wait, I okay. I, I still don't see the point in your other God.
The creator.
Yeah, I don't see the point in that God.
Well, like I said, it's not the point is through me. I wasn't. I'm not. I don't look outside to for some type of guidance. Is within me, and that's why I said the things that I do in life that I personally want to make sure that I be as righteous as possible in, no matter if someone else feels like is evil or wrong. I
No, I got that. Like I got the whole part where you want to satisfy yourself. What I'm saying is I don't see the point in the other God that you believe in.
well, I don't consider the creator as a God that I believe in. That's the creator, and that's just
I
it.
mean,
It's
you
not.
believe it. You believe that there is a creator, correct?
I do believe that there is some entity that has created this universe. Absolutely.
Right. So you believe in that creator. If you believe it did a thing, if you believe it exists, you believe in it.
But it
What do you
doesn't.
mean?
But it has nothing to do with me as a person.
If it's in you, it does. If it
No.
created you, it does. If it's guiding you, it does. And that's what you originally said.
But you're looking at it from a perspective that when I say God, I am a God that's within
Are
me.
you the God that created you?
No, absolutely not.
Then you
I am
do
a
believe in
God.
a separate entity. Like what?
No,
You
no,
you
the
you
God, the
do.
God.
If you believe a different God other than yourself created you,
No,
created
I
the
didn't say
earth,
that. I
you
didn't say
did
that.
say that. Did
I
what God
didn't say
what
it.
God what God created you, Sin?
I never said God created me. My mother and my
You
father created me.
you literally said
I
that
never
the
said a
God
God
was the
created
creator. You said that okay, the God was the creator of the earth. You believe
earth.
that a
The
different God created the earth, created the sun, created the stars. Did that God create the first human, Sin?
No,
Who created the first human?
two people that slept together and made a human.
Say it again? Who created the first human?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that question. Do you know who created the first human?
Why are you playing? Why are you playing in my face
No,
right now,
no.
Sin?
I'm so serious. I mean, I just want to. I'm just asking. Do anyone knows who created the first human?
Sin and your belief, your God created the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, but your God did not create humans. Is that correct?
I didn't say that. I just said I'm
Did
not
your
sure.
God create humans, Sin?
I would assume so. I
Okay.
would
Why?
assume.
Like, why are you playing right now?
Because you're trying to force me to say things that I don't necessarily I don't know the answer to. I can't just I'm assuming. All I can say is I assume. I don't
I'm
want to
not
say.
trying to force you to say anything. You, for some odd reason, are trying to deny that you have a belief in a God that's not you. When that is the first thing that you said when you came up here.
A belief. I believe in a creator that created the world, the universe, the sun, the
Is
moon.
that creator a God?
No, that is the creator. I think that's where we're
And that,
separate.
well, you originally said God. And so that creator lives in you.
No, God lives in me. I am a
Who,
God.
oh my gosh. Okay.
So
Well,
so
thank
those
you.
are
Thank you.
it's two separate entities. Let me just
Okay.
clarify. Two separate
Okay.
entities. The creator is something
What's
that's
the purpose of the creator? What's the purpose of this creator? Like you don't have any dealings with this creator whatsoever.
no, the creator is has something to do that's outside of all of
Yeah.
our
So what's the point in
perception.
talking about him?
Because you asked me.
I didn't ask you about some random creator that created the earth.
No, I was speaking about you asked me how things became. I said the creator created the earth.
No, you originally said that you do not believe in the God of the Bible, but you believe in a different God who is
No,
a
I did
higher
not.
power.
I believe
Okay.
I am a God, and I do
That's
believe
not what you originally said.
there is a creator. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You said that you believe in a higher power.
Right, that is the creator.
Right. Something that you believe in.
Yes.
And you originally said that that creator is inside of you, guiding you. And now you're saying, because I pointed out that everything that you are saying that you hope for your life, it sounds like you are the God. Now you're saying you're the God, and you're trying to pretend like that's what you said all along, but you didn't.
No, I never said I am the God. I said I am a God.
Is there another God, Sin?
You are. You a goddess.
I'm not a God. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. How are you going to tell me that I'm something that you don't even know me? How are you going to force your belief system on me?
I'm not forcing it.
You are. I just told you I'm not a goddess. I'm not a god. And
I
you
hear
just
you.
said you are, right? That is you trying to force your belief system, your labels on me.
That's just how I think that women and men are. They're
I'm
gods.
not
and
a god. And then you
And-
keep
and
it to
you-
yourself.
And you can believe, you can feel that. I'm fine. I'm not fighting you on that. That's not a
You
problem.
did when you pushed back and said you are.
In the way I look at people, I believe that women and men are gods and goddesses of the earth. That's
But
just
when
how
when I say I'm not a god, right, and I don't want to be referred as a god, then you should just respect that.
I definitely do, and I understand that. I didn't call you a goddess. I just said that you are to me. So whether you look at it
You
like
didn't
you are,
say
not,
that.
I did say you're a
You
goddess.
did not. You did say I was a goddess, and when I said I'm not, you just said you are. You didn't say you are to me. You just said you are.
Okay, well, I apologize. I'm looking at it from a perspective, from my thoughts, and it's not. I don't force it on anyone because you don't have to. You can say whatever you want to say. I just believe the way I believe that what women and men are. That's all.
What is a god? What is the definition of a god?
The definition of a god that would be a person who knows or who strives to be better than what he's been taught, pretty much.
You made that up.
Well, I mean, you can call it what you want.
Literally.
I mean, it was a question that just kind of got thrown at me, and I never had to answer it, so I had to think about it, and that was the thing that came to my head. That's what it is to me. Is somebody striving to be better than what they've been taught.
It's interesting that you've never had to think about what a god is, yet you identify yourself as one and try to identify me as one. Like why would you do that? And you don't know how to define the thing.
Well, it's because it's something that I like I said before, there is a belief system that I was brought up on. So there is a slight, religious underlining tone maybe with me, but there has since, I've grown out of that and I've realized. So I look at it as the God of how everyone looks as the God of the Bible. It's the God that's within me. That's pretty much it. So the God, the definition of the God that you're asking me for is the same God of the Bible. It's just within me. I just didn't know how to explain it because it was just kind of popped at me. So I'm sorry about that.
Wait, so the God that's in the Bible is the God that's within you?
Yes.
The genocidal, deceptive,
Absolutely.
narcissistic, supremacist God?
Absolutely. We all have a part of that in us. You have that.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I've never genocided or commanded anybody to genocide or hoped for anybody to be genocided. I've never had favoritism. I have 4 children, and if I set a rule in the house, all 4 children are expected to follow that rule. And if one of them disobey it, the punishment for it, every last one of them are going to get it. There's no favoritism. Says, oh, you're my favorite child, so I'm not going to punish you the way I would punish the rest. Like, I'm nothing like the God in this book.
Okay, you're going from one thing to a different level. We're talking about levels here. Now,
No,
honestly,
you just agreed that you were genocidal, narcissistic, deceptive, and supremacist. Those are the 4 things I named, and you said, "Yep, I am all of that, and we all have all of that." How are we going to something different?
So what all I'm saying is, if you heard me from the beginning, I said all of us are gods, right? And goddesses. So the same things that you just said, those 4 things, I have the capability of doing, just like there are the same 4 things that someone else has done already, and still they are considered to me as a god. So maybe
I don't have the capability of genociding. I don't. It's not a part of me.
It's a choice. Those are
It's
choices.
not a part of me. I don't have it.
And I hear
it's
you.
not in me. I don't have the capability of genociding anybody or commanding it. It's not a part of me.
And it's not a part of me either, but it's optional if I wanted to. Just like it's optional.
Something being optional and you saying that it is a part of you because you are the God in the Bible is 2 different things, sin. They're not the same thing.
So you have no capabilities of doing anything evil.
I have no capabilities of harming another human intentionally by commanding a genocide or participating in a genocide.
Okay, so
it's not in me.
So we're just sticking to the genocide, or we're just speaking.
That's what we were talking about.
You had a few more other things.
I'm not narcissistic. I'm not supremacist. I don't show favoritism towards my kids, and while claiming to love them all.
I would argue that one of them probably feels different, but
they don't. I talk to my kids. I have a very good relationship with my children, open-minded to every last one of them, and I double-checked my ass often while raising them to make sure that I was not.
Yeah, I have kids as well, and I believe that I didn't do it, but listening to them, how old are they right now? How old are you?
I'm a grandmother. They're grown, and I have conversations with them even still to this day.
Yeah, well,
regarding their upbringing, and I did not show favoritism to my children.
And I applaud you for that, because that's very hard. That's a very hard task, because in most parents' head, we don't try to do it, but children.
I couldn't. Every last one of my children have a different personality, and I fell in love with each of their different personalities. I didn't see them as the same as just children. I got to learn each child individually, and I fell in love with each child individually. So it was not hard for me.
Okay. That's, I believe most people do, but the outcomes are very different, but I can only speak for me. So, but I have definitely have done the same thing to mine. And it's some, one or two is always feeling like, oh, you treated them a little bit better. So,
Mine don't. And I ask them all the time. And I ask them, you're not telling me something, right? Like, you're not keeping something from me, right? Like, mommy can handle it. Like, they don't.
Well,
Like
that's
there might be a little bit of projection here. Like if your kids have told you that you're a shitty dad, maybe that's because you are a shitty dad.
you said if the kids have said, say that one more time.
I said there might be a bit of projection here. If your children are saying you were a shitty father, maybe because you are a shitty father.
I have no idea what you're speaking of because I never said
Uh-huh.
any of that. I never said anything about
I
shitty
didn't I didn't
fathers.
say if I said if children were to say, hey, you're a shitty parent, most likely it's because you are a shitty parent. That's all. You might be feeling like the shoe fits, but
No,
that's your
I'm
problem.
not. I'm not. That's why I don't understand where that came from because I'm like I don't know what point
Yeah,
you're.
the point is if Thinker's kids are not saying, "Hey, you're a shitty mom," more than likely it's because she's not a shitty mom because her children are intelligent, they are open-minded, like she's telling you, they can stand up for themselves. So if they're not giving her that feedback, I don't know why you keep trying to insert that shit in there. That's
I'm
why I said that. You might be projecting a little bit because for some reason she keeps telling you, no, 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 my kids have not said this. I love them all the same. They're fine. They're great. They haven't told me anything, but you keep pushing it. So it sounds to me like projection.
okay, and I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's not what I was doing, and I have
Then
not.
maybe you should accept when she says no, then instead of keep pushing and pushing and pushing. She's
I,
answered that question maybe
I
5 times now.
I've never asked her how do her children feel in the first place, ma'am. I never asked her. We were just talking in general. I never said, well, how do your children feel about you? I
You
never
keep
asked
saying,
that.
well, you don't know. Well, they might say that, but you never know.
I
You
didn't say
literally
well you
said that.
I said that in most cases, we all as parents try to
Exactly.
do
And she's telling you about her children. But you
okay, and
keep
I said
inserting, well,
and
you
I
never
applaud and
know. You don't know. You never know. Like, what?
did I not say I applaud you for that?
But do you
Applaud her
realize
for what?
that? Yeah. Do you realize that when I told you that the way I see my children, I see them individually, right? They are their own person, they have
Mm-hmm.
their own experiences, their own personalities. Um, you kept pushing back and saying, well, some most parents think that, but they find out later. Like you kept pushing back, and that's what Rhea
Hey,
is referring to.
Okay, well, that's because I'm not only the only parent that I know. I know several parents, and I have nephews and nieces of different parents, and
That's
I
why she said there's projection going on.
right. But at the same time, I didn't say you're wrong. I just said that you
Your
can't.
action of constantly pushing back on what I was saying about my experience with my children is saying I don't believe you or
No,
you're
no,
wrong.
no, no. I'm not saying that at all. I
Then,
really.
as Rhea said, then you should have just accepted what I was saying instead of
So me
consistently
saying
pushing back.
I applaud you for that. That's good because most people can't say that. That's not pushing back.
But you
That's
didn't.
saying
You that was after you had pushed back several times. That's Rhea is addressing the amount of times that you kept pushing back before you even just accepted what I was saying.
so. Maybe I don't understand because I don't consider pushing back. We're speaking in general, and we're having an open dialogue. If I first of all, I never asked you if you that's what you did or what you did with your children. You just
No,
told
what
me
you said was you think that's what it is, but your children might not be telling you. That's what you said, and you're
no.
right.
I
You
never
didn't
said it.
ask.
No,
You
no.
did say you said that you will find out later on that is something different. That is exactly what you said.
No, I was speaking about me. I
No,
said
you
that I
said
would do.
me.
I
No,
never
you
was.
said you did. You did say
All
that.
I did was ask how old your children were
That is
because.
not all you did. It's not.
All
It's
right.
not.
Well, I
And
mean, I
and and
can't.
the thing is, like, I think like this is an example, right, of words mean words, right? And I think people say things without listening to themselves speak, and It's almost similar to calling yourself a god or calling other people gods or goddesses and not knowing what a god is.
Well,
Not paying attention to the words that you use and just using them sparingly as if words don't mean things.
well, you're correct. You're correct about that. I don't have a problem saying when I'm wrong. I don't, I'm not here to say I won. This is a dialogue that I'm just speaking and giving my opinion about Rapture because that's what caught my attention. I'm not here to say, hey, I'm right and you're wrong, or what you believe in is wrong and I'm right. That wasn't why I came in. I just wanted to have an open dialogue about it. That's all. I'm sorry if I offended anyone. That wasn't what my purpose was. If if I've offended you, I apologize. That's not it.
I'm not offended. I think you got offended by Rhea's statement. Like, I'm not the one offended.
Yeah, no,
When Rhea said, if your kids are saying that you are a shitty dad, then that's probably because you are a shitty dad. I think that offended you.
No, it wasn't offense. I didn't realize. I didn't know where she was coming from with that. It almost felt like she was directly telling me that. And in my head, we were not speaking about anybody calling somebody a shitty parent. That wasn't the topic. So for her to come out the blue and just say that, it was like, that's kind of you directing this at me, or like, what are you talking about? Because that wasn't the discussion.
Well, you do realize that it's out the blue for you. Like, Rhea has the ability to critically think and connect the dots and understand that words mean things. So when Rhea said, and she summarized, if your children are saying that you are a shitty parent, then it's probably because you are a shitty parent. It's because Rhea was understanding the conversation that you and I were having. And if you think that that was out the blue or left field, that tells me that you don't understand the conversation that you and I were having.
Okay, well, like I said, this is the first time I've ever did anything like this. And obviously, this is beyond my my depth of conversation. So, but I appreciate the time that you give me. I'm sorry. I just thought I was just having an open dialogue with you. So, I apologize again. And I didn't take it personal. It was more, I didn't understand where she was coming from. I didn't understand how she was, using that term to, basically say what we were saying. And in my head, we never used that terminology. So it was just left field. So it felt direct, and I didn't get offended because, honestly speaking,
hold on for a second, because here we go again with using words and then saying that you don't that's not what you mean. You say you didn't take it personal, yet you say it felt direct, which means you took it personal. Like, do you understand why we would say what we're saying? Like, you're saying two different things, as if the words that are coming out of your mouth don't have definitions.
It was only because I was saying that to say that I was asking if she was being direct. Were you being direct? No, you said it felt
direct. You said it felt, which means you took it personal.
But it was questionable. It wasn't It was, is she talking to me? Like,
that's not what you said, though, Sin.
What?
And I don't know right now. Like, I don't know if you're used to like gaslighting people and changing the things that come out of your mouth. Like, as soon as you realize that you've said a thing, right, or you've backed yourself into a corner. Like, what it feels like right now, when you try to change what you said, you're trying to change our experience, change, what we remember the conversation to be. You literally said you didn't take it personal, and then you said it felt direct. You said those things.
You're correct. I'm not going to argue. I mean, my brain is wired a little different, I guess, and I didn't catch it. In my head, I had a whole different theory in my head about what she was saying and what she said. And, I questioned it. And at first I felt direct. But then after we spoke, I didn't feel like it was personal anymore. But I'm not so fluent in speaking, I guess, like you guys want me to. So I understand how when you're breaking it down, you actually are making me better because I'm realizing why you're saying what you're saying. And now I can actually correct myself and see what you're saying and why and why you're feeling and telling me what I did. I get it now. But in my head, I'm moving at hyper speed. I'm a little nervous. I ain't never did this before. So, this is new to me. So, like I said, I apologize. But in the beginning, yes, it did feel direct. And then after you expressed and explained, it was like, oh, okay. And so at that point, I didn't take it personal. So my thoughts were moving. I just couldn't articulate it verbally. That's all.
Before you leave, I do want to share the definition of what a god is. A god is a supernatural being that is worshipped by people and possess divine powers. Neither you nor I fit that description.
There you go, telling me what I am. But when I told you,
You're supernatural. Hold on. You're supernatural. You're supernatural, Sean. Sin.
if that's what I feel,
Are you supernatural or not? Do you feel supernatural? Are you supernatural or are you immortal?
I could be supernatural.
Are you though?
No, I'm not supernatural.
Do you have divine powers?
Yes,
What divine powers do you have?
I have the ability to impregnate a woman with sperm.
Oh
That's not
my
divine.
God.
That's not divine power.
That is definitely divine.
It is not.
And there's
That's called biology. That's not a divine power.
that to me is divine, is divinity. Childbirth and childbearing that's divine to me, and that's just how I feel.
Well, like the way that you change definitions of words and you gaslight, I would say if that was a superpower, then I would say that you have a hell of a lot of that.
Yep, I agree. I think that could be a superpower.
I,
Because,
I I
man,
just I just told you I am. I just told you I am.
oh,
You think that's good
And
that you have the divine power to gaslight?
is divine is nothing but saying that you like you're of God or like a God. That's all divine is. And
I'm sorry, did you hear my question?
what?
what's that?
You
I'm
think
sorry.
that's a good thing to say that you have uh, a divine power to bullshit people and to gaslight?
That's what you feel. You
No,
said
you
that
just
about me.
agreed to it.
You said that about me.
And you agreed to it.
Yep. And I said if that's what you feel.
That's not what you said, and here you are gaslighting again.
Again, you lie a lot. Oh my God.
I lie a lot. Wow.
Yeah, thinkers being very nice and saying, yeah, you are gaslighting, absolutely, but you just lie a lot. You're a liar. You're a really old man that lies a lot. That's
No,
not cute.
no. What it is that I guess I'm over it because I feel like I'm getting jumped
Okay, then
on. Hold
why
on. Let me
why
finish.
stay
I
here?
just
Why
feel like
stay here and be disingenuous? Like,
no, no, no,
stop
no,
being
no.
weird.
It's
If you're
not.
done with the conversation, then leave. Stop
It,
jumping around like a rabbit.
it's cool, but you if you steady talking to me about stuff, I'ma steady throw it back at you.
What?
If you steady coming at me and then you're shunning me,
Coming at you?
yes, you just told me I'm gaslighting. That's not a great comment. That's
That's
a
coming at you for
yeah,
somebody to say, hey, you're gaslighting. That's coming at you.
wh-
You think that's an attack on you?
what
Mind
world
you,
are we
You're
he
not
living in?
laughed
okay,
at
sir.
it.
You're
What
not
world are we
okay.
living in?
Rhea, mind you, he laughed at it at first and said, "I
Exactly.
told you I am."
Exactly.
What world are we living in where gaslighting is a good thing?
How is someone telling you that you're causing them harm an attack on you. Are you okay?
First of all, gaslighting is not causing harm on
That's not
anyone.
harm. Exactly. There we go. You're a fucking predator. There you go.
Okay, now you want to curse at me. All right, so I mean, if
I'm
you,
not cursing
if
at you. I cursed in my vocabulary. It has nothing to do with you. You're not that special. I curse
I'm
every
a
day of the fucking week. It has
I'm a
nothing to do
predator.
with you.
What
I
does
am saying what I said was you are a predator. You are literally trying to twist it and say someone telling you that you're gaslighting them is an attack on you. And now you're like, you are not listening to yourself. Like I said, you are a predator. Now you're telling us that gaslighting is not causing harm. You're not okay, my guy. The
I'm,
fuck?
why are you getting so upset at me?
Because I can. You're a predator. You're a harmful person. I'm allowed to be upset at you. Like y'all
It's
have been y'all
I mean,
y'all
it's
have been around too
interesting.
many people that let y'all do whatever. Like what the fuck?
I,
Yeah, and it's interesting that you do that whole victim thing. Like, why are you so upset at me when you just literally accused her of attacking you?
that's me accusing of attack
Exactly.
is not about. But I wasn't angry. I just said, "Why are you attacking me?"
But you accused her of attacking you, and now you want to uh, ask her like, why are you so upset at me? Like, what? Think about what you're saying.
I did that. That really went over my head right there. So I don't know. I have no idea why you feel like what you just said that was different for me. I didn't. All I asked was I never raised my voice. I never got loud. I never yelled. I never cussed. And I got it done at me because no one or someone didn't like the way I
Oh my,
responded.
okay, is this better? You are a predator, son. You are a very harmful, disgusting person,
And
son. You are a predator, okay? Is that better? Does that sound better for you? You are
yeah,
a harmful person and you should be locked up somewhere or maybe put on a list so people don't associate with you. Is that okay?
and
The fuck?
if that's how you feel, love, that's fine.
Yeah, is that tone of voice better?
And I'm sorry that you feel that
Uh,
way. I'm sorry that you
You
feel that
should be
way.
sorry. You should be sorry because I had to come in contact with a human being like you. You should be sorry. You should definitely be sorry. You should apologize
Where
every
did
day of
this?
your life.
I'm
Every
sorry.
day of your life,
I'm
you should
sorry,
apologize. You
thinker,
should be
thinker.
sorry.
I'm sorry, thinker. I didn't mean. I didn't know I was speaking with her too. I was just. I was on. I was here with you, and like I said, if you correct me or you make me visualize and realize something, I'll take it in and I'll correct myself and I'll say that, hey, okay, I fucked up or I messed up. So
I just
I,
want to stop you right quick. On this stage, Rhea is me and I am Rhea. We started this fucking live together. So when you
okay.
talk to me, you talk to her. She has every power on this stage that I have.
Okay, and that's fine, but I just wasn't aware, and I'm sorry. I didn't know I was affecting Rhea as well. Like I said, I'm not here to be. I don't want no one to be upset at me for. If I did something, and I'm saying that if you showing me what you showed me when you broke it down to me, I said, okay, you know what? All right, I get it. I understand why you guys would feel that way, and I apologize for that because I might not articulate the words correctly, but my brain just was moving fast. So there's things that I'm going through in my mind. I'm a little, like I said, I'm a little nervous, so I might not have said it the right way, but I don't mean no harm with anyone. I don't mean any malice to anyone. I just wanted to have an open dialogue. That's all. And no, everybody doesn't have to agree with me, just like I don't have to agree with anyone else. It's just an open dialogue. So, Rhea, I apologize again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm not a bad person, whether I know you would like to believe that, but I'm not. And I'm actually a cool person. I just didn't know how to articulate certain things. And I apologize for that. It's all new to me.
Well, she has every right to not accept, and I think the silence means that she does not accept the apology.
Okay.
But we are going to move on.
All right.
All right. Well, have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
You too.
You know why I really get upset at people like that? Because in real life, they're actually causing harm to somebody somewhere. You know what I mean? Like in
Yeah.
real time, their quote unquote loved ones have to suffer this shit. That's why I get so mad about it.
Yeah, he's a master gaslighter. Look, now he's in the comments. Y'all weird. Why didn't you say that shit when you was on stage,
You see what
Sean
I'm saying?
or Sin?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder why your mama named you Sin. I see nerds in the guest requests. Like, I think everybody in the guest requests are all nerds. Keep in mind, if you are a nerd and you are trying to come on stage, I need to see a comment that says that you are in there on purpose. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Thank you, Marduk, for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate you. Your misogyny says Sin is an abusive victim. His children are right. Well, Sin, that's a different audience on YouTube that came to the same conclusion that Rhea did. So, what you got to say about that? Let me see. Deborah's in there on purpose.
Well, hello.
Hey, Deborah. Hey, how are you?
I'm well. Recognized so many tactics there. I felt icky just listening to all that. But I have something a little bit different that I kind of wanted to bring up. The Rapture obviously has many things from my past that I think of whenever this comes around. But something very new came to my mind when having a conversation about the Rapture earlier today. And I just wanted to float this by you to see what you think. If Christians are trying to follow this Jesus, expecting him to meet them in the sky or whatever, one would expect that Jesus followed the law perfectly. I mean, I know I said that as a Christian. Oh, he followed it perfectly. But did he? Because the very first command is to be fruitful and multiply. I don't remember Jesus having children. Obviously, we see some insight into what you would expect of the anointed or the suffering servant, that they would have physical seed, Zerah. And there's no caveat to the be fruitful and multiply. Oh, except for the Messiah. That's just not there.
So, as much as I hate playing devil's advocate, I'm going to play devil's advocate right now.
Oh, please.
Person. Well, he did multiply because I'm his child. You are his child. We're all his children.
Okay. To go back to Isaiah 53, Zerah is always physical seed. And I'm pretty sure in Genesis 3:15, when it talks about the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent, that's also using the Hebrew word Zerah. I know
right,
spiritual seed is always brought up.
In Genesis 1, when he commands them to be fruitful and multiply, does he use Sarah for that? For the multiply?
I don't think so. I think it's a different Hebrew word, but we know, words mean words. To be fruitful and multiply would be to continue the species. Otherwise, would you interpret be fruitful and multiply to be a spiritual fruitful? A spiritual multiply?
No. So that word there is rava. in Genesis 1:22, and it just means to be many. So it doesn't necessarily, we know as humans, right, that the way that we multiply would be through reproduction. But if a believer applied that to Jesus, like to the concept that you're bringing up right now, they could easily say that Jesus did multiply because he's God and he created everybody.
So he's not pro-life? I'm just sorry. I don't want to take this in too many different directions. I don't know. I say this because I just see a completely double standard that's applied. Oh, I mean, I know Esau I hated, right? And it's going to Supremacy, which also made me think of this listening to your last guest in the whole like favorites conversation. I'm like, well, okay. He's following the God. Anyway, I just thought that I would kind of float this by you, kind of pulling on my dragon badge and asking if it could be taken into a spiritual way and see what your devil's advocate concept was on that.
I think that there are other, like, I definitely don't think he followed the law perfectly. There was a conversation that I was having with another believer, I think on Oso's Live, and it might have been on this one, I can't remember. But the guy was saying that Jesus was not beholden to the sacrifices because he's God. Like, he didn't have to offer up sin sacrifices if he had a wet dream. He didn't have to go out and cleanse himself because he's God, because who would he be giving atonement to? And so what I said to him, like, if there are things in the Bible that he's not beholden to, I mean, things in the law that he's not beholden to, then how can he follow the law perfectly? And I asked him, like, is there any law that Jesus could break that you would be like, oh, nope, Jesus, you shouldn't have done that? Or are you going to say, well, he can do it because he's God? And he was like, he didn't want to answer it at first, but eventually he said, if Jesus were to murder somebody, it would be for a good reason because he's God. So if he's not beholden to thou shalt not murder, right, then there's no way he followed the law perfectly, because there are parts of the law that do not apply to him because he is God. And if he came here protected, like with this, protection around him, to where he was not born in sin because he's God, and he could not sin because he's God, then he couldn't have followed the law perfectly anyway, because the law is about sin. So
if it doesn't apply to him, then right. It's too bad that some of those Gospel of Thomas isn't part of the canon anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I had. I just wanted to get your take on that as it applies to all of these Christians following a Jesus who didn't follow all the things.
That was a great conversation. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, have a good one. Lady Tamika.
Hey, Thinker.
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right. I've talked to you before, but I saw this documentary a few days ago, Contradiction, A Question of Faith, and it really struck a chord with me.
I do have to, give me just a second, because I don't see that you are a nerd. Okay. So I can't let you go off topic. Okay. I do have to ask you to address the topic that we are discussing, and then if you can tie what you want to say into the topic, we can do it that way.
Okay. So the followings of Jesus Christ, I feel, were put upon people as a control mechanism. Can I say that? Is that on topic?
Well, it's asking who has the right teachings of Jesus regarding the rapture.
Okay. In my heart, there is no rapture. Because if God is love and he loves everybody, if he sent his son for our sins, why are we allowing certain people to be punished? My brain can't wrap my head around that.
Well, he actually does. I mean, he punishes a lot in the text, and he does say that he's going to punish those that do not choose him. The rapture is about, being snatched off the earth and taken to heaven before the tribulation period on the earth.
Right. But all I'm trying to say is there is a lot of lies, interpretation of language that is used to misguide. The rapture, I really think, is a farce. And one of the things that I really feel some of the most faithful of the Bible and Christianity are some of the most people that are plagued with issues. And I can't wrap my head around that either.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, because I think it's interesting too that a lot of people who believe in the rapture or fear this event happening or hope for this event to happen don't necessarily have a good understanding of what a rapture is versus like apocalyptic events versus judgment. Do you feel like, and you can answer this if you want or not, but do you feel like you had a good understanding of what the rapture was supposed to be?
Okay.
When you were a believer, because like you're in deconstruction, right?
Right, but I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness. We didn't believe in rapture. So my understanding of rapture is,
well, I thought y'all did, because didn't your leader, like one of your leaders, predict a rapture in like 1972 and had people selling their houses and stuff?
From what I learned with Charles Taze Rutherford, who founded it, 144,000 were the only amount of people that were allowed to be so quote unquote saved that went to heaven. The rest were just waiting for paradise and waiting for Jesus Christ to come back. Like when we had our Passover, what have you, you were judged if you drunk or you partook of those, the whatever the body was supposed to be represented by, the unleavened bread or the red wine. It was looked upon like if you did that and you're not quote unquote living a perfect lifestyle, then it's a lie. So a lot of things that I saw, it flawed me as far as religion. So I mean, to answer your question about rapture, what I think a rapture is, people that are quote unquote so holy that this quote unquote God is supposed to take you up to heaven, and the rest of us unworldly people are here.
Yeah. So thank you, Special K. So it was in 1975 when it was predicted that the world was going to end and the new world was going to come, and those that the 144,000 would go to heaven, and then everybody else would be on the new earth.
And I came after that, so they had to skew it. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
So I didn't get that form of that teaching because I wasn't born until 1986.
So it's different now. They don't believe that the world's going to end, and
of course they believe.
What's different?
They say that there's no way to know when God is coming back. You cannot place a date or a time on that.
Don't lie, Shu. Your request was never denied. I don't deny requests. That's a fucking lie. I take one guest at a time. And if you can be patient, I will bring you up. Because I figured if you're going to lie about somebody denying your request, you're going to be a fun guest. Okay, so you're saying that before they felt that they could predict it, and now they're teaching that it cannot be predicted. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Because in the teachings when I was coming up, there's no date or time. You cannot know that. Just kind of like you were referring to as a rapture. It's going to happen when it happens. And nobody can predict that. I guess because it didn't happen when they said it was. And you teaching me something. That's why I love coming onto your page. And no, I'm not a nerd. I just like to think. A free thinker.
Yeah, but you can always be a nerd. You can be anything that you want to be. All you have to do is press the gold star at the bottom next to the comment box. But
yeah.
No, yeah. So like what I'm learning, from a lot of these conversations is that a lot of believers don't necessarily don't know what a rapture is, and they don't know how to articulate what it is that they're hoping for or what they are afraid of. And a lot of them haven't actually studied the book to see what the book actually says about Jesus' second coming, because Jesus never says anything about taking anybody to heaven. In fact, he says that it's going to be the sinners that will be snatched off the earth and taken to the valley of Ben Hinnom for judgment, and it's his followers that stay on the earth with him to rule and recreate the
paradise.
Yeah, but so many believers are hoping to be snatched off the earth, and the sinners stayed and the earth destroyed. And they believe that because of extra biblical teachings from theologians who created their own interpretation of what they were reading. And so I find it interesting that there is a lot of people who have this hope in this thing that they don't quite understand.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking me thinker. I might not have all my thoughts together. I might have wanted to bring up a different topic, but thank you for allowing me.
You're welcome. You can talk about the documentary that you saw since we've addressed the topic now.
Okay. So the person that was doing the documentary, asking the question, was saying, why is it in the Black community we have majority of the churches, but we have majority of the issues? Like, if we're so faithful and we're praising God, and you get what I'm saying, why is it that we have the least amount of opportunity, I'm going to say, in America? And I really had to think about that. That question was like, wow, why is that?
Yeah, it's definitely something that we talk about in here a lot, about the Black community being the highest in belief when it comes to the Abrahamic God more than any other ethnicity on earth. Yet the Black community is at the bottom in damn near every social, economic, or cultural category. And if in fact, the God is real, and the God is the God of Black people, as the majority of Black people believe, then that God he either doesn't like Black people, or Black people are just horrible, disobedient people and deserve to be at the bottom. Like, I don't know how anyone can worship a God that wants to see them constantly struggle or be oppressed, or
right.
I don't
And
know.
why is it the majority of the ones that fall for it are African American women? We're the ones that are mainly promoting that. I don't want to say promoting it in a bad way, but you get what I'm saying. We're the main ones in the church preaching this gospel, but we're the main ones that it hurts at the same time.
I think because, growing up, the indoctrination for young black girls was to get a husband, and you would find your husband in the church. And then you were taught in the church that, you either need to serve or become a missionary, like spread the gospel. And so the majority of our teachings was centered around that. And I think that's why it's, black women. We were talking to a young lady on Christina's live earlier today, and she was very condescending, but trying to be very like sneaky with it. But she had that, she was a black woman. She had that, I'm a Christian and you're not type personality, like tone.
You're beneath me. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like her sign off in a way of calling all the rest of us, worthless. It was, she kept saying, well, I have to go and put dinner on the table for the family. No, I can't talk because I have to go and get dinner on the table for the family. Like she kept almost as saying, I'm a second Timothy wife and I'm valuable and y'all not, like the way that she kept trying to put it out there. And I think that in the black community, it doesn't matter what a person is doing. It doesn't matter what type of life a person is living. If they believe in this God, in Christ, and you don't, and you could be living the most successful moral life, to them, you are still beneath them. And that's what Christianity does for the black community, specifically black women. And as I was, y'all, I swear I want to play this song right now. There is the conversation that's going on TikTok right now, started by a black woman who says that she doesn't identify as black before Christian. She's Christian before she's black. And there are so many black people saying that they are Christian before they're black, and it's tripping me out. But it's that proximity to whiteness, right? And for the last couple of days, I've been thinking about the conversation that we had with the Mormon that came on a couple of weeks ago, and he was denying that the book of Nephi says that black people were cursed with blackness because they sinned, and once they connect with the Nephites, then they are forgiven and their skin turns white, right? They become white and delightful. And Christianity, and it has that feel like with the black community, is that proximity to whiteness that says that I'm at some level of success if I have this proximity through Christ. And there is actually a black evangelical prophetess named Tiffany Montgomery right now that's spreading the message. God, she said, the Most High told her to tell the black community that he's about to come up against the God of black, the God called black, and not to be so pro-black that you miss Christ. Like all these conversations that's happening right now after the Charlie Kirk it's increased, right, the awareness that there is this separation, right? There is this supremacy, and there are even some black people just outright saying it, the God is white, right? The God is white supremacy, and they're okay with it. And I don't know why it's tripping me out, because it's literally what we've been talking about for the last 2 years, right? Real, like it's what we've been raising awareness about. And to see the conversation come full circle, and to finally see black Christians just outright say it, it's
crazy.
It's still crazy. Yeah.
And then Thinker, what I was saying, as the continent of Africa that had all those resources, and then they were left with nothing but a Bible. What is that to say about humanity? That's another thing that struck me.
But they don't see it that way.
I know, but it's crazy. But thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up, Tamika. Have a good one. Y'all, since I am going to play this song because I want to hear it, but also I think it fits and Tika, you can stay there if you want to listen to the song. But the conversation that's happening right now amongst the Black community about whether to identify as Christian or Black, this is what I have to say about that shit.
I'm Black before I'm Christian. What the hell is that? When you came out the womb, your ancestry was fed. No newborn delivered, cried, Christ is risen. That's an identity you learn, not the skin you live in. Christianity's a label, religion you adopt. But the melanin in your skin, it can't be swapped. Our bloodline speaks louder than the gospel they spin. Your faith you were taught, but your blackness is within. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. If your savior needs blackness to live, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. They say Jim Crow was better, that's what some of them claim. And some of you Black voices echo it like it's not insane. Trading ancestry for pews, putting blackness on the shelf, calling racism salvation while denying themselves. How you worship for Christ who ought to change you once new, but forget your ancestors who bled and died for you. You backburner your blackness just to fit in the faith, or to serve a God who erases your face. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. If your savior needs blackness to live, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. Yeah. Our ancestors pray while they had chains on their hands, adopting a Christian identity at their slave masters' demand. Their voices in the rivers, their blood in the soil, and survival was their sermon. Be resistant, be determined. We are proof of the faith, their fight, their song, carrying forth with the legacy they dreamt of all along. Before your cross, before your church or amens, I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. This blackness to leave, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again.
That's how I feel about the conversation that's happening right now on TikTok. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that any Black person is even considering saying, should I identify as Black, or should I identify as Christian? Like, there's not any other ethnicity or race that has to have that conversation. It's fucking stupid to me.
Yep, that's what I was just thinking. No one else has to do that. Yep.
Can I ask one more question to y'all?
Yeah.
So, when we were in Africa in our origins, those religions that were powerful and were forgotten were taught for us to be forgotten. Do y'all feel that those are true, or is that a farce too? I don't know how I'm trying to
Speaking about
ask.
African spirituality,
Yes.
a lot of it was science and nature. But I think Rhea can answer that a little bit more because she's, from the continent. I I've not dealt with African spirituality, but I think from the little bit that I do know, or of some of it, a lot of it has to do with like science and nature that they were calling spiritual at that time, because in antiquity, which just means like biblical times, people were calling things God, that they didn't have answers for. But as we gain knowledge, like we don't need to plug a God or some supernatural answer, there. A lot of the medicines that we have today, they considered it African spirituality back then, when we don't have to consider that spirituality today. A lot of the personal development, higher, what they call higher thought or higher consciousness, that inner work, they call that spirituality, and we don't necessarily have to identify it as that today, although I understand why some people do. But there are other aspects of African spirituality that Rhea often talks about that is manipulative, has the ability to gaslight and harm and exploit as well. And I don't know if Rhea wants to come in here.
Oh yeah, you pretty much summed up whatever I would have said anyway. It's just when you ask like, are those true, or at the end of the day, we're talking about beliefs, you know? So, like Thinker already said, a lot of the spiritual aspects of the continent, or what they call spiritual, especially as far back as you possibly can go, were pretty much just like nature, things that they couldn't necessarily explain, right? Water. They thought water was alive because it didn't go anywhere. There was always water. It was always flowing, right? These are people that are living next to uh, uh, um, a stream or a river, right? So they're just thinking, oh, this is a god, or it's some kind of being that is not us. Like Thinker said, over time, there was, there did come like bastardization of like needing to create mythologies and things like that. Like when I do my classes, a lot of the hunter gatherer civilization don't necessarily have a mythology because this is just simple to them, right? It's not necessarily a story of a god that can do this or do this or do that. It's just, oh, there's a tree. We didn't plant this tree, so something probably did. But now in 2025, we know that something as huge as the Amazon can quite literally survive on its own. No one needs to do anything to it. That's just how nature works, right?
Right.
Seedlings and all those things fall down, then trees come about, right? So we know that in 2025. So when you ask, is it true or is it farce? Not
I
necessarily. It just means it's been bastardized to, now input a lot of Western religion as well. So it just depends on what time you're asking about.
now that I said the question and analyzed it, yeah, it's all about money. You're right, because all civilizations had that. I get it. And now when you look at the natural way of solving it versus the pharmaceutical way, yeah, okay, I get it. I feel you.
The fact that somebody went to Reddit to write about me, I don't know if I should be
What?
honored or what. Like, I don't know. It's fucking
That means you're past
ridiculous.
famous, man. You're celebrity level now.
That's fucking crazy.
Man, that's bruh, where is the paparazzi? The hell? You are celebrity level. Reddit? Somebody made a whole Reddit?
That's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, child.
I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
it's some fucking Christian.
Oh, well. Well.
I don't know.
What did
Tamika,
what
did
did
you
it
have?
say?
I don't know. Somebody named Jimmy just put it in the chat, and he said it's neutral. It's not. He
Oh,
said it's not negative or positive. It's neutral. I don't know. I haven't read it.
oh, just like a report on what you do or something?
I don't know. I haven't read it. He said he commented and said there's a very interesting article about thinker ingrowth and Reddit, and somebody said negative, and he said neutral.
Hmm. Well, people gotta do what they gotta do.
Motherfuckers gonna talk. They always gonna have
Hey,
something to fucking say.
right.
Um, but you said it's weird. Also, said it's weird. He said it's kind of weird. Yeah.
Right, I about to say recognition. That's what I would take it as. Like if people
Oh,
somebody
it's a
taking their
guy.
time out,
It's
please.
a guy. It's probably some motherfucker who misogyny I chewed up and spit the fuck out.
They'll be all right.
Yeah. But did you have anything else, Tamika?
No, y'all have been wonderful. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. Okay, don't get raptured, or do if you want to.
You either.
All right.
That's the new stay safe.
Yeah, don't get raptured. Or redded it. Is that a word? Don't get redded it.
It's a word today.
The word for the day.
Thinker, haven't we already survived a rapture though? You remember?
I think this is like the fifth one. Like I don't know.
Well,
Like this.
yeah, we had
Like
we had a
every.
couple come on the live. Like remember, like we had a live like this. We was waiting on the rapture, and then we laughed about it.
I can't remember.
You know, we've
There's
had
been
this
so
already.
I don't know. It's been so many. Yeah, like 3 of them. I don't know. Like this ain't gonna be the last one. There's already a prophetess who's saying that this is gonna be a silent rapture, and like the rapture is gonna happen, but the rapture is inside. Like they're not gonna go anywhere. Like, yeah, it's interesting. Hazard Duke.
How you doing? Or should I say, how y'all doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Can I get your age, please? And if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. Nelly or Ria, one of y'all want to start this one off?
Oh, Nelly, you got it. You were here before.
Yeah, I am 28 and I am a Christian.
Okay, great. What do you think about the topic?
I don't believe that that's when the rapture is going to be, because in Second Thessalonians it says that the son of perdition is going to be revealed first before that ever happens.
So, but you do believe in the rapture, right?
Yes, I do, which is mentioned in First Thessalonians.
Does it say rapture or what does it say?
I can tell you the exact words instead of my own words.
Yeah, tell me exactly what it says.
Okay, so in First Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 16 through 18, it says, "For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with his voice of a archangel, and with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with him in the clouds and meet the Lord in the air."
And that's a good thing, you think?
Yes,
You do?
because what comes after it is apparently no one wants to be around for all that.
What comes after that?
Well, what comes after that would have to do with the son of perdition. He's supposed to unleash like a bunch of havoc and everything mixed in with all the demons and stuff.
Oh, really? And so
That's in the tribulation period.
so the followers of Jesus, where y'all gonna be?
Well, some will be here on earth, and then some people will be with Jesus
Where at though?
in heaven.
You sure about that?
Yep.
Can you show me in the Bible where it says that believers are going to heaven? Because I mean, the reason why I'm asking that question is because it doesn't make sense. Because when Jesus comes back, supposedly, there's supposed to be a new heaven and a new earth, right?
Yes, after the whole tribulation.
Okay, so after it's all said and done, there's a new heaven and a new earth, right?
That's whenever we will all come back onto the new earth, and then
That's all I'm asking. Is there going to be a new heaven and a new earth?
yes,
Okay, so if there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, and all the bad people went to hell, and all the good people went to heaven, what's the purpose of the new earth?
because on the new earth, it's going to have instead of us being separate from God, it's going to have the God on having His throne on the new earth. So the heaven and earth is going to be like simultaneous instead of separate.
Well, where does it say that at?
What? Let me see. I don't think I've had that question before, but let me look it up real quick. Let's go on Revelation because that's where it's going to be in. Let me look it up real quick. Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm waiting on you. I mean, I can save you some time. When you go off the app, I'm not able to hear you. Just letting you know. When you're off the app, we can't hear you.
I understand that. I can hear you. I'm just looking it up.
Well, you want me to help you out?
Sure. What you wanting to say?
It ain't what I want to say. I'm just trying to help you out. What you looking for is not there.
Well,
Nowhere in that book does it say that. Nowhere in Revelations does it say that. And another thing. Oh, well, go ahead, think it.
Sorry, Rhea, check your DM on Discord.
Okay.
Yeah. And another thing you had said, nowhere in Revelations does it say that you're going to heaven either. Actually, what it does say is that when Jesus returns, he's taking the unbelievers off the earth.
can you tell me the exact verse?
Sure.
Because, like I said, I mean, I could be wrong, but I like looking at the actual verses because I've been wrong multiple times. So
Okay. Well, no problem. I think that's in, let me pull it up. That's in Revelations. I think, Revelations. Is that 20? Let me
That's where
see.
he ain't got no sense.
Thinker, is that what is that? Is that Revelations 20?
Which Revelation 21? What are you looking for?
The one that says he's taking the unbelievers off the earth.
As Isaiah 13.
Is that Isaiah? I thought that was in Revelations too.
It's Isaiah.
Okay, give me a second here. Because he wants to see it, so I want to show it to him. Isaiah.
It's TikTok Studio. It's not the mic. Some people hear the mic issue. Some people don't. It's TikTok Studio.
I'm at Isaiah 13. What verse is it?
Give me 1 second. I'm reading it.
I think it's around 9 or 10.
Comes the cruel and the wrath of fierce.
Which is odd because I'm not even up on the mic like I normally am. The mic is away from my mouth, and I can even hear the beats. Like when I talk, I'm not even on the mic. I'm leaning back in my chair. Like that's what's odd.
Okay, so let's just start at verse 9.
Okay.
It says, see the day of the Lord comes, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. For the
Okay.
stars in the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark and it's at its rising. So verse 9 tells you what's going to happen to the sinners. He said he's removing the sinners from it.
Yeah, he said he's going to destroy it.
No, he didn't. That didn't say nothing about destroying the earth. That was talking about the sinners. That's what
Yeah.
it says.
Yeah, he's going to destroy the sinners.
So where are you getting that Jesus is coming to take you to heaven?
1 Thessalonians. Well, it doesn't exactly say heavens. It says the clouds.
But is the heaven? That's not the heaven. The heavens is beyond the clouds and beyond the stars, ain't it?
Well, hang on. There's actually a verse up in the Bible. We can both look it up where it says, "The kingdom of heaven is found within you and around you."
It says the kingdom of what?
The kingdom of heaven is found within you and around you.
And what does that mean to you?
To me, it would mean that it'd be like like how God says that He is within you, and God can only exist within His kingdom. He's saying that heaven is within you.
Okay. Well, I just want to see really how far you would go with it. I want to go back to this rapture. Do you really know exactly what's going to happen when the rapture happens? If the rapture happens, do you know exactly what you're going to be doing?
Not exactly.
You don't know exactly what you're going to be doing during the rapture. What if I told you you were killing babies and raping women? Would you believe that?
No.
It's in your book.
Where is that?
Hold on.
You know what's so interesting to me is that the Latin word where rapture came from is rapio, which means to seize or to snatch. And it just makes me wonder if that is the etymology of the word rape.
Oh, snatch can
Oh
also
my
mean rape.
God.
Right?
Yeah.
And the same word,
Yeah.
like that's the word that was used to translate in the Latin Vulgate. That's the word that's used for caught up in Thessalonians. And I just wonder if that is the
I wouldn't
root
be
word for
surprised.
rape.
I
Right.
wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't consider that as rape, but
To be
everyone's
snatched? To be
no. But I mean,
snatched?
cause say like my hat is sitting on my bed. If I snatched it up, that's a completely different thing. It just means that I'm taking it up.
What?
In
Okay.
Deuteronomy, when it talks about a woman being raped, it says that the word there is seized or snatched. So why would it be different now?
I don't think I've heard that one, but I'll be afraid to look at that too.
Thinker, do you mind pulling up the verse in the Bible? I know that that's in Revelations for sure. Um,
I'm at Deuteronomy right now. What was that?
No,
huh?
don't. I was talking to Rhea. I don't want you to do that, Hazard. I want you to have your conversation with Nelly.
Okay.
What scripture, Nelly? In
It's the
Revelation?
shit. I don't have my notes in front of me. It's the one where it says what they're going to be doing the rapture when Jesus comes back.
What they're gonna be doing? We're in that right now. Isaiah
Yeah, you
13.
in the chapter.
What? Let me see. Is that
Yeah, it's
where am
yeah.
I?
Are you talking about where they'll be dashing babies' heads, or are you talking about what they're gonna be doing on the new earth?
No, dashing babies' heads.
Yeah, this is it. This is Isaiah 13, where Jesus refers to this in Matthew 24 when he says, "This is a sign of my coming," and he quotes Isaiah 10, and then the rest of it starts at verse 15. I mean, verse 14. Like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people. All will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped.
Do you see that?
No. What? We're on chapter 10 or what?
No.
Isaiah 13,
I
starting
just,
at verse 14.
right.
Okay, 13, verse 14.
Isaiah 13, verse 14.
It shall be as the hunted gazelle, and as the sheep that no man takes up. Every man will turn to his own people, and everyone will flee to his own land. Everyone who is found will be thrust through, and everyone who is captured will fall by the sword. Their children also will be dashed into pieces before their eyes. Okay, I see that, but I'm trying to see how this has to do with the rapture.
So Jesus quotes this in Matthew 24. If we go to, actually, I'm already in 24. Like, if we go to Matthew 24, starting at verse 29. Actually, let's I always do that. Let's start here at verse 15. This is where he's giving them instructions on how to watch for his second coming, for his coming. And he gives them the signs of the desolating sacrilege first. He says, when you see the desolating sacrilege spoken of by the prophet Daniel. So he sends them to Daniel for one sign, standing in the holy place. Let the reader understand. Then those in Judea must flee to the mountains. The one on the housetop must not go down to take things from the house. The one in the field must not turn back to get a coat. Woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing infants in those days. Pray that your flight may not be in winter or on a Sabbath, for at that time there will be a great suffering, such as has not been from the beginning of the world until now, no, and never will be. And if those days had not been cut short, no one would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be cut short. Then if anyone says to you, look, here is the Messiah, or there he is, do not believe it. For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and produce great signs and wonders to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Take note, I have told you beforehand. So if they say to you, look, he is in the wilderness, do not go out. If they say, look, he is in their inner rooms, do not believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Wherever the corpse is, there the eagles will gather. Immediately after the suffering of those days, and this is where he quotes Isaiah 10. This is the suffering of that he's talking about, the sign of, the tribulation period. He quotes Isaiah 10. The sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. And so Jesus, when he's giving them signs, he's referring to the day of the Lord, which is the prophecy that Isaiah was given by your God for his day of wrath.
Right. What version are you reading from?
This is the NRSVUE.
Okay, because it's worded a little bit different in mine. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, it's using the dialect that we speak today. We don't speak Middle English, so.
because like on the verse 15 it says, "Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation."
And you talk about Matthew 24.
Yeah, Matthew 24 verse 15. In mine it says, "Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken
Yeah, that's the
of
same
by
thing as the
him."
desolating sacrilege. Yeah, the
Yeah,
desolating sacrilege, that's the same thing.
yeah, and he's calling that thing an abomination.
No, he's not. The abomination desolation was when the temple was desolated. And Daniel was prophesying that a king would come in and desolate the temple. And in 167 BCE, Antiochus Epiphanes IV did come in. He did desecrate the temple. He stopped all Torah practices. He forced idol worship to the god Zeus. And so that did happen in 167 BCE. But Jesus is saying that what Daniel was talking about is referring to his time. And he's saying that the temple will be desecrated again. That's what Jesus is referring to.
Okay,
In
and then
Daniel chapter 9.
so from the 15 to I think you said 29, right? I think that was all talking about what was going to happen before the actual rapture.
Correct. What we are referring to is Jesus quoting Isaiah 13 and verse 29.
Is that Jesus saying that his people will do that, or is he just saying that's what people will do?
In Isaiah 13, it is your God, Jesus, either Jesus or his daddy, talking to Isaiah, giving Isaiah a prophecy of the day of his fierce wrath. And he says in verse 3, "I myself have commended my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalting ones, to execute my anger." So when this prophecy was given to Isaiah, it was about Babylon, and the God had anointed or chosen the Medes to execute his anger against the Babylonians for what they did in Jerusalem. But Jesus is making this prophecy about his coming. So because you have to read back into the prophecy and reinterpret, the consecrated ones and his warriors would be the followers of Jesus.
Consecrated ones. I always thought that the consecrated ones were his angels.
You said, well, could you show that they are his angels and not his followers?
No, I couldn't. I just said that that's what I always thought, because that's just what I was always told when I was growing up.
So you're saying that angels are going to be dashing babies' heads and raping women? Is that what I'm understanding? That angels are going to be raping human women?
Oh, the raping part. Okay, now I can see the contradiction. Never mind. I see what you're saying now.
So is that something you think you might want to do?
No.
Well, that's what you're gonna be doing if that happens. You are a follower of Jesus Christ, right?
Yes.
Okay, so and you're gonna do what God tell you to do, right?
Right.
So that's exactly what you'll be doing. How you feel about that?
I'd say I had to look more into it. I mean, as of right now, what you're pointing across does look bad, but I'd have to look more into it.
I mean,
What?
Jesus, like, he's planning on coming back and having a war, right? And those that did not bow down to him, according to his parable of the 10 minas, at the end of that parable, he says, I think it's verse 20. Hold on. Yeah. Verse 27. At the end of the parable of 10 minas, are you familiar with this one, where the 10 talents, where he gives one person 5 and another person 10 talents, and he's like, oh, you worthless slave, you didn't do what I told you to do, I'm gonna beat you with few stripes and blah blah. So at the end of that parable, he says, but as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence, right? So he's even saying, like, when he comes back, those that did not follow him or did not choose him, his followers, he wants them to kill them in front of him.
Hmm.
So how you feel about that? I mean, you can be honest and say that you didn't even know the Bible even said that, did you?
No.
So if your Jesus comes back and tells you to do these things, are you gonna do them?
No.
Then I guess you're not a true follower of Christ.
And thank goodness for that.
Yes.
Because a lot of times, right, when things like this have happened in history, it was some human saying that God had chosen them to be his mouthpiece on earth, and they're commanding it through God. And they're, humans who really believe in this God and love this God end up doing it because they think that they're obeying a God. And what they're actually doing is, following some human who claims to be talking for the God. And it has caused a lot of harm on earth, like with the religious wars, that have happened over time. Over
I
250
do agree that
million
people
people
have
have died in the name of Jesus.
I agree that people have used religion for excuses to do bad things.
Well, what I'm saying is that they can go to the Bible. They can point to Jesus's words to justify the bad things that they've done.
Right.
Well, I'm really glad to know that you're human. You think critically. Uh, I'm glad to know that because most Christians would say whatever God tells them to do, they're gonna do it.
Yeah. It just, yeah.
Like
Which
right now, all over America, there are people holding vigils and memorials and sending dog whistles to their base to rally them up for this type of stuff and calling it Jesus.
Say that last part again? Sorry, I was in my own head while you were saying that off of what y'all been showing me.
I'm saying right now, all over America, there are people, holding vigils and memorials, and at those vigils and memorials, they're giving speeches and sending dog whistles to rally up their base, right? To radicalize them for this type of violence. And they're calling it Jesus. They're calling Democrats demonic, devil worshippers, like to dehumanize people who don't necessarily see the world the way they do, so that it would make it easier for someone to, look the other way when violence happens, or to participate in the violence by justification. Oh, I'm doing this for God. These people aren't humans. They're demons. They're the devil.
I
I
know
mean,
this
so
is.
if
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, no, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I know this is a hard pill to swallow. it was a hard pill to swallow for me when I read it and learned about it, and as a Christian, that was that was a hard pill to swallow because I didn't know it was there either.
Right.
And really, the only justification you can really come behind it, if you think of, if you're just thinking logically about it, this is just another human who wrote this and is telling you this is what God or Jesus is, and this, that, and the third. I mean, the whole Bible was written by humans and what they thought at the time, or whatever the case is. And God can be anything you want it to be if you're the one with the pen and paper.
Right.
So, but yeah, I appreciate your honesty, though. I really do.
I would say, I don't know if you have a pen and piece of paper, you can write these scriptures down and go study them for yourself. We definitely don't want you to take our word for it. Um, it makes more sense when you study it and get a better understanding of it for yourself. But the scriptures that we brought up to you is Matthew 24, 15 through 37, I believe. Luke 19, 11 through 27, and Isaiah 13. Also, research the Day of the Lord, the Jewish apocalyptic prophecy. Paul talks about the Day of the Lord as well in the New Testament, and on the day of Pentecost, Peter quotes Joel 2, who also prophesies about the Day of the Lord. So it was a prophecy that they were all waiting to take place. So I would, suggest that you also research about what the Day of the Lord is, so that you understand what this tribulation period is actually prophesying. Joel is in the Bible. Is a prophet in the Bible, in the book. You know that, Kamari? Kamari said, "Who the fuck is Joel?" Not Joel reads Bible. Or don't listen to Oso, not Joel Osteen either.
Oh my gosh.
Did you have anything else to say, Hazard?
No, I was actually about to get me a different version of the Bible. At one point, I was going to get me the Ethiopian Bible, but
Yeah, the Ethiopian Bible does have extra books, like apocryphal books and pseudepigraphal books. The books that are the same in the King James, they say the same thing. They don't really say anything different. It was, originally written in Ge'ez. When it was translated, much like how the NRSVUE uses different words to say the same thing, the Ethiopian Bible does as well. But it does have like extra books that were in rotation at that time, but they don't really debunk anything that's already in the King James.
so it's not like the King James 1611.
Mm-hmm. I think the difference between Eastern Orthodox, they just translate differently, and they're not solo scriptura. So they go by the teachings of the early church fathers and the teachings of the church over the scriptures, because they don't see the scriptures as inerrant or infallible, so they're not solo scriptura.
Right. Okay. I honestly don't know what to say right now. So, yeah.
There you go.
I would say just go, research it for yourself. Don't make a decision right now. Do more research. I hope you wrote those scriptures down. Um, Research. Allow yourself to question, right? Uh, Accept factual information that you are receiving. Check your resources. Make sure they're credible, from like actual scholars and stuff, and not some blog article written by a crazed atheist or a crazed believer. Just take your time and allow yourself to actually study. That's what I recommend.
All right. Thank y'all.
You're welcome. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
coming
man.
up. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Well, I wish I'd have had my laptop with me. I usually have it with me. I didn't have it with me. Then all I got is my phone.
You on
So,
the road?
hmm
Rio, you want to do the next one?
Yeah, I can.
Wait, they sound like they sleep. Troublemaker, are you asleep? Yeah. Hold on. Ty and Tech Man, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident?
Me?
No, not you. Ty and Tech Man, can y'all let me know if y'all are in the box on purpose or on accident? Go ahead, Rio.
Sorry. So I'm ex-Mormon, so no religion, not a fan. But I was just intrigued by y'all speak about the Mormons. I was like, oh my gosh, we exist. Well, I'm not one of them. But just on the topic, my name is Black Magnolia or BLK Magnolia, whichever. I'm 31 and I'm a black woman who used to be Mormon. So, yeah.
Oh, you sound like you about to cry. Was it traumatic? I can hear the tremble.
Exactly. The struggle was real, okay? And not to dox myself, I'm still in Utah, so I'm still in the middle of it. So it's been a journey. But on the topic of the rapture, again, as Mormons, we didn't call it the rapture. We were like, it's the second coming. And it's kind of funny because my friend was like, it's going to happen in 2030. And I'm like, girl, bye. Anyways, but it's just kind of interesting because, again, in Mormonism, there was a lot of belief in like similar things as like basic Christianity. But the thing is that there was a lot of difference. Again, we didn't call it the rapture. We call it second coming. And we also believed in the, I guess, like wording as translation, like the elevating of the righteous people and all like roars down backwards, right? And all these bad things happening prior to Jesus coming. But again, yeah, same thing. We believed that the righteous were going to be the ones like being lifted up. And then the earth was going to be set on fire and then made all fancy. And then they're going to come back. And then we'll have a millennial. And so is it the same kind of belief system as like in Christianity, that there's just going to be a millennial where I guess Christ will be here reigning as king or whatever. And then for like 1,000 years. And this is the time for like all the babies that didn't get to live an earthly life to live that earthly life. That's kind of what Mormons believed at the time. I guess now still. So What are your guys' thoughts?
Rhea, you there?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna take this one because it's not a believer. Okay. Yeah. I think like is that something that like you're still kind of you said you're not a believer in it anymore?
Oh, no, I don't believe in religion. I'm like
Oh.
agnostically atheist. I don't care if there's a deity. And if it's the deity these people are talking about, he's a piece of shit. So, yeah,
Okay.
I
Well,
don't. Not a believer.
okay. Well, I'm glad you're out of it. I'm not. I don't really have that much to say about it because like at the end of the day, every denomination pretty much has a kind of an idea of what their afterlife is going to be. Like people are saying in the comments, it sounds like the Jehovah Witness rapture, but I think I've heard so many versions. But like I said, I'm glad that you're not wanting to partake or even still a part of the belief. So I'm happy for you.
Thank you. No, I've been listening to y'all for a long time. Like, usually I'm in the comments. It's just very interesting because, again, in the Mormon faith, though I thought we believed in the Bible, but I know nothing about the Bible. Very, very little about the Bible. And so being able to like listen to y'all talk about it definitely like opened my eyes on like how much we didn't really jump into the Bible. And yeah, so again, the word rapture itself, it's not even a word we utilize, you know. Maybe because again, Mormonism loves to be fruity and pretty, so it calls it the second coming. But I don't know. But yeah, we never really called it that. And I guess my question is, do you guys believe in, well, not y'all, in Christianity, is there a belief of a millennial?
I was just thinking that, like, when you were talking earlier, I don't remember growing up, like, it was mentioned in passing. Like, it wasn't that big of a part of the teaching. Like, we were just taught that the world was going to end and there was going to be judgment in heaven and hell. But we weren't taught about, like, the millennial period. I don't know, Rhea, were y'all?
Uh-uh. I think like the celestial churches back home say that, but no, not in any of the denominations I attended.
Interesting. So that is Mormon specific. Oh, cool. And also, like, this was back in the conversation of white tea and being bleached. So yes,
I was getting ready to ask you that.
Yes, Mormonism does believe that everybody in heaven is white tea, and that
So
being
they still believe that to this day.
yes.
So that guy
So
lied to us when he was saying that that's not the case anymore. So it's still the belief.
it is still the belief. They're trying to save face for sure. Mormonism has gotten a lot of like pushback lately. But yes, it's still in the scriptures. There was a big fight here to get rid of those scriptures that talked about how like the white tea people were the good people and the black people were the evil people. There was a war about it, but it never got changed. And so they tried to bury it instead and kind of gaslight people that it's not there and that's not what it meant and all the things, but it is. I served a whole mission. Okay. I did the whole missionary thing, spreading this religion. I'm so sorry to all those people. But yeah, so that is an actual belief. So we believe again, rapture happens, then the millennial, and then after that, that's when judgment will come and resurrection. And when people of color get resurrected, they will be resurrected into white tea bodies.
So were you indoctrinated into Mormonism as a child, or did you accept it as an adult?
Oh, I was a child. So my mother, so I am from South Africa originally. So Rhea, I see. So my mother,
Wonderful name.
mm, my mother got introduced to the church out there through missionaries, and then years later actually married one of them. Hence why I'm in the States. But yeah, so my entire family, like my mother, my immediate family, and then my stepdad's extended family, they're all Mormon still, like hardcore. They tried to get me to come back, and I'm like, I would rather unalive slowly. So
What were your thoughts when they were saying that, black people were going to be white in heaven? Like the goal is for, like one would have to think that white people were already righteous, right? And there was nothing for them to be saved from if they're already white here. And then, like, their mission is to get black people to join them so that when they die, they become white. Like, what excuse did they give that they're already white here? Were they already clean?
it wasn't like, so the thing about Mormonism is there is a constant hierarchy of people, right? And so YT people were just a higher, more righteous people. And so it kind of like at that point, it's always the answer of, it'll be made better in the next life. Like answers will come in the next life. But regardless, here, they would just kind of explain it away and say, the more righteous you are, again, in the next time, you'll be made YT. So, but yeah, so that's kind of how they explain it away. It's okay. Do the best that you can here. Be a good person. Follow all the rules. And then in the next life, the curse will be, because it's the curse of Cain, right? So the curse will be lifted from you and you'll become just like God and us, and you'll be YT.
And so that I make sure that I understand what you're saying, is that the teaching is that any white person that was a Mormon were higher in righteousness than anyone who had melanin. And so, like, just being born made them righteous.
Yes, essentially, yes. Because they, again, in the life before we came to Earth, right? Mormonism believes that there was a life before, and so there was the whole, what's the TikTok word for WAR?
WAR?
Yeah.
You can just say that.
You can
You
just
can
say
just say
war.
war.
Okay.
Why did it take me for fucking ever to realize that she was spelling it?
I was like, she gonna get it. She gonna get it.
No, I got you. Yeah, some people say yes, we can say it. Some people say, but so there was this like whole war in heaven. Again, Mormonism believes that God, the Spirit, and Jesus are separate beings. And so yeah, so like God was like, yo, I'm gonna send all y'all to Earth so I can test you, and you're gonna choose me so you can come back to heaven, right? And so there was 1/3 of the people that were like, nah, we don't want that life. And then 2/3 that were like, yeah, that sounds good. And I guess that's 100%, but people say there was
so the 1/3, we're the ones that the serpent's tail snatched when he left heaven. That's us. And Mormon.
Yeah, so like they say that, like, which makes no sense because the percentages doesn't make sense. But like there was a portion of us in the 2/3 that were like wishy-washy. And so since we were wishy-washy, we got turned black. And I was like, so
the sense fitter thing.
The what?
The sense fitter. Y'all, I'm fucking tired. The fence sitter,
Yes.
The fence sitter thing.
Yes,
Like,
yes. There were
okay.
some fence sitters, and God got mad, and he made us not allergic to the sun. So, yeah. So he cursed us, right, and made us melanated. And then our reward is to make us allergic to the sun once we believe in him. That is what I say to them because I think it's hilarious. But yeah, so we were fence sitters, and that's why we're black, and that's why we're cursed. And so throughout Earth, the people who are melanated are the ones that were fence sitters and have to work even harder because we didn't choose God in the first place, I guess.
But you know what? Like every time I hear the fence sitter story, I can't help but to think that my ass would have chose the fence too. Like I'm gonna chill on the fence. I'm gonna have my cell phone or a drink in my hand and be like, that's y'all shit. Like what the fuck I got to do with any of that?
Hell yeah.
And I'm gonna chill on the fence. Like so I probably would have been a fence sitter any fucking way. And then that's just me minding my own motherfucking business. Like why you putting me in your fucking fight?
Exactly. Like this deal does not sound good. So we're gonna like literally
I think you got a phone call.
okay, yes, okay. No, my internet was trying it, so I just switched to my stronger one. So yeah, so fence sitters again because the plan made no sense. And so yeah, we're melanated now because God was mad. And then yeah, and so we came to Earth, and the ones that chose God and were like, yeah, this plan is great. They're the white tea people, I guess. So God likes them more, I guess. So like there was a big thing with Native Americans or indigenous people where in Utah they would like kind of kidnap them so that they could save them, the white savior people. And yeah, they would kidnap these children and then would try to save them by helping them not be like
they kidnapped them to save them?
Yeah. Ooh, I thought y'all knew. Yes. So, indigenous people. So, because one of the biggest things is that in the Book of Mormon, the brown people were the natives, actually, the indigenous people. And then, yeah, yes. So the Lamanites are the indigenous people, and then the Nephites were the white tea people. And so, to this day, they believe that the Lamanites in the Book of Mormon are the Native Americans. And so what they would do is they would kidnap the children so that they could help them come to Jesus. And they truly believe that the more they came to Jesus and were righteous, the lighter their skin would become. So I have aunts and uncles on my stepdad's side who are natives that they did this to.
Wow. There was a guy on my live last week or the week before that who was trying to say that the white skin was metaphorical for the white soul and brightness and light, and the black skin was just metaphorical for a dark soul, for sin. He was like, it's not talking about the color of your skin. Like he kept trying to gaslight us into believing that the word skin there meant soul, and then he said it meant soul skin, the skin of the soul. It didn't mean the skin.
I'm like, how does that make it sound better though?
Yeah, like I think they might be a little bit. Some of them might be a little bit embarrassed, from the history of their religion, and that they're actively trying to pull away from that. But like lying to me and gaslighting me feels more abusive than you just outwardly saying that you think that my skin is sinful. Like if you're racist and you don't like me because I'm black, I'd rather you just say that you don't like me. I won't fuck with you. You don't fuck with me. Like I'm not gonna beg you to like me, but respect me. Don't harm me. I'm not gonna harm you, right? Like respect my right to live. You live over there and I live over here, and then those that can live together, right? But trying to gaslight me into accepting your racism as something holy, that is more abusive to me.
Absolutely. And Mormonism is so good when it comes to gaslighting. Like, that's what they do, right? Because their history of how they came about is literally horrendous. And so that's all they've done all these years since the existence of the church is gaslight people into disregarding how horrendous their history is. And so with that guy who was saying, no, this is what it means, right? Like, he or they were gaslit into that belief. And so they just continue perpetuating that gaslighting at that point. So it's like the mental gymnastics that they do is wild. Because again, like, it's a spirit skin. That does not make it better. It's still skin. It's still, you're saying that a black person has a soul that is dark. How's that better? Like, how is that better? Right?
That's what I said. I was like, he said it was the God's way of helping his chosen identify the wickedness so that they're not influenced by them. So that's the reason that he turned them black. And I was like, you literally are saying that God said, hey, when you see a black person, turn the other way.
Exactly. And then my thing also is, again, with this belief system, right? We go back into the history, into their leaders, who they're like, these are the prophets. They talk to God, right? On a daily basis. Okay, then why did your prophets take away the magical powers that get you into heaven from black people and brown people? If it's just spiritual, right? Or why is it that there's still to this day a belief that white people and brown people shouldn't get married within the religion? Like, why is that? Where does that come from? You know? And so they do try to do the mental gymnastics, yet again, their history says a different story.
Yeah, and it trips me out how, people of color, specifically black people, try to pretend like they don't see racism in this religion.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it drives me crazy. My mother is the same. Like, that is another issue.
There's a rumble outside.
Is it happening?
I think so. The sky is rumbling.
Can you hurry up?
It's thundering.
Get him, Lord.
Get him. But yeah, so like my mother again was like, oh my goodness, YT people are saving me. And with this religion, so she joined the religion and now is not a fan of us melanated people. And her current husband is YT. And so, no, there was a time literally she had to do this like little speech thing at church and talk about like South Africa and like culture, right? And literally in her little speech, she was like, it was the greatest thing when white people showed up to South Africa because they saved us. I was like, Miss Ma'am, say what? No. Apartheid was not like being saved. Like, it's caused so many problems. And then of course she would gaslit me because that's what they do. But yeah, like my mother herself, like believes that whiteness is superior. She does not want me to, even like date any black men or brown men, only strictly white tea. And also when I came to the States, I could not say I was from South Africa and I had to change my name to be more white sounding so that I could have that approximation to white people. And so, yeah, there is a reality of like when brown people join this religion, it is to like fight for their lives in order to be approximate to whiteness. And then their religion solidifies it by stating that when they are judged by Jesus or whoever the fuck, like they will be able to be turned white tea in the next life. So it's like self-hatred.
Right. And this is why I wish that damn song I wrote would go viral, because this is the conversation that's happening right now all over TikTok. And I see. Do y'all hear the thunder?
Yeah, I heard it.
It's thundering bad. But I see people, Black Christians, saying that their God is white, and like they're just admitting it, not hiding it anymore. And then you have other Black Christians who are just finding out that they're worshiping the God of white supremacy, and they're fighting against that, and they're like, no, it's not, it's the God of Black people. I was talking to a young lady yesterday, Friday, and I asked her, like, how are you squaring the circle that the early followers of this religion were in Europe? And she had never thought about that. Like, it never really has dawned on a lot of Black believers that Rome is in Europe. And in fact, there was a guy, a Mexican, on the live yesterday who was like, Rome is not in Europe. Rome is not Europe. And they, because they've told themselves that this religion was stolen from Black people, people of color, and it's surprising them that their book, the very thing that they're claiming was stolen from them, has Europeans in it, because they'll say there's no Europeans in the Bible, and I'm like, well, who the fuck do they think the Romans are?
Yep.
And now they're learning. Now, like, they're realizing who they've been serving this whole time, and they're kind of arguing back and forth with each other. And it's really sad to see people say that they're willing to get that proximity and cast off their identity, their ancestors, their history, and call it salvation. You know, they're basically calling racism, that superiority of whiteness, their salvation. And it reminds me of the Canaanite woman in the Bible where Jesus says, it's not right for me to give the children's food and throw it to the dogs. And she says, yes, master, but she said, yes, Lord, but even the dogs eat the crumbs from their master's table. And she's essentially saying, I am inferior, right, to you, because I am a Canaanite, I am a Gentile, but like, don't we get the crumbs, like what's left over? Don't we eat that? And I see that as the Christians of color who are willing to cast off their identity in order to get that proximity, willing to take the crumbs.
Yep. That's exactly what is happening. Like, again, in the Mormon faith, that's exactly what's happening. Like, again, they keep saying they're Christian. I question that. But, yeah, like, again, it's like, you know what? Like, all I have to do is work a little bit harder than the white tea people, and then I'll be just like them. And God will love me and give me the blessings that I deserve, just like the white tea people. It's exactly what you said. Like, wait, you know, everything. The song that you put on was so good, because again, I was like, that's exactly what is happening. It's like, you know, Black people within like the Mormon faith or within even religion itself are begging for those crumbs, are begging for what? You know, it's very frustrating. And it's so hard also communicating with my no longer existing like white tea friends, especially with the current climate, right? Political climate. It's like they don't understand, right? It's so easy for them to like be so dismissive of the racism, even the sexism, like, because white women really love being chosen. So, but yeah, like you can't have a real conversation because, again, they're like, oh, in the next life it'll be made better, because they're already like getting the goodness of the religion, right? They're getting what they call the blessings of their religion, when it's not even from the religion itself. It's also luck. It's actually luck that they were born white tea, and it's racism.
It's I wouldn't necessarily say luck, chance maybe, but also violence, because a lot of the influence, the wealth that they have, the power that they have, was acquired very violently. A lot of manipulation and gaslighting and deception was put into it as well, in order to brainwash people into believing that they are superior.
Oh, absolutely. And also in the Mormon faith, they believe that like slavery and all the harm done to brown people was deserved because of the wishy-washiness, because we were the fence sitters. And so it was punishment associated with not being the choosers of this plan that God gave us, And so it's so frustrating because these YT people, it's so easy for them to choose things that cause us harm, right? Because they think, okay, well, you're already the fence sitter. And so any harm that comes to you in this life is because of the fact that you weren't a chooser of God and his plan. And so they continue to perpetuate harm still to this day because of the hierarchy of people.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like the excuse that Black Hebrew Israelites say, that slavery was because they because they believe that they are this God's chosen, the Black Hebrew Israelites do, and they excuse slavery away as their punishment for not following the law of the God, for not following the Torah and going after different gods. And so I wonder what they would say, when a Mormon says, oh, the reason why you're black is because you were a fence sitter, versus the reason why and that's why you were enslaved, versus the reason why you were enslaved is because you didn't follow the will of God. But they're both making an excuse and saying that black people deserved it. Yep. And I don't think that black Christians realize that that's what they're saying, that we deserved it. It was what our ancestors went through during the transatlantic slave trade, during apartheid. They're saying, we deserved it, and that what white people did was the will of their God. I don't think they actually understand that that's what they're actually saying.
Yes. And again, because the harm is still being perpetuated, right? And it's so tangible now. And so the fact that they still think this to this day, and that they think that any harm that's perpetuated to our people is deserved, even to this day, which is it's very frustrating. That's why I can't be friends with them, because again, they're it's because you guys were fence sitters, and so you're being hurt currently because you're fence sitters. I'm like, someone hold me back, cause
the fact that in 2025 that they expect people to accept some shit like that as their reality is crazy to me.
Oh yeah, my friend, we've been friends for years, and we went to the Middle East and went to Egypt as one of our destinations. And I was like, I do not love that King Tut's body is displayed as this museum piece, because they had to dig that man up and then display him, and it's gross. And she looked at me like, what do you mean you're acting kind of crazy, And so that was one of the moments I realized, we live very, very different lives, are in different worlds, because you see my people as just clowns, jesters for you to play with, and the harm that's perpetuated to us. You're like, well, that's what God wants for you, And even when I asked her about the whole, the priesthood, which is the magical powers that they believe in, I was like, the priesthood, you need the priesthood to get into heaven. And God was like, brown people, no priesthood for you because you brown and black, right? And so how is that justifiable? And she was like, it's because the people were not ready to like respect black people to have the priesthood power. So God had to take that away from them, which makes no sense, because if God is all powerful and all knowing, why wouldn't he prevent, or why wouldn't he create a world where black people and brown people were capable of holding these magical powers, like in order to get into heaven? And why was he controlled by racism in the world if he's all powerful? It makes no sense.
Right. Well, he is a supremacist in the Bible, right, where he discriminates against anyone not as an Israelite. So, like, it's his character, and I don't necessarily see supremacist minded believers as the ones that are wrong, because that's what this God
Does.
was.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. But it makes me wonder, though, those that believe that they are superior and that they've been given the divine powers, if they look at the state of the world today, do they blame themselves because they're the ones that they consider to be superior and have the divine power? The earth has been, very chaotic since antiquity. Like, we've not had a moment of peace. There's always been war. There's always been famine. There's always been sickness. There's always been greed. It's not ever, even during the times of Jim Crow, during the times of apartheid, there's not been peace, right? They only prioritized themselves to where they made sure that even the top of the pyramid within their own groups were taken care of, and there were still those that, within that hierarchy that went without, right? That was being harmed. And I wonder if they look at themselves and say, our selfishness, caused this. But I don't even know why I'm saying I wonder if they do or they don't, because I'm pretty sure they point downward and say, because you exist, we can't have the world that we want, right? Because you should be in pens, in pig pens, or you should be back enslaved. And if we are able to enslave you again, or if we are able to segregate from y'all again, then we would get the world that we want.
I think because, again, like in Mormonism, there's this belief that there's like this plan, right? Like all these things that we're going through, all that hardship is to test us so that we can prove to God that we're always going to choose him. And so in Mormonism, it's like, it's all about works, right? And so like faith without works is dead, being alone kind of scripture. So they love that scripture. It's like one of the beast ones, right? And so they're like, though we are more righteous, right? Because we chose God, but we're still not righteous enough to be with God, because that's why we're here being tested. And so they still take on all the things that are bad, right? That happen. They're like, well, it's because I'm not faithful enough. So I just need to read my scriptures more, or I need to do more to prove my faith so I can avoid these things. And then when it comes to other people, again, like they are at a deficit, like our people are at a deficit already. And so when we sin or whatever, right, it's already at a deficit. And so we have to work 4 times harder to get the bare minimum. And so when they see this harm that is, majority of it is perpetuated by them to us, they're like, well, God is capable of protecting you, but it's not. And that means that you are deserving of this harm.
Like, so when they murder, they think that their murdering is more righteous or less sinful than a person of color murdering?
Yes.
And
Yes.
what explanation? What explanation? Like, how is it less sinful? Like, it's the same act, taking a life. Why would theirs be less sinful?
I think it's a mix of like general racism in the world and also, of course, the faith. But again, it's because of that deficit. So brown people, black people are born, it's kind of like born of sin, even though Mormons kind of don't believe in that, but they actually do. So like because of the curse of Cain, I like mix those words. The curse of Cain kind of made us evil already. That's why we are dark. And so it's kind of at that point in our blood. And so due to that, they are a little bit more righteous than we are because we are cursed. So we are more evil than they are.
Yeah, I get that, but like that's some serious ass brainwashing for them to say when I kill someone it's not as bad, but when you kill someone it's evil. Like that's some serious brainwashing, right? For somebody to accept that and say, oh, it's okay for white people to murder. It's okay for white people to grape or SA children. It's not as bad, but it's horrible when I do it. Like it reminds me of the David story in the Bible, right? Like where David can commit adultery and commit premeditated murder and covet, and it's not, he doesn't deserve to be stoned, where someone else who is not the chosen deserves to be stoned, or where the God was willing to kill the Abimelech because he's Philistine, and even though he was innocent, the Abimelech being deceived by Abraham was a worse sin than Abraham actually deceiving the Abimelech, and Abraham was the one lying. Like it just reminds me of that, and this I could see how a black believer would be so brainwashed on both ends, whether it's Mormonism or Protestantism or Catholicism or Jehovah Witness, because it's all that supremacy ideology is intertwined within the text and the teachings and the history, and no matter how much people of color try to reinterpret it to see themselves in it, they still fall subject to that supremacist ideology because it's the world that they live in. And there are a lot of people in the world that don't want to let go of that structure, and I think that we are in a time now where people are trying to actively bring that back because that's what they think is right? Like white is right.
Yep, absolutely. And so like that's why like Utah's so red, right? Because again, they're like, we have to save God's people essentially. And then again, like black and brown people they just want their turn, essentially. They want their turn. And Mormonism and all these other religions are promising them that they will have their turn
after death. And that's the crazy thing. Like, oh, when you become white, you can have your turn. Or in eternal life, after you die, you can have your turn. And that's just the way God set it up, right? And so many of us have accepted that as our plight. And to the person in the comments who said, I did not explain the crumbs well, those are the crumbs that I'm referring to. Yeah, I think that person may not know about Matthew 15 and the Canaanite woman. I'm not sure. But those are the crumbs that I'm referring to. Like, people of color accepting that on this during this life, suffering is their salvation. Like that's how they get to eternal life.
Yes. The worshiping of suffering is disgusting. It drives me crazy. Drives me up the wall. And it's really big in Mormonism too. Like the more you suffer, the more, unless you're a white tea person, because you're not supposed to suffer. But for brown people, it's like the more you suffer, the closer you are getting to God, and the more righteous you're being. And it's really gross. I'm not a fan. But yeah, Mormonism is something else, y'all. Something else. I like forget sometimes. Like when I put it in more literal terms, I'm like, wow, like especially when it comes to white tea and like black people, like it's kind of crazy how blunt you can put it. And when you do, it's like I spent like 24 years believing in this, and it's so gross to me, and it's so wrong, and it's so deep, and so yeah, it's wild. It's a wild life. And yeah, we'll definitely have to. I'm gonna drop and give somebody else a chance, but I'll definitely come back because there is so many things when it comes to Mormonism that are very interesting and wrong.
Well, I definitely appreciate this conversation, and I do think that we should have more conversations about Mormonism. It is the one religion that isn't talked about, the one denomination that isn't talked about a lot, but they do hold a lot of influence and power in the world and amongst the politicians and those that hold a lot of the wealth. So I definitely thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Thank you. You too. And also, we have to, next time we chat, we have to talk about women and children and how Mormonism loves to protect pedophiles, because they love to do that, and they do it in a very, very, very good, like they're really good at it. And also they're really good at the trafficking part. And it's all embedded within the religion and the start of the religion and polygamy and all those things. And so, yeah, Mormonism is a wild religion, but they utilize the Bible, the Book of Mormon, to justify their horrors. So, but thank you all for your time. It was wonderful talking to you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a great one.
Of course. And then mods, please drop me.
I got you.
Thank you.
Ty never responded, so I don't know. Ty, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, and 21 and up. Ty, are you in there on purpose or are you asleep, love bug? Not you. I'm talking about Ty, who's a dragon, who's a subscriber. I think they're asleep. No, I don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. See? Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have said that.
You just talk too much. Talk yourself into a hole. Now you about to be gone.
Good morning. Y'all don't get quiet on us. We got about 3 hours to go before people start waking up. But it's a good number of people in here right now, and a good number on YouTube. So we should have some conversations. You say clear skies in Utah? Yeah, it just poured down raining, and the thundering has stopped over here. So, but it's supposed to rain all the way till Friday. Where are you at, Mia? That is lunchtime. Did you see Oso's post?
Yeah, I said I'm gonna arrest his ass.
He got all our faces on that thing. Like, he is a trip.
I'm gonna sue
And the
him.
fact
I'll
that he
see you in
used
court.
huh?
I'm gonna sue his ass. See you in court.
He is a trip. Oh, you work third shift. Oh, okay. You one of our third shifters. Y'all, come on, don't get quiet on me, please. Y'all know Rhea don't like small talk either.
Chad, I'm about to dip. Don't play.
See, and I'm gonna be up here by myself. I ain't finna stay up here by myself and talk to nobody. Somebody better get on this stage and start a conversation, or this live finna go down. Lala had an emergency. I don't know where Selena at.
Is she okay though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, I'll hang out. I'll hang out till somebody else comes. I got a lot of editing to do. Okay.
You said the Christians got raptured. Did you hear this? Did you hear the Rapture songs I made?
No. Can you play them?
Yeah. So I'm gonna play the one that Oso said he liked first. And the nerds chose this one, but the live chose the second one that I'm gonna play. Y'all turn your phones down.
Yeah, and tap the screen. Tap the screen. Let's get the likes up while the music is playing.
Yeah, and then turn your phones down. For those of you that say it's blasting my speakers, music is coming. Go ahead and prepare. But if you like to dance, if you like music, leave that shit up.
The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. The rapture is coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. Buy your VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print won't stay, no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray he actually return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to a low story. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? October 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week. Saying he was gon' show, pastors delete TikToks, trying to pretend you weren't cocky. Stand 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq Lombardi. Believers looking salty, can't explain it well. Don't be a worry, y'all knew they coming next. The rapture is coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far.
Those of you in Chicago, he coming to Washington Park first.
I like that.
That's Oso's favorite. And then the nerds chose that one. The live chose this one.
Gigas and Palette 25, Dictions, are y'all ready this time? The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September rapture's coming. Are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. Buy your VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print don't say no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray. He actually will return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to LO so right. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week, saying he was gon' show. Pastors delete TikToks, trying to pretend you weren't cocky. Stand 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq, long body. Believers looking salty, can't explain it away. But don't worry, y'all, new date coming in May. Yay. The rapture is coming, y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far.
Y'all hear prophet? Y'all hear pressure at the end? No, there is a guy. There's a video of a guy who sold his car. Like he sold a lot of shit, and he is dead set on the rapture happening today. And people are asking him, like, what are you gonna do if you find out like that the rapture doesn't happen? But he said he's 100% sure it's going to happen because he doesn't think Jesus would lie to him, although he has had to walk back the 3 days of darkness, and said that he must have misheard Jesus wrong on that, because there was supposed to be like an eclipse that made the whole earth dark for 3 days. That did not happen. So he's had to walk that back, but he's still 100% sure that the rapture is in fact going to happen today. And he said, like, if it doesn't happen, he will apologize. He will not call himself a prophet anymore, and he will not talk about the rapture ever again, but he will continue believing in Jesus. But he said he doesn't, anticipate him having to do any of that because it's definitely going to happen. But I can play the sound on his video. But what's interesting is that this guy said Jesus told him September 23rd, and then there is a South African pastor who also said Jesus told him September 23rd. So these are two different people who claims Jesus came to them and told them that he was coming back today. Hold on. Let me get his video. I think they're going to start like redefining what rapture actually means, probably.
Yep. That's the next step. They're gonna be like, oh no, maybe it's a transformation. Some shit.
Yeah. As soon as I open his video, the first comment I see is TikTok is going to be funny on Thursday.
Today is September 22nd.
Come on. Why are you buffering?
Today is September 22nd. I'm in Australia. That means I'm 1 day out from September 23rd. The big day we've all been waiting for, to see what will happen. And everyone wants to know, what will I do if the rapture doesn't happen? I've been avoiding it for the most part, but I was always going to address it. I think it might just be the number one most frequently asked question in my comment section these past couple of months, especially these last couple of weeks. For some people, it's been a question of genuine concern. That's very few people though. Genuine concern for me, a small minority of people, which I appreciate. I appreciate those people. For a lot of people, it's been a question of my character. What's he going to do? Is he going to be honest and open and admit that he was deceived? If the 23rd and 24th of September comes and goes by and I'm still here, on the 25th of September, if I'm still here, I will upload an apology video to everyone that I convinced there was going to be a rapture and left them disappointed. I will acknowledge that I was very likely deceived and that I was not hearing from God. I will acknowledge the harm that my videos probably will have caused in the body of Christ. I will do a serious examination of my life these last couple of months to see where I went wrong. And I probably may never talk about the rapture again. So there you go. I hope that answers your question. For those who are calling my character into question, I hope that answers your question. I will be okay. I will not harm myself. At the end of the day, whether the rapture happens or not, I have Jesus Christ in my life. He is my Lord and Savior. If people want to have at me and criticize me, by all means, I'm not going to shut off my comments or anything. I'm going to leave it open for people to say whatever they want to say. Because, I'm sure there's going to be so many people that are going to be hurting. But I just want to make it clear and make it known that I firmly believe with all my heart that there will be a rapture come September 23rd to the 24th. Jesus is coming to get his bride. And it will be the beginning of tribulation. It will be the beginning of calamity, distress, disaster. And the unveiling. The revealing. Revelation. I will also remove the title of prophet because I've claimed I have claimed the office of the prophet, and it is a serious thing to do, and to make a serious error like this, I just have to take it down. It might also be the end of my online ministry. Who knows? We'll see. I doubt people will be able to trust whatever I have to say again. If the rapture doesn't happen. So there you go. For all those people who have just been wondering, what am I going to do? I hope those answer your question. What about the 3 days of darkness? Did it fail? I want to acknowledge fully that I did take part in prophesying about it. Even if I did say I'm not 100% certain whether it'll happen or not. I did say that in just about all my videos about the 3 days of darkness. I've made 3 videos. I did say I'm not 100% certain. But even if I did say that, I acknowledge that I took part in prophesying about it. And so far it hasn't happened. And that's a good thing. I'm glad. I've said in one of my videos, I pray and hope that it doesn't happen. And I want to acknowledge that I may have heard wrong. Still, there's, just about under 48 hours left. And it's still the 21st in most parts of the world, while it's the 22nd for me. So anything could happen between now and September 23rd to the 24th. One thing I will say is that I do love Jesus, and my ministry always comes from a pure heart, a heart to help people get closer to Jesus. All my content is free. All my books, they're free. You can go download them from my Standstill. There's never been really much benefit for me in my ministry other than the fact that people are getting closer to Jesus. I haven't benefited off my videos in any way, really. I haven't made any money from them or anything like that. I know some people have asked me, how much money have you made off or your videos or your ebooks, and it's all free. I really do love Jesus, and I really have given my heart to him, and I've said to him, Lord, I will be a vessel for you in any way, shape or form. I will say whatever you want me to. I will do whatever you want me to. Whatever sacrifice you want me to make, I will do, Lord. I will lay my life down for you. That's just the way that I go about my relationship with Jesus, is that I have fully given him all of my life, and I've said to him, Lord, I'm your vessel. You can use me however you want, whatever way you want. If you tell me to say something, I will say it, no matter the backlash that I may get. If you want me to do something, I'll do it no matter what happens. That's what it means to be a living sacrifice for God, as Paul talks about in Romans 12, is to lay our lives down completely and to give all of our hearts to him, to become vessels for his use. So, yeah, I hope that answers all of your questions regarding the rapture. What will I do if it doesn't happen? And the 3 days of darkness. And, we're I'm 1 day out from September 23rd, because I am ahead of most of the world. So, whatever happens September 23rd to the 24th, one thing I am certain of in my own heart and spirit is that there will be a rapture. Okay, Christ is coming to get his brides. Another thing that I'm certain of is September 23rd to the 24th will change the world forever. It will never be the same again. So take care of yourself, look after yourself, stay close to Jesus.
If he's ahead of most of the world, then today is September 24th, where he is. Let me look at his page and let me see what he's saying about yesterday.
That's so messed up to sit there and acknowledge that you've gotten the wrong information apparently from the Jesus about the one event, but you're still somehow gung ho and saying that this next event is going to happen though. Even though the first one I prophesied about was nonsense, this one is going to work. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah. His name is Tilahun. Tilahun, like Tilahun Desalegn. So Desalegn. That's his name. Let me see. Yes, Magnolia, I did. Okay, so here is okay, so he posted this 2 hours ago. Isn't it funny how the pastors with the big platforms that have been silent on the rapture until now are all of a sudden coming out speaking against it, slandering Brother Joshua, calling him a liar, deceived, a false prophet, mocking and scoffing at all of us who are talking about our blessed hope approaching, absolutely butchering and abusing scripture concerning the end times to mislead their audiences, and at the same time using the trending topic of the rapture to promote themselves and their ministries. I'm talking about the likes of Mike Signorelli, Mike Winger, False Prophet, Ubert, Jonathan Kahn, and more. Talk about wolves in sheep's clothing, but they forget what God says in his word, 1 Corinthians 1:27. But God has chosen the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, and God has chosen the weak things of the world to shame the things which are strong. That's all he said. So I guess it sounds like he's extended it from the 23rd to the 24th. So we have to wait 2 days. Yeah, he's giving himself till the 24th now.
This belief system is so convenient. They just whenever, just make up whatever whenever and just give you whatever date. And then when the shit don't work, oh, just wait a couple of more hours. Oh, okay.
He posted at 12:11 a.m. September 23rd. It just hit September 23rd here in Australia. A new day has come. Like, he posted a screenshot. Let me see if I can show y'all without playing his video. He posted this at 12:11. Brother Joshua is the South African pastor who said that he's going to live stream the rapture today. Let's see. He's excited. This is him saying that he's excited about the rapture trending. Like he hasn't really said much about the fact that he's still here. Is it still September 23rd in Australia, or is it the 24th yet?
I don't know. What's their time difference? I have no
He
clue.
said that he's 20 hours ahead of everybody, I think. Let me see. It is 5:41 p.m. still September 23rd. So most people that predict a rapture say that it will happen around like 6 p.m. at night. So 15 minutes from now, he would be expecting the rapture, I guess.
At this point, I'm like, I wish I was a worse person than I am. I would make so much money off these people. Like, these motherfuckers believe anything. Like, god damn.
Shy, is it 3:41 or 5:41? Because Google is saying it's 5:41 p.m. right now. Well, most of them predict in the evening because it says he would come like a thief in the night. And so most of them in the past have been predicted to happen around 6 p.m. So I'm guessing 15 minutes from now until 6 p.m. Thursday, the 24th. No, Wednesday the 24th, I guess. So yeah, we gotta go through this for 2 days to see if it happens. But why would Jesus give him like a 2-day time frame? If Jesus is going to tell him when he's coming back, why does Jesus say, "Oh, I'll be there, sometime between the 23rd and the 24th"? Why not be like, "I'm coming on the 23rd" or "I'm coming on the 24th"? Like, that's ridiculous.
All that is this man learning from his lies. He was definite, right? I don't know if it's actually gonna happen. After saying, "Oh, this is a revelation that you got," like it's just a loophole. That's all it is, so they can chicken out.
Like he's already walking back the 3 days of darkness thing.
Yeah, that's why he had to add that into the initial time when he gave that prophecy of the 3-day darkness. And he's talking about, well, I did say it probably wouldn't happen. Yeah, nigga, because it wasn't gonna happen. Like,
Joshua M, are you in the box on purpose? Unique, are you in the box on purpose? Theo, I know you are in there on purpose. Give me just a second. Joshua M, are you in there on purpose or on accident? King Mike.
Damn, my bad, Peter. I know. I'm gonna join when I get off this freeway.
Okay, all right, no
I'm
worries.
sorry. Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah, it's something I gotta talk to you about.
Okay, stay safe.
Okay. All right. Yep.
All right, talk to you soon. I love you too.
Okay, bye. All right.
So I guess Joshua M is in there on accident. The only person in the guest box right now is Theo. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist and you're 21 and up, the guest box is open. Shy, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? JMR, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. JMR says, I'm down for zesty little Jesus sashaying down on that little gay cloud. Do they think it's rigid? Sassy trumpets and fucking hula hoops and shit. Okay. All right. The only person in the box, y'all, is Theo. Hey, Theo.
Hello, thanks for bringing me up. And yeah, the only fear mongering that I would actually allow is death itself, but not the rapture. Because what the hell is this bullshit they're spewing out now? Are they trying to get people to be scared just because of some nonsense they spew out? Like, misinformation is rampant and we do not need more misinformation today. But with what you have presented is why are they trying to do this? Like, there is no sense for someone to spread misinformation. Like, this has been done many times. Like, they thought the rapture was gonna happen anytime soon, but of course, why now? Like, another instance is now I've been seeing people posting people flying to the sky. Like, what the hell? Miss Tinker, I don't know. But is this another instance that they want to spread fear?
I don't think that they're trying to spread fear. I think some of them, I think they actually do believe that it's going to happen and it's what they've been hoping for, right? Because like it wouldn't make sense for them to be doing it to spread fear, because they're literally saying that this is the end, right? And they think that they're not going to be here. So I think what we're witnessing is mass psychosis.
Yeah, it bothers me.
Yeah. I think it's bothering a lot of us. It's pretty sad to watch. I actually feel sorry for the guy whose video we just listened to, because again, he sold his car, got rid of his job, and he really believes that it's going to happen. He believes that South Africa. So I was wrong when I said they both got two different prophecies. He heard it from the South African pastor, and then he said Jesus confirmed it to him. And then he has videos on his page where he sees numbers, and one number that he sees is 153, and I think he said John chapter 21 verse 11, he saw the number 153 while he was walking to work one day, and he went to John 21 and he saw that after Jesus resurrected, the disciples caught 153 fish, and so that was confirmation for him. And then yesterday he got a Bible app notification, and guess what scripture he got? Guess what scripture they sent him? And I know how push notifications work, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, I wonder if the people responsible for sending out the push notifications did that shit on purpose because of the 923 prediction that's happening right now. But they sent out Mark 9:23, and he saw that as confirmation. It was something else that he saw as like he's seeing like numbers. Somebody made a video about him and the 9:23 date and was saying that it's rapture isn't biblical, but the video was 19 minutes and 32 seconds long. So he was like, look, 9, 2, and 3, although it's not 9:23, it's a 9, it's a 2, and a 3 in there. So confirmation. Like he's finding things to confirm his bias for the 9:23 date. Yeah.
I see why you feel bad for him. That sounds sad as fuck.
Yeah, and also the fact that this could be hysteria, mass hysteria, and people are easy to believe, especially Christians, when you say something like Jesus would do X, Jesus would do Y, they would easily believe it without proof. And the fact that in the actual rapture,
Theo, are you in class?
No, I'm just in my room. I was done, and my mom goes in sometimes, and I have to pause. Yeah, but
Oh,
I am done with online class, and it's much more believable if the rapture they have, like, they prove evidence, they have evidence to support it. But of course, since Christians can't provide much factual evidence, why would I support such a stupid ideology such as the rapture, when I know I can just search off from my laptop for facts about if ever the rapture is going to happen. I mean, I have a plethora of information, and of course later, after I go down, I would uh open my laptop, like the one in my profile picture, and just be a chill guy and just research what is the rapture and will it ever happen. And of course, credible sources such as Google is free, and the Bible, it will give me a lot of data. And of course, TikTok is not gonna be of help, since it's a rapid spread of misinformation today. And Miss Tinker, I don't know, it's not gonna happen. To me, it will never happen. It's just gonna be one of those false predictions that um old old and dead people have made ever since the 1830s onward. Because I heard that they only added rapture the rapture was invented in 1830s. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know, I just saw that fact of TikTok, but I don't know if it's verifiable, and I don't really know at all. It's actually 3:53 p.m. here in the Philippines, and no rapture is gonna come ever.
yeah. No, I agree. And it is pretty sad, to watch. There was one lady who was making rapture kits and telling people, you know, how to determine like when it will be their turn. She had things color coded. She was telling people don't look down while they're being taken up, so that they don't get sick, as if she had been raptured before.
No, did you hear
Um,
what she referred it to? She told me something. We all know what happened to Lot's wife. I said, what?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh yeah,
I,
I saw that video.
yeah. And it's
And
interesting. It's interesting. Like I said, there are pastors who have a lot of influence, who are responsible for this teaching and spreading this teaching and preaching it, and they're just sitting back watching this mass psychosis happen and not addressing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like how,
yeah,
if they are shepherds that's supposed to be, protecting the flock and guiding the flock, why are they so quiet on this?
A lot of them are probably profiting from it. People are probably, going and making their lives donations. Probably.
And they
maybe
are,
they
and we were asking yesterday, like, what is the point of them, emptying out their savings, selling off their stocks from their 401k, taking that penalty, selling their cars and their houses and giving it to the church, if they think the world is going to end, if they think that they're going to be raptured. Like, why are they giving money to Jesus? That the logic in that just does not
Oh my God,
logic.
Thinker. That made me just remember a comment section I saw where somebody typed in a comment, said, sell everything you have and give it to the poor. And then somebody asked them, so poor people not going to heaven?
Right, right. Like what I don't know where they're like, where their logic lies.
They don't think. They don't think.
Speaking of not thinking, there was a guy that before I went live, I was checking my comments on the I'm black before anything video. A guy had commented yesterday and was like, "No, I was black before I was born. I mean, I was Christian before I was black." And he said, "I'll be Christ. I'll belong to Christ after I'm in the dust." And I said, "You were born black." I said, "You were indoctrinated into Christ, right?" He said, "No, ma'am. I grew up singing 'Yes, Jesus Loves Me' in Sunday school before I started singing the Black National Anthem."
What?
And then yes, and then he quoted Jeremiah 1:5.
Those
And
people.
like, first off, we didn't learn a Black National Anthem in school, so like for you to even bring that up, like, that doesn't make sense. And then saying that you were singing Jesus loves me, you still were black, you still learned. Don't spam my fucking comments, Ruben. Like, you can say that your God is almighty one fucking time, but if you spam my comments, I'm gonna block you. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but
Because you were I'm sorry, Theo. 1 second.
Okay. Sorry, okay.
Like, even if you as a black believer learned about Jesus as a child, even if you were singing 'Yes, Jesus Loves Me' as a child, you still learned that you were black before you learned Christ even existed. Right? Like, you were, and even if you didn't learn it, you were still black before you learned about this Christ. And any black believer that is trying to deny that, like, you are a part of the problem, and a part of this mass psychosis that the black community is currently going through, trying to figure out if they should identify as black or Christian. Go ahead, Theo.
But geez, like even as a Filipino, I would say I would say I am a Filipino, but of course, why the heck would you say you're a Christian first, that rather than black? That's biologically impossible, because the only way you're gonna get introduced to Christianity is by letting others teach you about Christianity. And of course, being black or being white, being a Latino, being anything is first than Christianity. So that would be literally impossible in a chronological timeline of a human being. What the fuck? Seriously, like, that's illogical. That defies the rules of logic and basically timeline itself. Like, for me though, it seems weird that they would post that before checking the logic rules. It's
Ever had logic though, Theo? When have Christians ever used logic? Like, their God is illogical, their belief system is illogical. Like, why would they,
yeah, because it's basically an echo chamber of thoughts.
Hold on for a second. Living in the moment, stop fucking whining. Like, nobody gives a damn. No, nobody cares. And then you saying that you putting in my comments talking about debate me. It's not you wanting to talk about your God. That's you wanting to fucking fight and argue and try to get a win. You don't give a damn about talking about your God. Like, all of y'all, stop fucking typing in all caps in my damn comments. All y'all care about is fucking fighting and arguing. Y'all don't give a damn about understanding or other people's perspectives. Like, it behooves me why believers want to debate all the fucking time. I will let him the fuck up when I feel like it. When I fucking feel like it. When I finish talking to Theo, that's when I will let the next person up.
Miss Tinker, one last thing before I go, so that this guy can get in and basically you knock them off because of the Bible and your extraordinary knowledge. One thing before I go, the rapture is not real, just as how the tooth fairy is not real, Santa Claus is not real, so is the rapture and your Jesus and your God. And after that, please, let the cat down. I mean, let the dust down down. Let the dust down.
No, Theo. No, we're not about to do that. I think Theo comes up here just so he can do that. Let me down. Let me down. I think Theo be sitting there like, what can I go up and talk about so I can sing "Let Me Down"? Did you leave living in the moment? I swear, y'all be some whiny ass people. Kim, are you in the box on purpose, on accident? Golden Cat in the box on purpose or on accident. G Money is asleep.
Hello?
Adham. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
I'm a Muslim, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna take you down. I'm only looking to talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible.
Before you take me time, can I say something?
Nope. Welcome 888.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you for asking.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? In your age, please.
I have been looking into the Bible, far as deconstructing, like I've been following like the passages and looking at the different scriptures and see like how things fit like towards like the timeline that we're living in. Or
do you currently have a belief in the God of the Bible?
Yes, and I do have some thoughts about that.
Okay, and how old are you again? I'm sorry, I don't know if I missed that.
I'm 28.
Okay, Rhea, you want to do this one since the other one wasn't a believer? Or?
Yeah. What topic did you pick?
Oh, it's only one topic.
Oh, well, okay, yeah.
Go ahead, welcome. Maria, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, is there a question that I'm supposed to follow, or are you supposed to ask me or something like that? Because I don't know. I was kind of waiting on you guys.
Well, yeah, pretty much the prompt. Well, she's saying, Thinker's saying this is pretty much one topic, right? But there are a few points. Who has the right Jesus? Specifically referring to the rapture.
Okay, so far as the rapture goes, I just feel like if you're a part of Christianity, like if you believe in Christianity, if you do have discrepancies far as like, what you believe in, what you don't consider as a part of religion, I feel like there is a rapture there, like in the midst of like the conversation, because here's my understanding. I've been following Christ and I've been trying to get a better understanding of where like I relate to far as Christianity or religion or spirituality or whatever you want to call it. And then I kind of find myself asking questions as well. And I feel like that's where the rapture comes in, because if you start like questioning, you want to know more, you want to learn about where did this come from, like why did this happen and stuff like that. So I just feel like clarity brings more substance than just, reading the scripture or following along where you think your sins are, where you think your sins are at, because some people do, they read the Bible just for their sins. But I just think it's more than just that, just reading the Bible and then just finding out just that. So I'm just trying to figure out like where you guys perspective is coming from, because when we speak of the rapture, do you speak of, okay, well, I did wrong, am I caught up in that? Or are you speaking of like, all together as people, as souls, as everybody, what I'm saying, that lives in this world?
Yeah, we wouldn't be talking about any of that. It's just asking, like, in the different denominations of the believers that are supposed to be raptured, who's right about what that day is supposed to look like, or who's right about their prophecies and all of that? Because it seems like everyone is just kind of going with the flow of whatever they can come up with.
So that's what I also wanted to ask. What do you mean by that? Like just going with it? Because the teaching that I was taught, and I grew up in Pentecost. Well, I grew up in like a Zion church, then I transferred to a Pentecostal church. I mean, I've been under like different denominations. So I'm asking you all, what's the appropriate denomination that you should be under? That
Oh, yeah. So you're probably not familiar with the space. We're not believers.
Oh, I didn't know. See, I'm learning something right now. I didn't know that.
Right, yeah. So we're not believers, so we wouldn't be able to recommend any of that for you. None of them, in my opinion, should be paid attention to at all. But so we're not believers, so I don't know.
So are we trying to figure out like if the rapture
I'm
is
sorry. What
happening
what what
today?
what did you come up for?
Huh?
What was the reason that you came up?
I think she was talking about her, like, our perspective on, like, what denomination is the right one. Like, we're not believers, so.
No, I wasn't asking about denomination. You said who has the right teaching of Jesus. I was wondering like if that's what you guys were talking about, like what denomination that you fall
Yeah,
under.
yeah, I repeated twice that we're saying, like, concerning the rapture and how everyone sees it, who is right about it? Like,
So
I'm
what?
confused.
So what I'm asking is like, what about the rapture? Are you specifically asking? Is it regarding to the sin that you're in, or is it regarding to all people? Does it matter to what religion that you're in? If you do or don't believe, like that's what I'm asking you, so I can get further clarification on.
Living in
I'm
the
not.
moment, nobody gives a fuck.
Oh,
Like
does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
So what I'm saying is, you're saying, so for the non-believers, some people don't believe in a rapture, but we all can agree that after we die, we do have a judgment, whether we go what place or wherever, or whatever happens in
No,
the afterlife.
no,
Correct.
no, no,
So we don't believe,
no,
that it's something that happens in the afterlife.
why is
no.
there a we?
Right.
So what do you believe that happens in the afterlife? So this is the questions that I want to get into, because I feel like this is like
No,
important.
talk
I
about the
want to
topic.
get.
Right.
No, you can't come up here and change the topic. Like, what is this? The
No, I'm
topic
not trying to
is
change the
you
topic.
are
I'm saying
changing the topic. Like, this isn't a Q&A for me and Rhea. There's a topic to discuss, and the topic is who has the correct teaching regarding the rapture. from Jesus. Like that's the topic. If you don't have enough information about what you were taught about the rapture, and you can't talk about that, then we have to move on to somebody else. Are you there? She said, that's what I want to talk about. Go start a live and talk about it.
Maybe it's so weird.
Toya and some. Toya. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 20.
Can you read?
Yeah, why?
It says you have to be 21. Kim, and Golden Cat. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Do not type in all caps in my comments. Toaster Pirate, how are you? Toaster Pirate?
I'm sorry. I had something else started. I had to mute something. I would. I'm 36 years old. I'm sorry.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I would like to talk about the rapture and the sunk cost fallacy. You were talking.
Well, the topic is who has the right teaching of Jesus regarding the rapture.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought those were three separate. I'm sorry. I can go down.
Okay. Thank you. Just to let y'all know how the live works, so we have a lot of atheists in here. If you want to come up and you want to go off topic, you do have to subscribe to the live, and you can do that by hitting the orange star next to the comment where you make a comment. When you become a nerd, then you can come up and talk about, deconstruction, or like you just can't talk about your personal life unless you are like a dragon or something like that. I don't want to be dragging to everybody's personal life. It's not my mic, it's TikTok Studio. But if you want the ability to do that, you're not a subscriber. Like you're a subscriber has a different badge than what you have. Like the nerd badge that you have just means that you became a fan. A paid subscriber has a different nerd badge, and they can come up and like go take us off topic. That's one of the benefits of being a subscriber. Just want to let y'all know how it works in here. If the mods can not get on them, but stay on, not on top of them, but mute the corn bots. They're coming in pretty fast. Thank y'all. Welcome 88. You're back in the request box. I don't know. Did you leave on accident or on purpose? Donna?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I didn't mean to come up. I'm an atheist.
No worries. Okay, no worries.
What
I
is
can
the
take you
rapture
down.
anyway?
Huh?
What is the rapture?
It's something that believers are waiting for. But I'll take you down, okay?
Okay.
Have a good one. Golden Cat, I see you back in the request. Did you request on accident or on purpose? Rhea, go ahead. She said she left on accident.
Yeah, I left on accident. I didn't really mean to do that. I had to like switch over for a second, but I do want to consider what the last person said. I don't know who said it. I don't know if they were in the top box.
No, I don't want you to address what someone else said. They're not here. Have your own conversation regarding the topic, please.
So my stance was I was just trying to figure out like what do the non-believers believe, because I don't want to come off as offensive to you guys.
We don't care about you offending us because we're probably going to offend you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like this is grown folks talking.
Right,
if you could
right,
just
okay.
address the topic, please.
So who has the right teaching? Who has the right teaching of Jesus? Is that the topic
regarding the rapture?
Regarding the rapture. So my question to the non-believers is what do you consider?
Why are you starting off with a question?
Because I want to know, like, where everybody is comfortable at with this. I wouldn't say an argument.
Hey, welcome.
Oh, okay.
This is a lot, right? Like this is way too much.
I'm so sorry about it. I'm not trying to bring one.
Don't talk while I'm talking. That's one of the rules of the live. Okay, like there shouldn't be two voices going at the same time. We are all adults in here, and we can handle uncomfortable conversations in here. I don't know what type of conversation you're used to having, but in here, these are grown folks talking. I don't know how many times we can say to address the topic. The topic isn't you coming up and questioning us about why we don't believe what we believe. The topic is who has the right teachings about the rapture. That's the topic. If you can address that, then you can stay on stage. If not, then I have to move on to the next person.
Okay, yeah, there's no problem. I don't find any fault in that at all. But I'm saying to provide that information, I wanted to know, because we can say the rapture mean anything, you know what I'm saying? We can say that it can be between who's right and who's wrong, or who's saved and who's not saved, who's sinned the most.
Figure it out, and then come back when you figure it out. We're not going to do that on stage.
What?
I don't know what the hell that was. Like, that was just ridiculous.
Oh man, that was so boring.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 28.
All right, Bria.
I'm 28.
Oh, child, I don't know if I have the energy for that. Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic? You came in here with a lot of energy.
On a mission. No, didn't see the videos. My thing is, yeah, I think God is really cool, and
Is that the topic?
I think you guys should follow God.
Excuse me, can you read?
Yeah.
At your age?
Oh,
what does the
is God
topic say?
evil? No, I don't think Jesus is evil.
What?
Why?
What are the
Good,
words
evil?
on the screen? What are the words on the screen saying? All of the words.
Who has the right teaching of Jesus? Rapture, today. Rapture, I think it's just, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It doesn't make you saved or not. It's just opinion. So.
What?
It's just an opinion. Like, some people believe it, some people don't believe it. It doesn't matter.
What is an opinion?
After rapture, is it pre-trib, post-trib? This is just little stuff we debate over. It doesn't have any meaning on salvation.
What did you come up here for?
The prompt. Who has the right Jesus? Yeah.
So in Jesus' teachings, as a Christian, the question is asking who is right when we have all these prophecies and all these ideas of what the rapture is supposed to sound like. Sometimes they're completely different for what Jesus said he's going to be. I mean, what it's going to be when he comes back. So who's right? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know. because it's just
Okay.
different opinions, like how people read it.
Right. I literally just said that.
I'm sorry, I took him down. I can't. Like, don't come up here if you're not going to talk about the topic. Like, you're not going to be able to change it to what you want it to be. Do not request. I'm not bringing you back up. Do not come up here if you cannot talk about the topic on the screen. No, you can't. And whine about it in somebody else's live. You cannot type in all caps in my live. Ruben?
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
How's your night going so far?
How old are you?
48.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Yes, I believe in Christ, yes.
Okay. Rhea, I don't know if you want to try again.
No, that's okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. Like, the last two were bust.
It's okay.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, it says in the Bible that when God's children is known, when God is known all over the world, that's when God will come back for his people. And it also talks about the last days before the rapture, the birth pains. It says in the last days there will be famine, there will be women will abandon their children, children will become more rude, and things like that. So we're in the last days, but God's last days are different than ours, because a day to us is like 1,000 years to him. You know what I mean? So, but no, he's coming back for his people, and we don't know exactly what time. God only knows. Jesus himself don't know, but God knows when he's coming back.
Does Jesus say that there's going to be a rapture?
Yes.
Where does he say that at?
He says it that it's the coming back, which is a rapture.
That's not a rapture.
Yeah, that's a rapture.
A rapture is you being taken up. Stop talking while I'm talking. A rapture is when you are being taken up to heaven.
Yeah,
right?
That's when he's come back for us.
Yes. Where does Jesus say that?
Well, he says that in Revelations. He'll say it in
Matthew.
Where?
Revelation what?
I'll get the I gotta get the verses for you, but
okay.
I gotta look at my book.
Okay, go ahead and get the verses first before you keep talking.
Let me give me a minute. Go ahead and continue talking to somebody else. I gotta look for the scripture.
Go ahead. Go on mute and get the. I'm gonna put you on mute.
You need to give us permission for that. Oh. Anyway, Thinker, I love you. I hate to leave you here alone, but live tomorrow. I will see you when I see you.
Okay, thank you. I was just thinking about that when I was in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Get some rest.
All right. Have a good one. Get some rest at some point. I don't know. These people are crazy.
All right. Little Christ, if you keep requesting, I'm going to block you. I've already told you no. Okay? Thank you, Rhea. Go start a live. No. God damn, y'all are annoying as fuck and disrespectful. You have to check back in, because if you're gone too long, TikTok will take you down. Ruben, you have to come back periodically so TikTok does not disconnect you.
Okay, yes, I'll come back to get that for you. Let me get all the scriptures together, and then I'll get that for you.
All right. right, now you got yourself blocked. Don't come in here and promote yourself, especially if you're not a nerd. You're gone. No, he said he had to get the scriptures and he'll be back. Farah?
Hi, it's Farah.
Farah, hi, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm 41 and I'm agnostic.
Do you believe in the God of the Bible? Are you agnostic atheist or do you just believe that there is a God and not sure who it is?
I don't really know. I'm still deconstructing.
You're deconstructing from the God of the Bible?
I mean, I've deconstructed, but I'm still like, I guess, kind of open if anyone could prove not God of the Bible, but a God.
Yeah, that's not this live. Like, we're not believers. So I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to take you down. I hope you have a good rest of the morning, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Progress of addiction?
Say again, sorry.
Hi, how are you?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist?
No, I'm 31 and I believe in Jesus Christ.
All right, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I believe Jesus is good. He saved my life, so...
I'm sorry, the topic says who has the right teachings of Jesus for the rapture?
No one. There's nobody on this earth that's got the right teachings for the rapture. Zero. Only the Father knows.
You believe there is a rapture?
I believe that, you see, I don't really like giving myself false hope. So I just think one day if I go, I go. And if I don't, if I go through the tribulation, then I have to go through the tribulation. I'm prepared for any,
So the answer is no, you don't believe that there's a rapture?
Well, it does say in the Bible that we will go up to meet the Lord in the air. So, but it's then it says it's the 144,000 that will. So the ones that have never committed sin, and I'm not one of them people.
So you do believe in a rapture?
I do believe that there will be a rapture, yeah. But
why did it take you so long to say yes? You believe that there is a rapture?
Because I don't like giving myself false hope. I don't understand whether there's a lot of people that say yeah, and there's a lot of people that say no, and there is a lot of scripture in the Bible that says we will be raptured, and then there's a lot of scripture in the Bible that says we won't be.
Yeah, but I'm not asking what other people think. I'm asking what you believe. And so basing your answer based off of what other people would have said is kind of weird.
Yeah,
and you do. I'm sorry, one second. I'm talking right now. You do believe that there is a rapture. You said no one has the right teachings, but yet you still hold a belief that there is a rapture. That's also weird to me.
Right, because my thought on the rapture is, I think we're going to have to go through the 7-year tribulation and then we'll get raptured.
I get that that's what you believe, but you also started off by saying no one has the correct teaching.
Well, they don't have the day or the hour, no.
I didn't ask about the day or the hour. I asked who has the right teaching.
Yeah, but it says there the 9th of the 23rd, 25. That's the day.
But am I asking you if that's the correct day?
No, it's not the correct day.
No, did I ask you that?
No, you didn't.
Like, I don't understand this. Like, when believers answer questions that I didn't ask, and then they don't answer the questions that I am asking. In very bright letters, it says, "Who has the right teaching of Jesus regarding the rapture?" Right, and I iterated that to you twice. You stated that no one knows, right? No one has the right teaching, but yet you do believe that there is a rapture. You believe in the 7 years of tribulation. So obviously you think someone has the right teaching for you to believe that. One second. Ruben, no one's going to read those scriptures typed in the chat, right? Like the purpose of you leaving was to go get them and come back and share them on stage. I promise you no one's going to engage with that in the chat. Go ahead.
Right, so it's an hard one. It's an hard one. Through reading the Book of Revelation, I genuinely think that there will be a rapture. But what I was trying to say is that I don't know whether I will be in the rapture. That's what I meant.
No, I'm asking who has the right teaching regarding the rapture.
Bible. The Bible, that's it. There's nobody on the planet that's telling the truth to the right teaching. I just think you read the Bible and just make your own mind up on it.
You said the Bible says no one has the right truth?
Well, Jesus does. Jesus has the right teaching.
Are you okay? Did you hear what you just said?
Well, you're asking me who's got the right teaching, so you want me to pick out a human on the earth that's making videos on it? Is that what you mean? Or do you want me to pick somebody out of the Bible that has the right teaching?
Are they here today teaching you?
No, there's nobody here today teaching me about it, no.
So why would I ask you about somebody in the Bible?
Right, so who do you mean then who's got the right teaching? You have to be...
Who teaches about the rapture? Who taught you about the rapture?
The Bible did.
The Bible opened its mouth and taught you about the rapture?
When you read the Bible, it teaches you through the Holy Spirit.
Where is the rapture mentioned in the Bible?
It says the people will be called up to meet the Lord in the air.
And that means a rapture?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Well, what does it mean?
What is that word caught up there? What does that mean?
The people will be called up to meet the Lord in the air.
Yeah. Do you remember when Peter was called up or snatched or harpazo after he baptized the Ethiopian eunuch?
Go on.
No, I'm asking, do you remember that?
No, I'm not 100% on that, but go on.
So the Bible teaches you, but the Bible didn't teach you about Peter being called up?
I received the Holy Spirit 8 months ago, so I'm still reading and stuff. I'm still learning. So I'm not like one of these scholar guys, you know what I mean? I just know that I met Jesus
Philip.
Christ and he saved my life.
But I'm saying, like, you know, the Holy Spirit has taught you about this rapture, but it didn't teach you about Philip being raptured or whatever y'all are using. I'm sorry. Don't talk while I'm talking, please. The same phrase, right? Caught up, or the Greek term harpazo is used when Philip is snatched by the Holy Spirit and teleported from one place to the other after he baptized the Ethiopian eunuch. So if it doesn't mean raptured when it happens to Philip, how does it mean raptured in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4?
How does it mean raptured? It doesn't. The word rapture isn't in the Bible.
Right, and I think I just explained to you what word is used in the Greek for caught up or called up. It's harpazo, and it's the same word that is used when Philip was teleported from one place to the next. And so my question is, how does that word mean raptured up into the heavens if it does not mean that when it was applied to Philip?
I'm not sure, man, to be honest with you. I can't answer that question because I don't know and I don't want to make something up, you know what I mean?
Well, thank you for coming up, okay?
God bless you, sir.
I don't want your God's blessings. I think your God is a dick. This is getting ridiculous. Brenton, you waited in line. You waited in line to do that, Brenton. Like you're that sad of a person that you waited 30 fucking minutes to do that. And I guarantee you did that for Jesus. And what that says to me is that Jesus isn't satisfying you, right? Jesus hasn't given you anything better to do. That you waited 30 minutes to come on stage and make a fucking snoring noise. And you just confirm for over 700 people, with probably 500 of them atheists, that your God is worthless. I hope you know that. Guys, do not use caps in the comments. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. Don't do it. Like, y'all are getting muted left and right tonight. I don't want y'all to be muted. But if you type in all caps, you will be muted. Golden Cat, are you in the box on purpose or on accident, love bug? Spy to the Sky?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Doing all right. And yourself?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
30, and I am a believer, but doing some deconstructing for sure.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
The first thing that came to mind is just kind of the South African preacher that I guess made that claim a little while ago about the rapture coming today or tomorrow, something like that. But I'm not exactly sure who has the right teaching, unfortunately.
What were you taught about the rapture, and what do you believe about it?
I was taught that I was taught several things. I was taught that we were all only people who were believers were going to be all caught up in the rapture, and if you didn't get caught up, then you were going to stay here on earth. It's kind of like a scare tactic, looking back at it now.
So you no longer believe that now, or?
No, I don't think I ever really believed it. But like I said, I do believe in God, but definitely trying to kind of do the deconstructing. I came up to ask you a question too, if I may.
I actually do not answer random questions from the chat unless you are a community member.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits of the community, right? But you're more than welcome to discuss the topic that we are discussing.
Okay. I guess I'll just go on down. I don't really have much to say about the topic.
Okay. Thank you for coming up. Have a good day. Y'all, I do know that I realize that there are several people in active deconstruction, and you may have questions that things that are on your mind that you want to talk about. That is one of the benefits of the community here. We have a private Discord where people post questions, discussions, experiences that they may have while they're going through active deconstruction. You can join the community by pressing the gold star next to the comment box. As a nerd, which if you look at the badges in the chat, there are some people who have a nerd badge with an orange ring around it. Those are community members, paid subscribers. They do get stage priority, and then they do have the benefit of coming on stage and asking off-topic questions, whether it's research, whether it's deconstruction related. But I do reserve that only for community members. I don't just allow that for everybody that comes into the live. But anyone that comes into the live who is either a active believer in the God that we are discussing, deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, or an atheist can participate in the conversation. You can come on stage as long as you're 21 and up and participate in whatever topic we are discussing. Just make sure that you keep it to the topic if you're not a nerd and a paid nerd. Some of you have a nerd badge with the new TikTok update because you have followed my account, followed my live. That doesn't come with benefits. I do appreciate you for subscribing, for following the live, but I want to make sure y'all understand that the paid subscribers get the stage priority with the nerd badges, and that's just one to make sure that I'm not putting myself in everybody's business. Eric Tweed.
Yeah.
Trina, I don't see you in the request. It has you in the request.
Oh, sorry.
No, not you. Not you. 1 second. I don't see you in the request, Trina. So it's okay.
Yeah.
How old are you?
45.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
No, I'm an atheist, and I was born Catholic.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah. I don't like that people are pushing the Christianity on
Is that
people.
the topic? Is that the topic? Do you see the topic on the post?
Yeah, and I think that is like that has to deal with the topic.
It doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't. Yeah, you can argue with yourself in the comments. This is ridiculous. Like y'all are not gonna be able to come up here and force me to talk about what you want to talk about. Like, no. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist and you want to talk about the topic, which is who has the right teachings regarding the rapture, and whether Jesus is, whether his teachings regarding the rapture, the idea of the rapture is good or evil. The guest box is open. Right, like, goodness gracious, the way they've been acting today, I'm hoping the rapture happened. Like, I think I just dropped, like, what, 5-6 people back to back? Like, that's crazy. Don't get our hopes up, Carrie. I saw a video where a lady just put random clothes out in her front yard and was like, well, Jesus already took my whole family. That Mrs. Coffee, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, since I'm the only host here, I'm going to give y'all 15 minutes to get a conversation started, hopefully. Because y'all know I can't do small talk too long. It goes against my whole entire being. No, I'm joking. I can't do small talk for too long. There's nobody else on stage with me. So hopefully we can get a conversation going within the next 15 minutes. If not, then we'll call it a day. Let's see. It's supposed to be today, not tomorrow. Today. Lady Red Showtime. It still would be me small talking, Lowen, and like it still would be the same thing. Like when I say like 15 minutes to get a conversation going, I mean like a conversation with the intent, like but from the intention of why I'm live, right? If I'm gonna hang out with friends, I'm gonna do that, not having to be on live or talk to y'all like in Discord and stuff. Lady
Hello.
Red Showtime. Hi, how are you?
Hello, everyone. How is everyone?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
I am a believer, and I'm 52 years old.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I'm wondering who possessed a day when the Bible that I've read, no one knows the day nor the hour when all of this stuff is going to happen. So where did this date come from?
It came from a South African preacher, but the topic is who has the right teachings regarding the rapture from Jesus.
When you say who
Jesus doesn't teach about a rapture. Who? Which one of you Christians? Which one of y'all Christians are teaching the right thing regarding a rapture?
You mean what denomination?
It doesn't matter if it's a denomination or not. Who is teaching the right thing about a rapture?
I guess that's why I joined your live, because I'm confused. I know there's so many philosophies of the Bible, but I read King James. So each denomination have their own concept, but the Bible is the Bible. Now do
you believe that you have the right teaching regarding the rapture? That you believe the right thing?
I believe what the Bible's King James say about the rapture. I believe in that.
Right. So do you believe, Lady Red, since you read King James, do you believe that you have the right teaching regarding the rapture?
I do. I think I have the right understanding of it. And I think you made or someone else made the statement, I wish Jesus just come back now. I do.
I do.
The world is just horrific.
It's not horrific to me. I said I wish that he would come back and get his believers.
Yes. And if you and I tell believers,
but I didn't ask you that, right? Like no. The topic is who has the right. Like this is why I wish Jesus would come back and get y'all like soon. I shouldn't have to babysit grown adults and teach grown adults how to have a discussion, right? Centered around a topic. But the last 7 people who have come up, I've had to do that. And I'm feeling like a kindergarten, like a preschool teacher saying, no, stop that. Put that down. Don't touch that. I shouldn't have to do that, especially at damn near 4 o'clock in the morning. But the topic is, no, wait. I'm topic. No, not here. They don't. The topic is, who has the right teachings regarding Jesus. Now, we've gotten to the point to where you understand that I'm asking whether you, as a believer, believe or think that you have the right teaching regarding the rapture. Right now, let's talk about that. What is it that you are saying is the right teaching regarding the rapture?
You said, what is the right teaching? Maybe I'm confused, and I know based on your tone, you don't have at this time of morning wanted to collaborate on it. So I don't want to waste your time nor your viewers' time. I'm just confused, but I am ready for the rapture, and you can excuse me. You can exit me out.
Hey, we're gonna rapture you up right now. Go be with Jesus. Pray really hard, Lady Red, that he comes back today. Okay. Okay? Really, really hard. I don't give a damn if you think I'm hateful or not. Y'all motherfuckers are irritating. Y'all are irritating. You expect to do whatever the fuck you want to do to anybody. You don't know how to respect boundaries. You're not used to a motherfucker putting boundaries up and telling your ass no. You can think I'm hateful. I could give less than 2 fucks. You'll be raptured anyway. And I won't have to worry about you whining about my boundaries. How about that? Rios? Rios, are you there? Okay. All right, y'all. 9-minute countdown. Yeah, Dilbert, I am talking about respect. Y'all don't know what respect is. You don't even know what a God is. You don't even know what your Bible says. Like, I had a conversation today with a believer who it had not dawned on her that your God expects you to forgive a motherfucker that even he won't forgive. That your God expects you to do some shit that he won't even do. The same motherfucker that your God will not forgive for blaspheming against his Holy Spirit, you are expected to forgive that human. You are expected to love that human. Your God doesn't even have the power to do the shit that he expects you to do. This is why y'all don't understand respect. You don't understand boundaries because your Jesus told you to let anybody abuse you and you fucking love them. You fucking hug them. You don't know how to say, no, motherfucker, I don't want you in my circle. You are abusive. No, motherfucker, you can't do that to me. I said no. You don't know how to do it. You don't know how to accept it. So you think boundaries is disrespect. Of course it's evil in here. You might as well call me Jezebel. Especially to you men who are not used to women telling your ass no. It's about to get a little bit more evil in here.
Tap that screen for Jezebel. Tap, tap. Think alive and breaking spells. Let's go. They cry in caves like Elijah did. Ooh. But my chat's the cave where the truth gon' live. Tap, 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 that's two, tap, 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 that's two, 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 tap, that's two, 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 tap, that's two. Tap that screen for Jezebel. Tap, tap, tap. Think alive and breaking spells. Let's go. They cry in caves like Elijah did. But my chat's the cave where the truth gon' live. They scream you a demon when I drop facts. The demons meant wisdom way before that. Mary wrote the stories just to make you scared. Now every bold woman's evil if she don't play fair. In my comments they run trying to save my soul. Quoting scriptures out of context, same old scroll. But we laughing in the chat, yeah we know the deal. It's just patriarchy shook when the queen's too real. Tap that screen for Jezebel. Tap, tap, tap. Think alive and breaking spells. Let's go. They cry in caves like Elijah did. But my chest's the cave where the truth gon' live. I'm the new Jezebel, not their cartoon witch. They flip my name 'cause my power made men.
Okay, looker. Thank you.
Baby, that's their choice. So keep tapping, keep sharing, flood the vibe with flames. Every demon comment just proves my name. I ain't running from the lies. I flip the spell. Think it's live and she the new Jezebel. Tap that screen for Jezebel. Tap, tap, tap. Think alive and breaking spell. Share it out. They cry in caves like Elijah did. But my chat's the cave where the truth gon' live.
Y'all can keep whining and crying, but it ain't gonna change because I am who I am. And Jezebel is my name. I could give less than a fuck about your motherfucking ego. If you come on stage, it is to have a conversation about the topic. I am not here to be your friend. I'm not here to fall in love with you. Understand? It is a conversation. And when you leave, I won't even remember you. And you probably won't remember me. Okay? Red Jen? They might. A defiance mechanism. I swear, y'all, like, who's supposed to be bowing down to your ass? Huh? Who's supposed to be bowing down to you? Like, that's the problem. Your God done fucking fucked your mind up and told you that you some fucking god or some king. And now you in my chat whining. You want the scrub song? Yeah, I'm trying to get the guest box to open up. It's taking a long time, but here you go. This is for you, Learn Good. I put your name in here just for you, because I'm a prophet.
Yeah, Scrub is a guy who thinks he's God. He's also known as a liar. Always preaching about the Holy Ghost, but he broke and still begging for tithes, bruh. And so, no, I don't want your fruit word. And no, I don't wanna follow you. And no, I don't wanna get your number. And no, tell me, is your God outside of time? I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a guy that believes in magical trees, hanging out the passenger side in his chariot ride, trying to indoctrinate me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy who can think critically through quite enough to book with pride, but can't justify why his God stays ghosting me. So what if you read Paul? He gaslit y'all, now you gaslight me. Saying doubt is a sin, but questioning's where the truth begins. You just mad cause I broke free. Keep your altar calls, keep your guilt trips and your threats of fire, cause the same old song, it's tired, it's played. And I ain't buying your eternal life flyer. Yeah. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that believes in magical trees, hanging out the passenger side in his chariot ride, trying to indoctrinate me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy who can think critically, writing out the book with pride, but can't justify why his God stays ghosting me. Y'all, tap the screen for thinker. If you tired of these scrubs trying to save us, share this live out. Let everybody know we ain't following no broke ass theology. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that believes in magical trees, hanging out the passenger side in his chariot ride, trying to indoctrinate me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy who can think critically, putting out the book with pride, but can't justify why his God stays ghosting me.
Reality. I don't sing my own songs because I'm not interested in singing anymore. Writing is cool for me, and then I'm just focused on helping my daughter with her career. The hook on that song was written by two nerds, by Yala and Sandra is bored but not bothered, and then I wrote the verses for that song. But the rest of the songs I wrote myself. Secret? Hello, Secret? Thank you, King Mike. Thank you, Cece. I appreciate you. Ooh, Barry. Barry, where are you at? Like, sound like you're on the top of a mountain somewhere. Did you come up on accident, Barry? Like your background is hella loud. Barry, are you there? Are you able to? I don't know if you came up on purpose or not. I'm gonna take it down, Barry, because your background is very loud. Try to come back when you're in a more quieter place. Thank you, Darren. Seaburn?
Yeah. Yes.
Hi.
You have a really nice mic.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist? And your age, please.
My age is 26. I believe, I guess I believe in God, but not really in the Bible.
Okay. So I am looking to only talk to people who are believers in the God of the Bible, deconstructing from that God, or atheists, okay?
Wait, so what do you mean? Like, do you
I'm
believe
only
in?
looking to talk with people who currently have a belief in the God of the Bible, who are either deconstructing their belief in that God or atheists. So I'm gonna take you down and move you back to the chat, okay? Have a good rest of the day.
Okay.
Thank you. Michael?
Yes.
Oh, what's funny?
No, because you said Michael. I created a Michael Jackson page.
Oh, okay. Can I get your age, please?
60.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
No, I'm not an atheist. But, I believe in the spirits. I don't believe in the so-called God. And definitely not the Bible. I definitely don't believe in that. I read it. I was raised as a Jehovah.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt. Did you hear what I told the last guest?
No, I just jumped on.
Oh, okay. I only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are actively deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
Well, can I ask you one question?
No, I only talk to those three types of people, okay?
How do you learn if you only talk to...
I'm not a teacher. You can research, you can read books, you can go to school. I'm not a teacher. Yep, and that's what makes me evil. Is it magnanimous? Magnanimous. Goodness gracious. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I get your age, please?
53.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
God of the Bible, I would say yes.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I on the Bible part of it, it says you will not know the hour or moment of something. I don't have the right quote, but it's like we're never supposed to know when God's coming back or when Jesus is coming back. That's part of the Bible. So
yeah, so him coming back versus a rapture, though, are two different things, right? So the book definitely talks about his return, but does it teach that you will be raptured as a believer?
I don't know. I've heard it in many different concepts, but I never really saw it in the Bible.
Do you believe in a rapture?
The word rapture. I don't know. I guess not, but I'm not for sure what it's really supposed to be, I guess, because I always thought rapture was the coming of the Christ. Right before the coming of the Christ, he's come back and take all his people. That's what I thought the rapture was. Am I wrong?
Well, that is the concept of a rapture, him coming back and taking his people with him, but that's not biblical though. What Jesus actually says is that the sinners are going to be taken off of the earth and destroyed, like sent to the valley where they judged people in Jerusalem, and then his followers will stay on earth and build the new earth with him. He doesn't actually teach this concept of coming back and taking his people back to heaven with him.
No.
Like as a
Right,
believer, you said that's right.
I believe you're right. I don't remember. I mean, in Revelation they talk about hiding in caves and things of that nature, but I've never seen it. It's like, oh, I'm, and that Jesus will come back. He's risen. He's in heaven. That he's with God, and that he's going to come back and get the rest of his followers.
And when you say come back and get, what do you mean by that? Get them and do what?
I must admit, my brain is a little foggy right now. Had all this thing in my head. It's just, I guess it's a. That he's going to save all his people. It talked about raising of the dead, raising of everybody will rise up that has believed in him. Sounds kind of weird that I'm saying it out loud, I guess.
I think like the main thing that I'm interested in after the conversations tonight is why believers have a hope in something that they barely can articulate or understand.
Yeah, I understand. I'm kind of curious of what, I guess when I first saw you thing where it says Rapture is going to be September 23rd, which I guess it is now. So, and where all this is coming from, when we're not supposed to know the hour of the day or the day, and all of a sudden we get all these predictions like, oh, it's going to happen this day, it's going to happen that day. I mean, how many times is Jesus coming back that has gone and passed?
Right. And so when Jesus says no one knows the hour or time of day, he's talking about the kingdom of Israel being restored to Israel, right? But believers, or I would say Western Christians, apply that to this concept of a rapture, you know, of this Jesus character coming back and snatching all of his followers off of the earth and taking them to some heaven or some new earth, right? But that's not what the Bible is talking about. Like, Jesus's mission in this book was to come and restore the kingdom of Israel under one king, right? The north was dispersed throughout the four corners of the earth, and then Judah was dispersed around 70 AD. During that time, Judah, the tribe of Judah, which are identified as Jews in the Bible, were divided. There were different sects of Jews, and some of them, half of them had become Hellenized and had taken on belief systems of the Greeks and intertwined them into their Jewish belief systems. Some of them were dealing with the Romans and worshiping Roman gods and going after, getting guidance from Roman sages, even working with the Roman government. And then you had like the zealots within the Jewish religion who followed the Torah strictly. And then you had the Pharisees who was reinterpreting the scriptures to make it, fit the modern time. So they were divided amongst themselves. And what the Messiah or Jesus according to the Hebrew scriptures, was supposed to do is bring all of them back together, strictly Torah, under one king. And then the Gentiles who agreed to bow down or serve the children of God, the chosen, would then, rebuild Israel, rebuild the new earth in New Jerusalem. That was the mission. That's why his disciples say, is this the time that you're going to restore the kingdom to Israel? And he says, nobody knows the hour or time. It's not referring to him coming back and getting Christians and taking them off to heaven. It doesn't say that in the Bible. And so it's interesting to me how so many believers have a hope in this specific event happening, but they've not taken the time to actually study it or see where that idea came from, or even if the being that they claim died for them and saved them actually said those things.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I'm not going to say it doesn't make sense.
When I asked, does that make sense? I'm asking, did you understand what I was saying enough for you to respond or have a conversation?
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking sensibly.
Are you able to?
I'm just curious with your.
Or?
No, I don't have enough in me. I was just curious with your thing that you have up there, and where's all this coming from in the first place. So,
okay, well, thank you so much for
on the
coming
24th.
I mean, well, considering the fact that the rapture isn't real, I don't think we have to wait until the 24th to see. But thank you so much for coming up, okay?
Yeah.
All right, have a good night. Did anybody think that the rapture would be a hard topic for the believers to talk about? As much as they talk about Jesus coming back, as much as they threaten us with hell and judgment, this should be an easy topic for them to talk about. Don't y'all think? Why is this the hardest topic for them to discuss? Like the next time they say to you that you're going to hell, I'd be like, really? Tell me more about that. Because they can't. All they know how to do is use it as a fear tactic. Anybody that's scared of going to hell, like if you're hanging on to this God because you're afraid that you might go to hell, if this life don't help you get rid of that fucking fear so you can finally let this guy go, I don't know what will, because they don't fucking know why they're hoping in this rapture. I think it's crazy that I have 2 people requested on the backup account that I can't see, waiting for guests to join. That's so weird. I don't know what the hell TikTok doing. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Please don't make me sit on this stage too long by myself. Happy Rapture Day, Restore Essence. That last guest kind of saying it out loud, it sounded illogical to them. So I think you might be right about that. I agree, fat guy. Yep, that's today. Well, the guy that is saying it, the guy that is saying that the rapture is supposed to happen today, is now saying he's giving himself until the 24th. So he's saying it's either the 23rd or the 24th now. So So now we have to wait 2 days until he, makes his video. Well, and the good thing is he's in Australia, so he's 20 hours ahead of us. So we don't have to really wait that long. You're going to be like that guy in that video that was dancing and who said he was dancing with David in heaven at the pearly gates. Right, KK. Because he predicted 3 days of darkness and that didn't happen. So he said he heard Jesus wrong on that. So we'll see if he heard Jesus wrong on this rapture too. And all the signs that he was getting. Like, how is he going to explain him saying that the Bible push notification sending him Mark 9:23 was confirmation that Jesus was coming back on 9:23? How is he going to explain that away when it didn't happen on 9:23? Like, shit like that is what I want to see. I want to see how he addresses that. Yep, unfortunately, Queenie, that is true. People like to be lied to, and the crazy thing is, like, I can understand a hope of, death not being eternal or seeing your loved ones again, but all of this rape and killing and pillaging and fire, all of that, like, why does all of that have to come with death? Like, if you just want to hope that you're going to see your loved ones again, why not just do that? If you just want to hope that you'll be reincarnated into a different body and keep living on after you die, why not just hope for that? Like, why do you have to hope with all of this destruction and this violence? Like, and I wonder if they realize that they are hoping for a very violent event. Like, y'all know, Isaiah 13 is very violent, right? There's stabbing people, there's people running for the hills, there's babies being dashed, there's women being raped, there's people, like, literally cutting babies out of women's wombs. Like, why is this God's return so damn violent? And I wonder if believers know that they're hoping and waiting for a very violent day or a violent time. And I think some of them do, right? When they say the tribulation period, there's nothing in this book that says that the believers are going to be taken off the earth during that tribulation period, but they believe they are. And so because they believe that they're not going to experience any of this, they very sadistically hope and can't wait for non-believers to go through that type of tribulation. And it's just evil to me. Like, I wonder if they know that. Y'all, come a 10-minute countdown. You said they know? Mm-hmm. That is, I don't think a lot of them know that it's going to be violent. Because, like, when we read Isaiah 13 to them, a lot of them end up denying that Isaiah 13, that, Jesus is referring to the whole chapter, because of how violent it is. Because a lot of them have this very Care Bears. What the fuck I would say Candy Bears? This Care Bears image of, Jesus returning. Like, it's going to be all joy and rewards and celebration and singing Jesus' name and worshiping. That it's hard for them to connect Isaiah 13 to that. They can't separate their salvation from the violence, but they try. They try to separate the history of violence that their religion is attached to. They try to deny it and separate it. Because I love the enemy, Gina. I like the enemy more than I like your God. At least the enemy didn't lie to humans like your God did. She's scared because I'm the enemy, Yala. They're scared of their enemy. They sing songs about taking back what the enemy has stole from them, but they're actually afraid. And I don't consider myself their enemy, but they do. Seven-minute countdown, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. It only takes one conversation to get us to the people who will be waking up in about a good 45 minutes. Hey, Queenie.
Let me up.
Queenie.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Girl, it's so early in the morning. I'm getting ready for work, but I'm great. I didn't get raptured, but I do have a question.
We still got 24 hours to go because they done extended it to the 24th. Jesus on CP time, Christian color people time.
Girl,
he on CCP time.
Ain't no way. But also though, what about the people who not on, like my mama not on TikTok? So what happened? Is she getting raptured? Like what we doing?
Right, like did he tell the people that's not on TikTok?
Where are they going? Should I give her? Should I tell her? I don't know.
I wouldn't.
I don't think they know.
I wonder. I have a feeling that it's gonna be TikTok is gonna be filled with videos of people pretending they don't got raptured. Like I already know. Like somebody commented in.
But they did the same thing. No, they did the same thing with the Mayan calendar. They did the same thing with the Mayan calendar. What was that? 2000 before the Y2K.
Y2K.
And then the Mayan calendar thing when they were selling all that stuff and selling stocks and all this other stuff and nothing happened.
I remember that a pastor told us to like stack up on bottled water and canned goods and all of that, and
they were going crazy.
All of that,
baby. I think we're still drinking the water from then. Like, I don't know.
Like
I don't
we
know.
have been obsessed with the world ending for a very long time.
On both ends.
Yeah.
And I think for different reasons. Like, well, I don't know. It might be for the same reason. I'm not in that space, so I couldn't tell you. But I feel like black people were looking for it for retribution. Like, I'm going to get my get back. I'm going to get my lick back. And then I don't know what's on the other end. I don't know. I don't know what white people do on their end as far as that goes. But I'm like, I don't know what their retribution is like. I don't know what the point is. I'm so confused with this whole rapture thing. Like, okay, now what happens then? Do y'all really want to leave? Like, what's going on? I
think there are some white people who are tired of the way the world is. Like, you know, some of them have actually done the work or are doing the work, and they can see the corruption, the greed, and they're like some of them have been hurt by the same system that claims superiority, like that they belong to. And because
I can see that.
Yeah, their women are marginalized in that group, even though they are white. Although some of them try to act like they're equal, to white men, they know that they're not. It's kind of similar to how women of other ethnicities participate in misogyny and in the patriarchy. Some white women do that same thing with white supremacy, even though they know that they are not on the same hierarchy level with cishet white men. And you have gay white men who do the same thing, and sometimes, depending on like what area of society, even gay white men are higher than white women within the hierarchy of white supremacy. Especially like when it comes to like corporations and getting promoted and stuff like that. But I think because of the nuances within the hierarchy, there are some white people who are just like, fuck it, blow this whole motherfucker up, because they're also being harmed by the same motherfuckers at the top, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, because like I do work in corporate, and it is very true. Like gay white men are upper echelon. Like they are outpacing white women by a mile. Like, and it's visible. And even with the men, they don't like straight cis-hetero men in corporate. Like it's it's the wild, wild west, and I'm walking into it today again.
But it is the wild, wild west. Like,
it's crazy.
I told you, like, I'm an entrepreneur, right? And so, in the high growth space, Black male startup founders and high growth tech outpaced white women, right? Like they started to get more funding than white women. And when I tell you, some white women in that space was pissed because they felt like Black men shouldn't bypass them in society, just simply because they were white. Like the next in society was supposed to be white women, and when they saw Black men starting to outpace them, they were very vocal about that shit.
It got ugly.
Yeah.
It got real ugly. I got into it like the other day with like this incel guy, Black dude, and he was just like, "Oh, you're a mammy, you're a cracker, you're this, you're that, blah blah blah." Like when I see white women, they smile at me, and I'm like, "What are you talking about, sir?" Like people, this whole thing has everyone up in a tizzy, but at the core of it is still like so black and white, and still so black and white, and still so Christian. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like it seems like no one else is in this bubble but us, and it's just like, oh my god. It would be so entertaining if it wasn't so scary. Like I literally had to like end my gym membership because I'm like, if I come back here, and it's not even like it's the threat, it's the whole thing. And this person is actually very religious, and there was this whole, that's also why I don't talk about religion with other people. Because it went from, God bless you, to I'm not that type of person, to it just went off, bro. It went off the rails, and it felt so unsafe. And I'm like, why are you so angry about my personal shit? Like, how does that affect you? To the point when the man was like, "Oh, you messed up my workout."
Because you don't believe in his God or something?
Because I don't. Because he was like, "God bless me," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not with that." He's like, "Well, I'm a Christian, and God told me." I was like, "Yeah, but I'm not with that." What the fuck? Oh, he went off. It was like, what the fuck you mean? What? In the gym, with like other three men sitting around, and he was like, "I don't even know why you're doing all that. Anyway, you ain't nothing to look at. Why are you insulting me? Why are you insulting me?" I said, "Well, now we doing. This what we doing? This is what we're doing. Then he was like, I'm 250 pounds. So you want to fight me? It's not all about that. It's not all about that. But you're not going to be talking to me crazy. Okay, let me go. Let me go. Let me go.
But
Because
then
I didn't know nothing
nobody's
around.
forcing you. Nobody's forcing you. Yes, the fuck y'all do be trying to force that shit on us. Because the moment we
Girl,
say
it's
that we're
scary.
not interested, right? The moment we say we're not interested in it, you get upset. You get irate. And you don't just
The
let
women
us
avoid
be.
you too. Well, the women avoid me. They don't. Once I be like, "No, I'm not with that shit," they keep it pushing. But the men are very insistent, or they'll do that thing. I have one person I used to work with. He believes like, "God bless you" every day, and I'm like, so I had to go to HR. Like, this is not my practice. Like, I don't. He had like the this mind you, this man is Spanish, but he had the American flag, and he was like, "Yeah, I just converted this, that, third. You know, I'm a man of God, bro. I don't care about none of that." And I feel like you posturing because you're trash. We like, what are we doing? So I had to go to HR and be like, "Listen, please tell this man." That was the only way. Like, what are we doing?
Did they make him leave? Or is that why you're
No,
canceling your membership?
Well, oh no, I canceled my membership because once he was like, "I'm 250 pounds." I'm. What do you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
do? Because my brothers could be here. Like, what do you want to do? What are we doing? And before it gets to that point, it's time for me to go because I don't want to I don't want to sign a check for somebody else, even though I know they would show up because they love me. But also, like, what are we doing? You are fighting over something you have no idea about, for real, for real. Like, you mad because I'm just like, no, I'm not with that. I'm not with it. You ain't. But I think too, it's part of like, I like you, and how dare you not like Jesus type thing.
I definitely think it has a lot to do with them looking for a spouse, and they think that a woman that believes in this God is easier to like to catch, if that makes sense. Yeah. Because if we can verbalize that we don't believe in this God, then we most definitely aren't gonna put up with their shit. You know, if they say or do something that we don't agree with, we're going to articulate it and verbalize it. And they don't want to deal with that. That's why they come in my chat all the time, or in Ria's chat, or Zena's chat, and be like, "I bet y'all single." And they don't realize, like, for me, anytime I see that statement, what I hear the man saying is, I can't deal with a woman that has boundaries, or I can't deal with a woman that talks back or articulate. Like, my masculinity is too insecure. Like, yeah, they think they're insulting us, but they're just outing themselves, really. Look, somebody
What's going on? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind. I thought somebody was doing it now. That's blessing. No, that ain't blessing. Wait. Somebody on YouTube just typed "thinker single" as we are saying this, right? Like, this is this is what I'm saying. Like, when men do that, right? Like, what I hear them saying is, I can't handle a woman like Thinker. Like, I'm scared of her. Like, my masculinity is too fragile to deal with a woman like Thinker. And they think that all men are like that, but they're not, right? There are a lot of men who are attracted to my personality and my confidence, but insecure men are not. It terrifies the fuck out of them. It intimidates them.
Because how dare you? How dare you? That's what he was telling me too. You probably don't even like black men. What are you talking? You know me? Like, what are we talking about here? But it is that relationship thing. It's always to the relationship, but I think I feel it's about control. It's like, if you feel like, if you are standing in full autonomy, then you cannot be swayed. You can't be beat in the head. You're not gonna play with me. Like, and I stand on that. So it is that energy. And I do feel like there are a particular set of, I've dated a lot of men who like, I'm with this. And then I find man who'll be like, oh, you're too much, you're too much. But it is standing in yourself, and I think that's the whole thing religion doesn't teach you, is being able like to stand like I don't even know the book, but you still can't sway me. I don't need that. Everything I learned against my will, but also growing up, but also everything I've learned like outside of what my mom taught me in that little, what was that little green book that they used to pass out? I don't even know.
Yeah,
but,
the green book.
Yeah, what is that? I don't remember.
It was for black businesses during Jim Crow. It was how they, learned how they figured out how to shop with black businesses.
No, not that green book. There was a little one I used to get for church. I think they gave to children. It was like a little, it was like black, not black. It was like green or blue. And it had a little like, I think it's a testament, but I don't know which one it was.
Oh, you talking about the New Testament Bible, the little bitty Bible that only had the New Testament in it?
Yeah, that's as far as I got, girl. And I couldn't even read that. So, like, everything I know is literally outside of that, and I didn't read that, is from y'all. Like, and I still can't be swayed. None of this makes sense. Doesn't make sense. It's a fairy tale. And I was listening to Jay's, not listening, I was in there last night, and the guy was like, don't take away my hope. And I was like, fuck. Like, that's what it is for a lot of people. It's just hope.
And it would be different if they kept it to themselves and didn't do like what that guy did to you at the gym. If I tell you that I don't have the same hope as you, you shouldn't be mad or trying to force that on me. Like, keep your hope to yourself, right? I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves instead of trying to spread it like a damn disease.
Yeah, it's parasitic. It's parasitic. And the women too, like the women at work would be like, God bless you or whatever. And I'm like, I don't, because I'm tired. I don't want to have to be like, oh, thank you. I'm tired. I don't, shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it if I'm sneezing, bruh. I don't even like sneezing. So now you done added more shit. Leave me alone. God bless you. God bless you. And then if I say I don't like it, then they avoid me and they be like, oh, what are you Muslim? Are you? I don't believe in none of this shit. 5 women at my job no longer talk to me. They avoid me and these are older women too, so I get it. They probably think I'm some kind of demon with all these piercings and shit. But they just was like, nah, I'm not fucking with her.
And they do be judging like a motherfucker. They probably think you gay because you have all those piercings.
Yes. I've gotten that too. Mm-hmm. You can't win with these people. And I forgot who said it, but someone was like, you can be a Christian and a good person, but you can't be a good person. Wait, what?
Yeah, I think I've heard that too. Like, you can be a Christian and be a good person, but you can't be a good person and be a Christian or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And I was just like, it clicked something for me because there are people who are wonderful, and you're just like, damn. Whatever the denomination, there are people just outside of those denominations that are wonderful and salt of the earth, and I've had great experiences with them. Aside from, and I'm like, for real? Like, you really? I'm not going to talk you out of it. That's your business. But the most part, it's been ostracizing dealing with and just trying to move through the world with them. Because if you're not part of the pack, then you outside. But outside is fun. Y'all should come outside. It's nice. Get some sun. Touch some grass.
I think they know like the outside is fun. I think a lot of times they are jealous of our ability to say that, to ask questions, to hold to, our stance on whether we believe or not, and not be swayed. And they're not, like, because a lot of times when we talk to them, they're rooted in fear of judgment from this God. And if they were to say that the God did something evil or to question the God, like they're scared they're going to be struck down, their house is going to be taken, something's going to happen to their kids, and they're going to lose their job. And I think they envy non-believers' ability to articulate and say why they don't believe. And so they project a lot of anger and hatred towards that non-believer because they can do something that they wish they could. Like they have to hide, like they're scared of being ostracized from their family, right, from their community. So they have to pretend to be something that they themselves are doubting and don't quite understand in order to maintain those relationships that they've built around this belief system. So it probably feels really heavy for them to see your freedom, right, and being able to be happy and laugh and still be like, I don't believe in your God. Like, I can still be cool with you. And like, even you saying like, hey, I can be cool with you even though you believe in a God, just don't push that on me. And them not being able to do the same thing probably pisses them the fuck off.
I never thought about it that way. Freedom of oneself does piss other people off. Like, how dare you be free in your body when I'm so constricted? And I think that's where a lot of the anger comes from.
Yeah, that's why they call confidence demonic, right? Like, how dare you put all this confidence in front of me, like shine bright, like I'm supposed to be the salt of the earth, I'm supposed to be shining. How the fuck you walk up in a room and shine louder than me, make me pay attention to you, right? Like I can't stop thinking about why you smile the way you smile, why you say what you say, why your voice projects the way it projects. Like why does it sound so loud in my head although you are whispering? Like they can't escape it, right? Like they've been taught to deny themselves, to be humble, to damn near be invisible.
Grovel.
Yeah. And here you are, queenie, loud, authoritative.
Listen, big bass and broad. What?
Right.
Don't play with me.
Yeah.
I didn't know confidence was considered demonic, though.
Yeah, that's why they call me demonic all the damn time. Like yesterday, a guy was on stage, right? We were having a good conversation. He calls me sis, and you know how I feel about that. Like, don't call me sis.
Don't call me sis.
The only people that can call me sis would be a black woman, right? And so I'm like, don't call me sis. And he goes, why you say that all aggressive? I said, it's not aggression you're hearing. It's authority. Right? Like, and it's me just saying it like this, like, don't call me sis. And to him, that was me being aggressive, like, like being combative and demonic. And I said, literally, you're just hearing authority. Like, I'm just setting a boundary. And that sounds demonic to you.
That is wild fucking work, though. I've never heard that. Like, I know, like we couldn't wear jewelry or whatever, and I remember, like, I put an anklet on, and my mom was like, that's the devil. And I was like, the anklet? I didn't know. Like, you can't wear jewelry, you can't wear lipstick, you can't wear anything. What is the point, bro? Like, what are we doing?
That's that Jezebel shit. Like, they associate makeup and to Jezebel, and then because Paul says to dress modest, don't dress like you have a lot of money and stuff, to women, he says that in the New Testament. So women that did dress with loud colors, bold colors, makeup, their hair braided up, which is interesting because in Peter's apocalypse, in his apocalyptic text, hell was literally men being held upside down by their balls, on
what?
Like their ball. Yeah, this is what Peter says hell is like. He said he went to hell and men were hanging upside down with their ball sacks attached to chains over fire, and the women that they lusted after, who had braided their hair up, they had to stare at the women who they lusted after doing life. Like, that was hell to Peter. Which means like back then, women who were of high status typically braided their hair wore jewelry, makeup, and Paul taught against that because in the community they were to live very humble lives, and like they didn't even take baths. They took baths only when necessary, because they saw the bathhouses as a luxury, because that's what the wealthy had. And so if you participated in the bathhouses, then it was you, basically trying to be like the Romans or the Greeks. And so anything that was flashy and that like showed that you had wealth or that you cared about wealth and status was deemed unclean by the early followers of Jesus. And so that whole you can't wear an ankle bracelet or makeup, it comes from that teaching. Hey, Fee.
Okay, so is that also why like a lot of incels don't bathe? Because I'm just like,
I just think
maybe the bathing thing is
like literally. Did you see that video of that guy making fun of a woman and he had shit stains on his covers? Like he didn't even think to like at least cover the shit on your all white comforter while you are making fun of a woman on TikTok, but your ass got shit stains on your sheets.
Please don't make me laugh.
Like what?
Wait a minute.
And then there was
because Audacity is free.
Exactly. There was another video where a lady had a one night stand, and the guy was in the shower at her house, right? And so she was on FaceTime. She was on FaceTime with her friend. She goes in the bathroom, and his clothes are on the toilet, right? He had shit, and I'm talking shit in his drawers. And she took a pencil and she like had the camera and she's showing the shit. She's showing his drawers. When I tell you I threw my phone because it's almost like you could smell the shit through the phone. It was so fucking nasty. Like you walking around with shit, like not even just stains. You walk around with shit in your drawers.
Yeah, but shorty, you ain't smell that last night?
Exactly.
The room wasn't booked last night? You come pissing too, shorty. Cut the phone off. Both of y'all get in the shower. Wash your mouth. Because I know you was doing nasty stuff. You ain't smell that. Nah, you trying to play. You knew he smelled like doo-doo last night, girl. Stop it.
That shit is crazy, literally.
That is so disgusting. That is so disgusting. Oh my gosh. All right, I ain't gonna hold you. I gotta get out of here. I love you guys. It's been wonderful talking to you. Thank you for letting me up.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. Have a good day at work.
You too. Hi, Fee.
Queenie, good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. They be coming for you, Fee. Next time you got to tag me in because I don't play.
It's all good.
They be coming for you.
Crazy ass people.
No, son. I know because you be up there with me with the herbal essences. I feel you.
All day, every day.
Yeah, currently, right now. I'm running late for work. So I will talk to you ladies later.
Have a good one. Be safe.
Good night. Good day. Good day. Yeah, you too. Okay.
Look, I got you.
Oh my goodness. Where's everybody this morning?
They're scared of the rapture. They're scared of talking about the rapture. Like,
I figured that was going to be the case. I was talking about like Lala and Oso.
Oh, I don't know where Oso is. Oso was in here at the beginning of the live, but he was in the chat, so he fell asleep.
Oh, okay.
But Lala had an emergency.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where Selena is. I know she's working on the script for us, so she might be doing that. But normally she would be in here.
Oh my god! Yeah, I knew today was not going to be a whole lot of believers coming through because they got to get their excuses together.
But you know what's so crazy is that they've been in here. They just don't necessarily know what the rapture is. They don't know how to articulate it.
Well, I do know that a lot of them don't believe that. Like I was trying to explain it to Justin yesterday. He was like, "What is it?" I even pulled up like a YouTube video. I'm like, I mean, I know, but I don't know, because we didn't grow up believing it. And so he was asked, because there was this one explainer video, and I tried to go to the source of like a Christian source that believes it so that they could explain it, in their terminology. But it was so confusing because they used so many made up concepts that it was like, okay, well, what does that mean? So then I tried to find one that was more not mocking, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes it's like people, because it is so ridiculous to think about people just apparating out of existence and floating up into the sky in particles. And I was looking for that Left Behind movie that y'all were talking about. But a lot of people don't believe it. There's certain parts of Christianity and certain denominations that don't accept it, in addition to the one that I grew up in. So it's just weird. So I understand. I'm saying all that to say I understand that they don't want to necessarily talk about it.
The crazy thing is the scripture that they always quote for 1,000 days, 1,000 years is like one day, and one day but 1,000 years. Like that scripture, the reason why Peter was saying that is because the people were mocking them because they thought Jesus was going to come back when Paul, before Paul died, because Paul is basically telling them to get ready, that it was about to happen. And then after Paul dies, nothing happens and the people are getting mocked. And Peter says that there are going to be people that are going to scoff and be like, where is this promise of this coming happening, right? And I remember in church being taught that people were going to make fun of the coming because of the false predictions and them saying, oh, Jesus has been saying he's going to come back for centuries and he ain't back yet. Where he at? And then being taught that, oh, he's going to come back like right at that moment where everybody thinks that it's a joke. That's what I was taught.
Yeah, we were taught something completely different. I didn't even know until yesterday that there were some people who think the rapture is going to happen before Armageddon, and then some think it's going to happen after. Like it just depends on which brand of Christianity you're affiliated with. But I didn't know about that part that you were just saying about the mocking because of the not showing up and the day is 1,000 years. I thought that was only referenced once. And that just, to me, it just shows you that when you can have a book that can be not misinterpreted, but interpreted and utilized in so many different ways to substantiate so many different positions, where's the credibility? Like, where's the consistency? I don't know why they don't see that either.
Yeah, that's why it's so crazy that they use that to say that Adam and Eve died in the same day, because Peter is just basically saying we don't know when it, our timing isn't God's timing. Mm-hmm. So we don't know when he's going to come back, because one of our days it's like 1,000 years to God, and 1,000 years is like one day. Like, he was being poetic. And if they actually read their text and they see the context around that, they would know that Peter isn't saying God told me that one day is 1,000 of his days.
Right.
But they take it as fact, because they don't necessarily read the book. But we've had several come in here tonight and not really know what rapture means.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then there was one who I think we might have sent into an existential crisis.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I started doing damage control like a motherfucker.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he got paralyzed on stage. But I told him, like, make sure he goes and studies and don't just take our word for it. But he learned what Jesus was talking about in Matthew 24. And the violence that's expected, and he didn't know about any of that. And so he literally, like a deer in headlights, like, just got quiet on stage and was, yeah.
Oh, let me share the live real quick because you remember that person I told you about that came to Mama Bash's live and was trying to saying that we should meet them in the Discord. He sent me a DM saying, um, "Meet me in the Discord." I was like, "I told you on Mama Bash's live I wasn't coming to your Discord." Like I made that crystal clear. I'm going to share the live with him, see if he'll come over. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Except I don't know how to do that while I'm in the app. If I drop down, I'll come right back up.
Okay.
All right.
Stephen or Stephen? Stephen Davis, are you there? Stephen is a nerd. There's 2 people in the request on my backup that I cannot see on my main account, which is weird as fuck. I don't. Latoya Jackson and Jay Pure. Like I think it's like there's 3 people in there now. I don't know why y'all are showing only on the backup. I don't know. Restored Essence.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It might be that Latoya Yala. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 36.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Who has the right teaching of Jesus? I don't believe anyone does.
Okay. It's regarding the rapture. Like, do you, were you taught about the rapture?
No.
So in your belief system, y'all were not taught that Jesus was going to come back and take the Christians off the earth and take them to heaven?
I'm sorry, I'm giggling. I believe I'm deconstructing because I was raised in Christianity, but I was kicked out of every church I've gone to.
Oh, for asking questions?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you never really believed?
I feel like I was forced to believe. Mm-hmm. Like I feel like a part of my life I was like trying to agree with everybody. And as I'm deconstructing, it's actually kind of scary to see because I didn't understand what I was going through. And I just came up here to say thank you for you hosting your live.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Yeah, so I don't really have much opinions on the Bible because I haven't read it myself. I've tried, but I've learned more listening to your live throughout the summer than I ever have. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Do not type in all caps in my comments, Karen. Like, you don't have to yell that. Goodness gracious. Like, I don't know if you think that we are believers or what, but even if we were believers, there's no point in you yelling that. Eric says believe God, not a book. How do you believe God, Eric, if you don't read the book? Like, is your God talking to you without the book? And if that is the case, then how does anybody know that what you say a God say is true? How does anybody know that what you say a God say is true? How does anybody know? Pidget. either I'm on Bluetooth or you are in an auditorium and somebody's giving a speech in the background. But you have I have an echo. Can you fix that?
All right, all right.
Yeah. Are you in the car right now, Pidget? Is it Pidget? Piaget? Piaget?
I can't even see it. I'm just wondering how it's spelled based on the way you're trying to.
I think it's Piaget. Piaget.
I think I heard an
Piaget.
accent. Yeah. I think I heard.
Piaget. It's French.
Yeah, yeah.
Piaget. Piaget. That
Yeah.
is it. Piaget.
Yes, please.
Piaget. Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or deconstructing, or an atheist?
Oh, I am a believer in the Bible.
And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
That's 22.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic of the rapture? Who is teaching the rapture to you all correctly? Who has the rapture correct?
Among the disciples of Jesus Christ,
Are you calling from heaven? Like, why is it
Right.
sounding so hollow and echo in the background? It's kind of
Like
hard to hear
somebody
you.
giving it sounds like somebody giving a speech or something on a microphone. Like you're in an
Yeah, that's.
auditorium.
okay, please. You can disconnect.
Yeah. Is he in church talking to us? Wait. Are you at the Rapture event? The Rapture live stream?
There's one of those.
Yeah, the guy that predicted the Rapture is live streaming the Rapture today. That's why I put it in the song. Did you hear the song?
When did you see? It was a new song?
Yeah, y'all want to hear the songs? This is gonna be my third time playing it, but
Yes, I haven't heard it.
yeah, I put because he said he was live streaming the Rapture, and I put it in the song. Hold on, I did two versions. Hold on, this is the first one. Welcome to Rapture, September 23rd, 2005.
The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. The rapture is coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. Buy a VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print won't say no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray he actually return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to a low sorry. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? October 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K, and even your car. Took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week. Saying he was gon' show. Pastors delete TikToks, trying to pretend you weren't cocky. Stand 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq Lombardi. Believers looking so they can't explain it well. Don't be a worry, y'all knew they coming next. Rapture is coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd. and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far.
Love it.
Thank you.
And you know,
Here's the
I was gonna say, you know, Tariq is gonna use the fact that his name is in a lyric in one of your songs.
I
Oh
know.
my.
And then here's the second one. This is my favorite one. The second one is.
Give us some pallets, 25 bitches. Are y'all ready this time? The rapture's coming. Are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house, 401k, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. Pastors on TikTok to end up broadcast to live stream. Got people quitting their jobs. This ain't a scheme or a dream. In a live stream chat, they scream, Jesus took me up, it's true. Lack of evidence don't matter. They say my faith is the proof. Yeah. The rapture's coming. Are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house, 401k, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. Buy your VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print don't say no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray. He actually will return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to LO so right. Woo! The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house, 401k, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week, saying he was gon' show. Pastors delete TikToks, try to pretend you weren't cocky. Stand 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq, long body. Believers looking salty, can't explain it away. But don't worry, y'all, new date coming in May. Yeah. The rapture is coming, y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house, 401k, and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite too. That is so good. Yeah, I think I think the song and you are absolutely right. They're going to stay off of TikTok for a while. But the crazy part about it is every single rapture prediction in the past, however many years people have believed that, hasn't worked. So why people are accepting it as true, and it's not even only the young people. It's people who have lived through previous rapture predictions that didn't hold. At what point will they stop?
We listened to one of the guys that was predicting the rapture, and he said he had predicted 3 days of darkness, and he said that he will admit he heard Jesus wrong on that, since that didn't happen. And then he was like, but y'all did hear me say that I prayed that the 3 days of darkness doesn't happen, so maybe it didn't happen because of his prayer. And then he is in Australia. He's 20 hours ahead, so he said he's giving himself until the 24th now.
To do what?
For Jesus to come back, before he makes a video saying that he misheard Jesus. He's denouncing that he's a prophet. He said he'll make a video denouncing that he's a prophet and that you shouldn't listen to anything he says going forward if Jesus doesn't come back by the 24th. But he doesn't anticipate him having to do that because he knows for a fact that he heard Jesus correctly, and Jesus is coming back either the 23rd or the 24th. Like the fact that he's now saying the 24th, like either Jesus told you he's coming back on the 23rd or he didn't. And then like one of his videos says like he got a Bible apps notification, and the scripture was Mark 9:23, and he said that was Jesus confirming that he's coming back on 9:23.
Yeah, I think if your prophecy needs a grace period, you need your prophet card revoked. Like either it's going to happen or it's not. Either you have the date or it's not. But when you build in your own failsafe, that kind of, to me, betrays the doubt that you have in your own ability. Like, you misheard Jesus when he was telling you something prophetic was going to happen. Like, what were you doing? Playing 2K? Were you not listening? Focus up, people. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Like when he got the 3 days of darkness wrong, he should have been like, yeah, I didn't hear none of this right. But he's still holding on to it. And he posted a video 2 hours ago saying that the large pastors that have come out and dogged the South African pastor who predicted this, he was saying that they were wrong, and like they shouldn't be talking against him. And that was 2 hours ago. So he's still here. But he was like, don't worry about me. I'm not going to harm myself if it doesn't happen. He's like, I'm still going to believe in Jesus. He's like, I'm not going to take the videos down. I'm going to keep all my comments on. But I will make a video apologizing to anyone that believed me. If it caused you harm, like you sold your house or whatever. He's like, I'm going to apologize. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Like an apology? Because he sold his car. He sold his cars, like sold all his belongings. Like he's that confident that the rapture is going to happen either today or tomorrow.
Interesting.
Kia?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer?
I'm 30.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm in between.
So deconstructing?
I guess you could place me in that.
Okay. Do you currently have a belief in the God of the Bible?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Do you currently have a belief in the God of the Bible, and you're just like questioning that belief right now? Is that
yes.
where you are? Or? Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic regarding the rapture and whether Jesus taught that or?
I have a lot of confusion based off of just information that I have of when everything happened, that even Jesus himself was not an actual like articulated man into history or anything that we have.
And can you tie that to the rapture? Like what does him not being articulate have to do with whether he talked about a rapture?
Well, no, whether he talked about the rapture or not is, one topic, but the fact that he even existed was a whole different topic that's been...
Yeah, but that's not the topic today. The topic is whether he talked about a rapture.
Yes.
He did. You're saying yes, he did, or yes, that is the topic? I'm confused.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I'm like, I have my dog looking at me to go outside. So I'm like talking with you, but also looking at her to make sure I'm doing what I need to do right.
Are you able to talk about I guess not. This has been happening all night, V. They don't know shit about the rapture. Like, this has been happening all night, and like all night they've been trying to change my topic.
Interesting.
All night they've been trying to talk about what they want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the rapture because I don't think they either believe in it or know much about it. But this has been all night.
So there hasn't been a guest that believes in the rapture that's come up to have a conversation about it tonight?
Except for the one we damn near made have an existential crisis.
Did he think it was happening today?
No, he didn't think it was happening today, but he did believe that it was going to happen one day.
Interesting. Like, I would be curious to know, because you grew up Kojic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did they teach rapture?
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't teach the tribulation period though.
Oh, they just taught that y'all would be taken up.
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take for you to stop fearing that, like, or stop even being concerned about the predictions that came out? Because it's predicted all the time. Some are more popular than others, but how long of a process was that for you?
I never believed the predictions of the rapture. When I was younger, a pastor did have us worried about like Y2K and resources being scarce and stuff like that with the new world. Like, we were more focused on this new world order than the rapture, because what we were taught is that nobody knew when the rapture would happen. So whenever there was a prediction, I automatically deemed it as erroneous, because the text says nobody would know. And honestly, that's why I was telling the last guest that was up, that the text doesn't say nobody would know when the rapture is going to happen. It says, Jesus says no one will know when his Father is going to restore the kingdom to Israel. But Westerners take that saying that Jesus said to his disciples before he ascended and apply it to this rapture concept, and that's how it was taught to me.
Okay.
But I never really believed any of the predictions ever. But
Yeah.
it's interesting that there are believers that have been in my chat all night saying the Bible says nobody will know when the rapture is going to happen, but even they don't know that the Bible doesn't even say that.
Right. The Bible doesn't say anything about the rapture. And I think that's why I didn't understand. I don't still understand the date specific things that people talk about. Because the book very clearly says no one knows. And I don't know if that was, I don't know enough about that book that made that statement to know if it has something to do with the fact that people eventually start grumbling about, you said he was coming now. He's supposed to be here before, some people here who will never see death until, won't see death before the Son of Man returns. So I don't know if it was maybe a couple generations after that, or either the end of that generation that those words were said. But either way, we do know that today, according to this book and most Christian teachings, the date isn't known. It comes like a thief in the night. So why a specific date would be alarming to people in light of that is weird to me.
Yeah. I think it's because of the way that it was it's being interpreted, right? Because most Protestants don't look at Jesus's mission as being coming back to restore the kingdom to Israel and to execute the day of the Lord. And I think it has a lot to do with like the reinterpreting of the text to make it about Christians.
Mm-hmm.
And it creates like a lot of confusion, I guess. What's up, L.O. Sore?
He's an outside down. Yeah, I see. Coming to rip you and me up out of our bodies into the sky.
Dude, do you wake up like this?
I think he
Or
does.
you just
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
This is exactly why I said you better hope he come back. You better hope and pray he come back that day. Because I swear we gonna laugh and turn your ass over to Oh So Ray. This is exactly why I said that shit.
Did you like the background?
Yes, me and Ria was cracking the fuck up. She said
What
she gonna arrest
background?
your ass. His new background for his live on Thursday. Oh my gosh.
I didn't even see it.
He
I'll
sent it
show
to
you.
me. Oh my gosh. Can I show them? Can I show the live? Or
Yeah.
you want? Okay, hold on. Look, hold on. This is his background for Thursday. Not you got what's his name? What is his fucking name?
Dean Vaughn, Jeffrey
no,
True,
no, this guy.
Netslum.
Netslum. Oh my gosh. Not you
Also,
got
can you put it
Netslum
in
right there.
Discord?
Look at
Yes.
look at Christina.
I can't even see.
Wait,
It's too tiny.
hold on.
Also, there's.
I
He
don't even
put
know if
the
I can make
faces
it
on people
bigger.
in the
Hold
crowd.
on. Look, yes, look at Rhea.
Rhea is gonna kick your
Look at Trust
ass.
in the Lord. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Who the fuck is this, Oso? Who is the alien
Oh
guy
my
right there?
Oh, that's sexy Squidward.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, I just put a
Jesus.
bunch of
Let's trust
random.
in the Lord. Next.
Is that who is that?
Is that Mezzo?
Is that right there?
That's Jeffrey True.
Oh, that's Jeff for Truth.
Yeah, because really, yeah, Christian for real. He's lying.
Oh my god, this is hilarious. Look at
Uh,
Christina.
And why Christina gotta be?
because we sick and
Oh
tired.
my
Y'all
goodness.
supposed to be gone.
We on the phone like where you at, bro?
We'll allow customer service.
Oh my goodness.
This is
And then he got
hilarious.
your
Look at
picture,
Rhea.
your profile picture on there.
Is that Dr.
Yeah,
B?
Rhea gonna whip you up.
Wait, who is that?
No, everybody
Oh,
in there is gonna be people that are like Christians that I've had pictures in my phone of for I can't even tell you
oh,
how long.
Oh my goodness.
this is hilarious. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. And then, of course, pressure.
Of
Like,
course.
oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
why
they gonna
Rhea
hate your ass on
comes for
Thursday.
you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see. Emir said, what would have been convincing is of the prophet dude you said sold his car actually showed receipts. Oh, he did. He videotaped it being towed off, him selling it and towing it off. Yeah, he has videos on his page of him selling his stuff. Yeah. He looks sincere. Like almost like it makes you feel sorry for him.
That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, like he doesn't look like he's trying to be malice or anything. I honestly feel sorry for him.
And I think it's the people that really believe this and really truly, have confidence that this thing is going to happen to the point of selling your car. Like in this economy, I don't know how they're getting down over in Australia, but it's rough and tough like leather over here. So to sell your house and your car and then have to rebound from that because this prediction of a supernatural event didn't occur, like that has to be a very deep level of delusion.
Yep, and the amount of people that followed after him and did it, it's gonna be like that video that I showed where that lady was mad. She was like, if I was in front of you, I'd slap you in your face. She's
Yes.
like,
Really?
Hello, can you hear me?
Karen? Hello, Karen?
Yes.
Hello?
I can't talk very loud because they're here.
Hello?
So
Karen.
I'm being raptured.
Karen,
Yes, I can.
I'm here with you.
I can feel
Do you hear
myself
me?
lifting off the ground, and I hear steps. One
Do you
second,
hear
I
me,
hear steps
Karen?
coming into the room. I'm lifting off the ground. I didn't know how much longer I have.
I'm right here with you. Don't fret. Take a deep breath.
I'm being raptured, and
Count to
so
three.
I'm lifting up, and
Count to three, Karen.
How are you holding your
Deep
phone,
breath.
Karen?
Did they come
yes,
get you yet?
can you hear me? Yes, I'm floating up. It's going higher, and one moment, I'm losing pieces of clothing. Just a moment. It's gonna it's going to cut
Karen, they
out
haven't
soon.
gotten to you yet.
Yeah, it's going to
You're
cut out
you're
soon.
you're
I hope to see you
hallucinating.
there. It's going to
You're
cut out soon. I'm in the
hallucinating.
cloud. I'm in the
We haven't gotten
clouds.
to you yet, Karen. Stop lying. We're still in heaven. We haven't come down there yet. Stop lying to all them people.
Hello, just what?
You doing too much.
Yeah, that was not convincing, Karen. The fuck is wrong with these people?
What the hell?
Your echo voice was perfectly timed.
Like, what the hell made her come up here and do that shit?
They
Like, did
typed
she
in the
think that?
comments that they're in the middle of getting raptured and if they can come on stage. I was like, hmm.
Oh, they did.
Hmm.
Oh Lord have mercy. But that's she must be a fun grandmama.
If
Gotta be.
she's a she,
That was her. What do you mean if she's a she?
some people are really good at voices.
Well, he or she must be a good granny, a grandpappy. I mean, a fun granny or a grandpappy,
Well, so like a 20-something-year-old dude.
or a grandson, or granddaughter. Coffee.
Hey, Pinker.
Hey, what's up?
I've been I've been waiting to come up and talk about the topic, but you guys have been making me laugh all day. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Think,
Okay.
hang on real quick, Coffee. Think, was your echo voice like just perfectly timed with Karen?
No. This is why my microphone is messing up because TikTok added this
Oh,
soundboard where I could do sound effects now. Like I could just turn it on whenever, like,
Oh, okay. Because I was like,
yeah.
that would have been very serendipitous.
No, they
You
had
mean
like the
supernatural?
walkie-talkie. Like they don't sound. Does it sound like a walkie-talkie?
Mm,
Mm, mm, not
Right?
really.
It do. Like they're. This is phonograph. This is
Right, yeah.
bass. Like hello, hello. Sound deep. No.
Nope.
no.
This is supposed to be like the man's voice. Does it sound like a? Do I sound like a man?
I think you sound like me.
If I close my eyes and squint really hard, then
And
no.
don't listen, then yeah. But no, you don't sound like me.
This is why we have mic issues, y'all, because this is literally the new TikTok soundboard, and because they added this stupid shit, like ethereal. This is sanctuary, ethereal. This is the empty room, right? Like it's this is the equalizer. Like if I turn on the equalizer, and then this is the reverb. Um, let's see. This is the chop this screw. This is supposed to be chop this screw.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
This sounds like a God voice right here. But this is why my microphone is fucked up because we're doing all this stupid shit. Yeah. Sorry if that fucked with your ears. I apologize. I just want y'all to know what TikTok is doing. And when y'all come in here and be like, your microphone fucking sucks, it ain't me, it's TikTok Studio. What's up, Coffee?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I just wanted to jump on because of this topic. Yeah, this topic has been the bane of my journey in when I was a Christian, and it has been a source of anxiety for me for a very long time. And that's because of how I was socialized when I was in Ghana. And this idea of rapture is very concentrated when I was a kid. Now, I grew up SDA, and SDA, we don't believe in a rapture, but when you're living in a community that everyone else is not SDA and they all believe in a rapture, especially the schools that I went to, it becomes very hard to even ignore it. We went to school, and the schools even sat us down and showed us movies about this, about the rapture. And I grew up in that, coming out of that. Everywhere you go, everyone's talking about the rapture. They are singing songs about it. They are writing movies about it. They are showing kids these things. They are and these movies are not like light-hearted movies. Like, they are really scary movies that traumatizes children, and it is ridiculous. And these are like Ghanaian and Nigerian movies made. So it was like, when you infuse the African spirituality and the superstition in there as well, the witches, the whole idea that we have about our own spirituality and how it's demonized by Christianity, they put that in there as well. So it freaks you out, man. And growing up and having to deal with the fact that you don't believe in the rapture as a Seventh-day Adventist, but at the same time, you just can't ignore how confident everyone else around you is. And obviously for them to look at you and be thinking that, oh, well, if you don't believe it, then you're gonna go to hell. But that's pretty much, the source of anxiety, and how it's really, how do you say it? Yeah, it's really been something that has stayed with me, and has stayed with a lot of people as well, especially people that came up from the type of upbringing that I'm discussing. But the idea was really solidified. The imagery of the rapture was really solidified with one of the statements from the Bible, from Matthew, that says that, someone will be, two women will be grinding the mill, and then one will be taken and one will be left behind, and two men will be doing something, one will be taken and one will be left behind. And that added so much imagery to what Jesus was allegedly talking about. And that is what they took, and they made they took fan liberty with it, artistic liberty with it, and they made movies about this, about, the whole idea of how the clothes will be left behind and the people will vanish out of the clothes. Is coming out of that very small statement from the book. Like, two people will just be chilling, and then one will be taken, one will be left behind, and and then they just show that people will be getting, be given into marriages and getting married and just having fun, and they'll be taken away. So, as a kid, having to struggle with this, and the idea that maybe one day you're going to wake up and your parents are not going to be there, your friends are not going to be there. So, the amount of anxiety you feel when you go to sleep and you wake up and nobody's home, it's like that was a marker, that was a trigger point. Whenever it rained and there was thunder and lightning, you were waiting for a trumpet to sound among all of that so that people start vanishing. Like, all of that were trigger points for me when I was growing up. So it was a very hard thing to eventually come out of, right? And that was separate from the idea of hell. So you had those things. You had dealing with hell, and also dealing with the imagery that rapture holds, right? It's like people are vanishing, and then after that, the great tribulation and all of these things. Now, that was very different to. Sorry, you can stop me anytime, thinker, please. But that was the one thing that I had to contend with. But then I couldn't also ignore what SDA is also taught about this end time. And this is very different. It was even weirder. We thought that we had the truth, but ours was even weirder. So we hold on to the idea that there is not going to be the rapture, but we hold on to the 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, the Paul one, which says that, there's going to be the trumpets, and then the angels will come down. The dead in Christ shall rise first and meet him in the clouds, and then we are going to go and live with him. That's what we subscribe to. So it wasn't secret rapture. It was more like everyone's going to see this, right? And having to contend with that, the build up to that is the Pope or anyone that's in power from the Roman, papal powers is going to enact the national Sunday law. Everyone is going to bow down and worship on the Sunday, blah, blah, blah. And obviously, this is going to be a loyalty test for people that are SDA that go to church on Saturday. That's how that was the focus area of Seventh-day Adventists, and that's how we interpreted what the end times would be. So SDAs would be the persecuted victims, and everyone will be against them, right? And then if they are able to survive, eventually then First Thessalonians chapter 4 verse 16 will happen, and then the judgment will come back. So it's very different, but it's still very traumatizing when it's not only more generic and mainstream, it's just exclusive and only applies to you, and the whole world will be against you. And that is separate from just the idea of hell. So this is the harmful beliefs that this idea has done as a kid growing up in Africa, Ghana, where you have to deal with, contend with just the rapture, whether it's true or not true, and if it's true, what it means. And even if it's not true, what your own belief even teaches is wild. But then what's happening today on the 23rd, on the 24th, is exactly what happened in the 1800s at the founding stage of my denomination that I'm from, SDA. In 1844, they call it the Great Disappointment. It's actually well documented in the history books, where the Millerites were very committed in predicting when Jesus Christ was coming, and they failed, obviously. And then everyone else dispersed, and then they came up with their own interpretation as to why it failed. And then we've got Jehovah's Witnesses, and then we got SDA, right? And possibly Mormons too, but I might be wrong on that. So this what's happening today has created institutions in the 1800s and probably before that as well, and probably will do after today as well. I will stop here for now, but yeah, please.
No, yeah, I agree. The teachings of the rapture was was very terrifying to me growing up as a kid, and I was just talking to Fee about that. Like, we were only taught about the whole one would be taken and the other one left, and it is interesting how they took that and created play. Like, I was in a play at church
Oh,
where I had
wow.
to, yeah, I was in the play. I was one of the people that went to hell and was left behind, and I had to like make it realistic. And I was running and grabbing people's legs while the devil was dragging me off to hell and screaming and all of that. And wasn't, realizing that I was participating in the trauma of the kids that were in the church at that time
Damn.
who was watching that play. But the crazy thing about it is that if we, Matthew 24, where
Yeah.
Jesus is talking about like the day of the Lord, when he
Mhm.
talks, he gives that same parable where one would be taken and the other one left, but
Yeah.
he leaves it at that, right?
Yeah.
But in Luke chapter 17, verse 36 through 37, the disciples ask him, like, where is he going to be taken to? Like, the one that's taken, where is he going to be
Yeah.
taken? And Jesus says, where the vultures are, the eagles will gather, or the people will gather. And like, looking at the Greek, the original copies that we have, like the oldest copies that we have of that, he never actually says it says it like that word for word. And a lot of it is actually interpolated,
Mm.
but the word for gathered together there actually means slave. Like, it's like the body, and then it's also a word that they use for slave. So like,
Oh,
it makes, yeah,
like bringing people into the stables, like bringing the animals into the
yeah,
stables, kind of,
hmm,
right? Gathering them.
yeah,
Right, 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 right. Yeah.
yes. So it's not talking about a rapture. Like, he's talking about gathering people, right? And but like, if they had just look, I'm pretty sure they did read Luke and saw that, and they were just like, fuck that, that ruins the Left Behind series, that ruins the whole rapture, like, fuck that part. Like, they won't be scared if they see that, like, but yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that is so true. Like, it only works if you ignore everything else that follows that, like what is in Luke. It only works if you cherry pick those specific words and you just make the whole story out of it. But yeah, it's oh man, it's a very traumatizing thing to come out of. Um, yeah, the psychosis that goes on that went on and that still go on, and it's no surprise that this guy, the pastor, is so faithful to this idea. Like it's no surprise, because I mean, think of how he grew up. Think of how all these people grew up, and it's very hard to to understand it from from our perspective now, but it totally makes sense that they can't even see the consistency in the failure of this prediction. They can't. It's almost like an addiction, this fear and this need to know when he might come. Because the thing is, from the perspective of coming out of SDA, the Bible doesn't really help them in that, because it's like it tells them no one can know, and then they give all these dates and all these prophecies as to what will happen. It's like, well, yeah, of course people will be obsessed in adding up these dates and bringing up these dates, making it relevant into their time to see how it's going to happen. Like, of course, that's what's going to happen. You give them all of these dates, and then you say somewhere slightly to say, no one really knows. Not even the sun knows. But then you tell them, well, actually, this is what's going to happen, and that's what's going to happen. It's like, well, of course, that will cause obsession. And that's what we've seen, and that's what we will keep seeing until one day we say bye-bye to Christianity. We will just keep seeing this. And it's just sad to see that people like the pastor just genuinely believes this, and eventually is going to, well, he has already sold his possessions, and which I wonder how much he sold it for and who got the money for that. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's actually like the guy that sold his car isn't the one that did the original projection. Like he listened to the South African pastor, so I don't know if the South
Right.
African, yeah. So I'm not sure if the South African pastor sold his possessions, but this prophet who said Jesus confirmed what the South African pastor said, he's the one who sold him his stuff.
Oh man, jeez.
You know how we hear stories of like the different ages, like the Bronze Age and the different times in our humanity, and we think in our day and age, oh my goodness, we're so much more advanced than they are. We're so much more civil than they are. We do things in a much more logical and comprehensive way. I don't think that's true across the board. I think that we are very technologically advanced. I mean, even compared to other countries, the United States isn't, but that's a conversation for another day. But I think psychologically, we are very much still stuck in the Bronze Age. I think we haven't moved past this way of thinking with this fear-based group think that was, I don't want to say necessary, but evolutionarily it was necessary for people to get through life and form societies and things of that nature. But I'm just curious to know, at this point in our history where so many people are connected to each other, we have like a window into the lives of how other people live, how other people believe, and we see the consistent theme for every God that's ever been believed in is that they don't show up. Like these predictions don't happen. You may have humans moving on an earthly level to try to facilitate a facade of prophetic
Yeah.
fruition, but that's not it's not the God doing it. So when people are like, "Are you not afraid of what would happen?" No, but I am very concerned about what people will do to
Yeah.
try to validate what they believe will happen, and that's what makes me
Yeah.
nervous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
We were
Very,
talking about
very
that
true.
earlier tonight about the people believing something and manifesting it, and how a lot of the believers have been actively trying to make these prophecies come to pass. And like they're willing to go as far as enacting Isaiah 13, and how we've had believers coming here and say they can't wait to, you know, rape women and dash babies' heads against a stone. And like that's the one thing that concerns me is
somebody saying, "Oh, the rapture is here," and just going in some town and just doing shit like that.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, that is the concern. And that never made sense to me as to how humans humans have to do something to make the prophecy work. Like, it's like, well, if it's a prophecy that's been ordained by God, that will happen regardless of human action. So why are you trying to install, actively go out and make things work when, and also, what does that mean? When you say you need to do certain things in order to make this happen, and this is in Christian theology and also in Islamic theology as well, is that they have to do certain things to make the end of days arrive. It's like, but if it's a prophecy, it will happen regardless of your actions. And we see that even in some of the beliefs that American political wing holds, where it's like they need to install the right president, they need to install the right institutional powers to make the prophecies come true. It's like, why? Oh, why do you need to do that?
Because they know that it's not true. Like, our there are politicians in our government right now who said that they were put in government to help Jesus come back. Right. And
There we
so
go.
they feel like he needs help because he's taking a long time.
They helping him along.
Yeah. Which is, like I said again, it's scary because when they see certain people as demons or warlocks or devils, they have no conscience on what they do to those people.
That's so true. That's
Yeah.
very true. Like I get shocked when they do that, when they call people demons because they share different ideology to them. It's like, okay, it's one thing to insult someone, right? It's one thing to just call them whatever you want to call them, but to call them demons, it shifts the conversation from talking to another person that you think is maybe intellectually low to a whole different person, someone who is malicious and someone that needs to be stopped, someone that possibly needs to be harmed or destroyed. That's a whole different conversation. And this discourse just happens so casually in these type of spaces and conversations. And they do it so, it comes so easily to them. When they do that, when they demonize people and call them demons, well, literally demonizing them by calling them demons, it's like how easy it is for it to come to them, like a community or people that share an ideology that is based on love, apparently, for it to come to them so easily to say, oh, you're a demon because you disagree with me, you do A, B, C, D, and therefore I hope that, the rapture happens, or I hope that the second coming happens so that you will see how right I am. Me seeing how right you are means I get to be G-sided alongside everyone else that doesn't believe, and you get to go to the sky theme park and enjoy your holiday or whatever it means to you. That how does that come to you so easy when you know that it's going to involve your family members, people that you love? It's almost as though they have this associative experience where they remove themselves from their feeling in order to hold on this belief. It's such a scary thing.
Yeah. I agree. And it was something that I was thinking about and it slipped my mind. Shit.
I hate it when that happens.
God damn. It was right I went into a whole daydream about it too. Shit.
Man, yeah, that's annoying. It's like the more you try to remember that, the further it gets.
No, it had to do with the guy because I'm looking at his TikTok. No. Yeah, he said that he fasted for 3 days.
Oh,
Yeah, he said that he fasted for 3 days to ask God if the South African preacher was correct, and God, after he fasted for 3 days, God told him that he was 1,000% correct. And so, like, when they go to the God, right?
Oh
like
my
they do
God.
the things like the rituals, the prayers, the fasting, and then they
Right.
say God told me, and then it doesn't happen. I don't understand why they don't then say, wait a minute, let me take a step back, right? Let me take a step back, because if I fasted and prayed
Mm.
and believed that the Holy Spirit was talking to me and I was wrong, what else am I wrong about? They don't ever do that.
He doesn't get there.
And
No.
yeah, and they don't think about the harm, right, that they're causing on other people. Like they never take a step back and say, wait a minute, this caused me harm because I sold all of my stuff. I 100% went to God,
Mm.
which, he's supposed to, that's who they trust, right? To lead them and guide them.
Yes.
And when
In all
there's,
truths.
yeah, and to be wrong about this, he's saying that he just won't call himself a prophet anymore, but he's still going to believe in Jesus and he's still going to believe in the rapture, but he's just not going to talk about the rapture anymore. Like, why would you continue to believe in an entity that you went and fasted and prayed and told you wrong? Like, he's planning on taking the blame and saying I heard him wrong if it
Right.
doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't, it's just so harmful,
It
because you,
is.
you do have people who are who genuinely believe this. They believe they're doing the right thing. They go
Yeah.
before the Lord. They pray and they fast and they read and they study and they believe, and they get let down, and then it's their fault that they got let down.
Yes. Yes.
It's an abusive relationship. I mean, think about the number of people who have been in very harmful relationships where they do all of the work to keep it going. Like they figure out, oh, well, I must have upset him because, I should have said it this way, or maybe I misrepresent or misinterpreted something he said. They assume all the blame because they are in this abusive relationship. And the sad part about it is that with this one, they are both sides of that abusive relationship. So they are the ones that are injuring themselves continuously by recognizing, oh yeah, I believe this thing. It didn't happen. They see what we're saying online about this. They see what a lot of people are saying, even other folks in other denominations that aren't quite as fanatical as theirs, but they are so bought in. I don't know if it's the sunken cost fallacy. I don't know if it's just a form of delusion or cognitive dissonance, but it's definitely something.
Yeah. I mean, when you have that theology embedded, right, to say you are a fallible person, you will never be perfect, you will never amount to perfection, you make mistakes. And also the second one, which is like, well, the devil can also deceive you by turning into an angel of light. So they can also say, well, maybe you got a vision or the dream from the devil instead. And even if you got a vision from God, you are fallible, so you might have misinterpreted. So it's like yeah, like you said, they do this to themselves. They have within the theology all these barriers that allow them to blame themselves when their confidence is betrayed. They will do everything other than holding their God accountable. And I think I said something about maybe an hour ago, and that is that they are scared of holding their God accountable. They're scared of questioning their God because their God might do something harmful to them. And just as you've said, Faye, it's total an abusive relationship. And a lot of it really comes from fear. Like the way they talk, the way they attack people, the way they talk, it's just like you're just scared through and through. That doesn't ring like, there is freedom in Christ, there is just joy of the Lord, or like, where is this? Where is this joy of the Lord, freedom in Christ, the peace beyond all understanding, all of these nice platitudes that they boast so much of? Where is it? Because they talk like scared kids. And it's not derogatory. It's like genuinely you talk like a child that's afraid that their father is coming home to beat them. That's how they talk, and it really worries me.
Yeah, like there's a guy in the comments right now who's like, what about where the Bible says we have no need to know these things? And it just says it doesn't say that, right? Like, first off, the rapture isn't biblical. And this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the conversation. When Jesus says that it's not for anyone to know the hour or the time, he's talking about when he's going to come back to restore the kingdom to Israel, not come back to snatch Christians off the earth and go to heaven. And even that, right, for Jesus to say, "Oh, no one knows the hour or time, but I'm gonna tell you this shit gonna happen, and when I come back, it's gonna be bad." Like, what the fuck? Like, and then you telling me
Exactly.
to, "Oh, you know the signs," and then he like talks shit to them. He's like, "Oh, you know how to tell when it's gonna storm, but you don't know how to tell when the Son of Man is coming back. But you ain't supposed to know like that." It's contradictory and confusing and
Yeah.
narcissistic. There are preemptive excuses built in it, right? And the thing is like he will demonize himself and blame himself for it not happening, and instead of taking a look at his belief system. But the crazy thing is so believers will join him in demonizing him. They will say, you know, you spoke out of turn.
Right.
The Bible says XYZ. You're not listening to God. You're not a real Christian. Like, they'll separate themselves from him, and
Yeah.
to make sure that the mockery and the embarrassment that he ends up feeling, they don't share in it. They're gonna say, "I'm a different Christian," or "I'm a different believer. I'm not, you know, I know better. I know not to do that." And
Yeah.
instead of saying, you know, instead of looking at their brother in Christ and saying, "Hey, I get it, right? I get it.
Yeah.
You really believe this. You really were hoping for this. We all fall short." Like, they never use the "we all fall short of the glory of sin" when it's time to, like, you know, actually show and lift each other up in
Yeah.
times like this. They
Yeah.
use it when they need to excuse their own bullshit.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it's a very harmful system.
Yeah,
It
it's divisive, if anything, right?
Yeah.
It's not bringing people together. This prayer that Jesus said, allegedly, in before, you know, at the end of his time, where it's like, "I pray that they all stay together and they become one in their faith and they become one with you." This pray, Jesus prayed to his Father, and his Father didn't answer his own prayer. That's like, your people are not one, even in the idea of when you're coming, how you're coming, who you are as a person, what you said, what you didn't say. They are not one, even in that. How do Christians reconcile this, where God didn't answer Jesus' prayer about them being one? That's crazy to me.
Well, they think they are, because only the true Christians are one,
Yes.
right?
Oh boy.
Yeah. They do think they do think that his prayer was answered, because everybody is not a true Christian. Anybody can call themselves a Christian and not really be a true follower, because it's about relationship and not religion. Like, they literally have these preemptive excuses built into damn near everything.
And that's what they do to us, right? It's easy for them to say, "Oh well, you were never with us anyway." They do that. They do that to themselves,
Yeah.
even whilst they are in the religion. So it's very easy for them to do that once you leave. It's like, "Well, you were never once with us." That's, oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, thank you, Thinker, and really appreciate you for hosting this live on today. I hope you host it tomorrow as well, because they said it's the 23rd and 24th. So
Right. I'm gonna have to, like, I am gonna tell him, like, you literally made me wait an extra day. Like, you extended it, you and Jesus with the Christian color people time, because like both of them black. We should have known that black
they're late.
Jesus was gonna come back a day late.
They're
Like,
late.
we should have expected it. You know how, like, the cookout, like Jesus
Yep.
coming late
Yep.
to the cookout with the fish and shit, and he's like, "Hey, I'm running late, but I'm still coming." Like, that's what's happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that what he did this whole time anyway? It's like, some of you standing here will not die until they see the Son of God coming. You know, he's coming soon, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, well, soon, according to Black Man time, right?
Yeah, because he
Soon
said
is
soon
really
2,500 years ago. Right? When he said it to John on the island of Patmos, he said, "This is going to happen, soon." That was 2,500 years ago.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, well, I hope people don't destroy their lives over this. It's probably too late at this point, but I just, oh man. Anyway, thank you for bringing me up, and have a good rest of your life.
Welcome.
Thank
You're
you very
welcome.
much.
Thank you for coming up. Have a good
Yeah.
one.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye.
There are a lot of people
Well, I think it's so weird. I see 8 people in the guest box, but only 6 I can see on TikTok Studio. Like TikTok Studio is fucked up. KJ, KJ. All right, KJ is a nerd. That was probably an accident. I think everybody in the guest box are nerds, and if you're in there on purpose, please comment and let me know, so that I can bring you up, please. Even the guest box won't open. Most people won't know what. Most people will have no idea what hungry really is. What do you mean by that? To the person with a username, a user ID, I don't bring up people without a username. Maxie and Khalifa, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? This is a nerd too. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are believing in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist and you are 21 and up, come up so we can have a conversation. Don't be scared to talk about the rapture. We just want to know who has the right teaching about Jesus' return. Okay, cool. Go be Charlie Kirk. Nobody gives a fuck. And you lying because, never mind. Go be Charlie Kirk somewhere else, P. Mars.
Did he say he was going to be Charlie Kirk?
You know they're getting tattoos that say we are Charlie Kirk.
Wow.
Yeah, they're now all of a sudden they're all oppressed. All of a sudden, everybody is sending snipers after them. All of a sudden, when honestly we like, here's the crazy part: you got to be you want to be oppressed so bad, you got to go find the motherfuckers that you are saying are oppressing you.
Mhm.
Like we don't go looking for y'all. Y'all come looking for us and scream oppression. That's fucking wild. You are the one who's waiting to die so you can live again. You worship death. Okay, cool. I'll be a demon. Thank you for the compliment.
Also, and my question will always remain: why are you here if we're demons? Why come in here?
What is happening? The backup account, like it shows 2 people in the request. These must be people that are blocked from this live, but how are they requested on the backup? I don't know. But like when I try to add them from my backup because they're in the guest request, it says waiting for the guest to join, and then they pop out. Yeah.
Lilo and Charleston?
Who?
Lilo and Carlster? That's
No,
not the two
somebody
people
named
you see?
somebody named Eric, and then somebody named, well, they're in there now, but there was somebody named Eric, and a Nova, and I just tried to
Mm-hmm.
add Nova, but they didn't.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, but I only see Lalo. I don't see a Charleston on here.
It's
You see somebody named
Carlster.
Charleston?
Or
Who?
Carlster. Carlster
Carlster?
Sanders Jr.
See, I don't see them on TikTok Studio. I only see Lalo. Lalo?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, how are you?
I'm cool. What's going on?
Not much. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, please?
Yeah, yeah, I'm 24. My Christian, so yes, I do believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay, and I'm gonna let you talk to Oso and Fee while I go fix me some coffee right quick.
Okay.
And go ahead and share your thoughts on the topic, and I'll be right back.
Question um, why does it say Rapture September 23rd?
Because that's when the rapture's happening.
Who told y'all that?
God.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that there. So with that being said, you guys are questioning as whether or not Jesus is good or evil, correct? I do believe that Jesus would be.
Where on this? What?
You said where? On the prompt, it says Jesus, then it says good, evil. So,
No, who has the right teachings of Jesus?
oh, okay, that's what. Okay, I guess I can answer that part of the prompt then. Um, the right teachings of Jesus would be found within the Holy Bible.
All of y'all use the Holy Bible, but all of y'all don't believe the same thing about Jesus. So which one of y'all is right?
So it's very interesting. You say all of us use it. I'm assuming you're referencing all of Christianity and all of its denominations. The problem is, um, when you have different translations, if it is true that there are fundamental differences between translations, then you're not reading the same things. But you may refer to the same thing, but you're not reading the same thing. So
What?
that's, I'll say it one more time. If there are different translations of the same things, but the difference between them contain fundamental differences, meaning in this translation of the text, it says, go up to the holy mountain. But then in that same verse, in a different translation, it says, go down the street to have sex with kids or something, right? It's obviously two completely different texts, right?
Can we see an example of that?
Not making, well, sure, I guess I could. I can bring up, 1 John chapter 5, verse 7, where in some translations after its original inception, you see Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These three are one. That's not found in the original text. In the original text, it says nothing about land or heaven. It
You
just
said
simply
First John
says
chapter what?
5 verse 7.
And what translation says
Father,
what
Son,
you're
Holy
saying?
Spirit. These three are one. That's the KJV. It's known. I forget the one of the terms that it's called, but it's a spurious addition to, excuse me, the original Greek manuscripts. In which case, most parts of the KJV is accurate, but that amongst a few other parts, such as Mark chapter 8 verses 1 through 11, is spurious. It wasn't actually originally in the Bible. Other parts of the Bible is valid.
Hold
It's
on,
just
hold on,
certain
hold on, hold on,
parts.
hold on. Because at this point, you just talking about it. We need to see about it. Give me a second.
Also,
Oh, okay, go ahead and take a look.
do you either read or speak Greek?
Not fluently do I do either.
So how are you, what basis are you using to determine that it's a spurious rendition of the story?
Yeah, different sources that show the actual Greek and how it's not there. So I just look at Greek manuscripts for the corresponding verse,
And you said
and
it was
I
513.
and I see that it's not there originally.
You said it was
Other
513.
scholars agree with like what I'm saying, and these quote unquote other
You
scholars
said it was
are
First
those that I
John
find
chapter
in the
5 verse
different
13.
websites that I'm doing the research in. Now, what are you asking me?
You said it was First John chapter 5 verse 13.
No, I said 7.
Chapter 7.
No, verse 7.
What are we looking for?
He said that some versions of the Bible have First John chapter 5 verse 7 saying the
Well,
Trinity and others don't.
Saying what?
That the Trinity and others don't.
Yes, which
So
is why the
looking
Trinity is
looking at
not
the
real.
original looking at the original Greek, it says because the three. So the oldest copy that we have of 1 John 5 verse 7 is Witness 1, written during the Nicene period, 325 to 360. And it says, because the three are the ones testifying in the part where it says, in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, it doesn't show up in 1 John 7 until witness the witness that was found in 1500s, 1550, the year 1550. 1 John 7 ends at because the three we are the ones testifying, all the way up until the year 1500s.
Yeah, you misspoke, but I think we all know what you meant. 1 John 5:7, not 1 John 7,
I mean
but
five
I knew
seven,
what you
yeah.
meant. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I just for anybody else listening, I just wanted to make it clear. So 1 John 5 verse 7 actually just reads, similar to how you read it. For there are three witness bearers, right? So it starts in verse 6 and ends in 8. And the context here would necessitate that verse 7 is clearly just thrown in there, as you affirmed yourself, thinker. It reads, "This is the one who came by means of water and blood, Jesus Christ, not with the water only, but with the water and with the blood. And the Spirit is bearing witness, because the Spirit is the truth. For there are three witness bearers." And then it reads in verse 8 what those three witness bearers are: the Spirit and the water and the blood, and the three are in agreement. Nowhere here do we see Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about water and blood. We're not talking about the Father and the Son. We're not talking about that. So
I don't think anybody is pushing for the Trinity. Like, you have to
yeah,
really.
no, you don't have to be
Yeah.
pushing for it. Yeah, you
No, hold on.
guys,
Don't
you
cut her
guys don't have
off.
to.
Let her finish. Why are we talking about the Trinity now?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
all.
we're talking about the teachings, and he said, "Oh yeah, well, some people got different translations, so that's obviously wrong." So I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I guess
Oh,
you. I mean,
it's the
even
teachings
well, no,
regarding the
no, no,
rapture,
no.
though. I'm
That's
sorry.
that's
I'm sorry.
wrong.
1 second. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
teachings
the teachings
pertaining
regarding the rapture.
to
Yeah,
gotcha.
not
No, well,
anything to
your
that.
buddy here, when I was asking,
Hey, Lilo, are you
your
good?
buddy, your buddy. I guess you guys aren't buddies.
Lilo, are you good? Do you need Stitch?
So yeah,
Wait,
so
wait.
as I
How do
was
you know
trying to
he's
say,
not?
hold on,
Wait, how do you know he's not
hold
my
on, babe.
brother?
Hold on,
How do
babe.
you know he's not? How do you know he's not my brother? You said we're not brother. How do you know that?
I said your buddy.
Right, and then you said because you guys aren't
Yeah, no,
brothers.
I
How
got a
did?
call, so I
Okay.
got cut off with the call. I was trying to
Oh,
finish what I
okay.
was saying. I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. So,
I'm
so
sorry.
the
Are
reason
you
why
usually this rude?
I'm rude because I'm trying to finish talking. I didn't know that was rude.
No. Yeah, it is, especially when the host is talking.
Yo, she's gonna piss me off. She needs to stop freaking calling me. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I can't even hear what you're saying.
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm getting a phone call. What are you saying?
I said it is rude to talk while the host is talking.
I think it's rude for the host to cut people off because she thinks that
I
she.
think you a simple bitch. That's what I think.
Rude that shit and go take your fucking phone call with the bitch that keeps calling your ass. How about that?
Yeah, he came up here on 12.
They are such unpleasant people to engage with. Like, just off the rip, they are unpleasant.
Oh my god, I didn't even see his profile picture. You bum. You got the
I just came in
extreme
here to
light
say
skin
that
face in
if
your
you guys are
shit.
talking, is this about the rapture? Like, seriously?
Oh,
No.
somebody upset they ain't get to go.
Honey, let me tell y'all something. If these motherfuckers are thinking they going to join this rapture, babes, or if Jesus needs to take them so they can keep their asses up out of our government and up out of our personal lives. Because these Christians are fucking stupid and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But baby, if they are leaving, they need to leave today. As a matter of fact, go ahead and off yourselves if you haven't left. Because Jesus is waiting. Y'all could have been left yesterday.
Oh, they don't pissed her off.
They could have left yesterday. Y'all need to hurry it up if y'all leaving, so y'all can get the fuck up out of our government and get up out of our personal lives.
And that's on 10.
Okay, period. Oh Lord.
But no, we are talking to believers, people who believe in the Bible, people who are deconstructing, and people who are atheists.
Oh. Okay, well, y'all have a great day. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good day as well.
You too, love.
Bye. She said they need to get the fuck up out of here. Get the fuck out of our government. No, seriously, if Jesus came back and got them, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Like me and Fee was saying yesterday, like we don't wish harm on anybody. You don't gotta go violently. Just go. Be with your
Some of y'all
Lord and
can bump your
Savior.
heads on the way up.
Get your rapture kits and just go be with Jesus and leave the rest of us to the burning earth. We'll be okay. 1,000 years is plenty of time.
I thought it was 7 years.
Sapien. I thought it was 1,000 year reign. I thought I thought I thought I
Hmm.
thought I thought it's 1,000 years, right? I mean,
Right.
7 years is
Well,
cool too.
I heard the 1,000 year reign, but that video I told you I watched on the Rapture yesterday, they were like, either people are taken, then it's like 7 years of like tumult on the earth because it's only filled with non-believers, and then I don't know what happens after that. But then some of them think that it is
But hold on, I have a
the
question.
guy that made the Left Behind movie. He was one of the people that was interviewed in this video that I watched. What's your question?
I feel like this is. I feel like. Hold on. This is one of those times where I need to play this what Mr. Michaels made for me, because this just made me think, and I haven't been able to use this, but I feel like it's befitting right now. Cause hold on. I'm sorry to make y'all wait.
Boo, she's making us wait.
Hold on.
Nice.
Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Wonder what it'll be.
Okay. All right. Like, seriously, my question is this. If they're all gone and the whole mission to the testing and all that to worship Jesus is done, who the fuck is going to make us harm each other? Like, why are we going to,
Hmm.
like, turn on each other for Jesus? Like, who the fuck is going to force that shit if they're all gone?
His
Right.
goddamn sleeper agents that he leaves behind.
No, take your sleeper agents too, because I thought the exact same thing, Thinker. Because the video that I watched, it was like the rapture happens and then like wars break out. Like, what the fuck are we fighting for? I don't know that there are reasons that say the believers that most of them, like we talked about yesterday, are in control in our country. They're making their political decisions and their international agreements based on greed, based on money,
In
based on their
religion.
profit, yeah, based on religion, exactly, trying to control people. That's not what we want to do. So I don't see how it would be tumultuous during those 7 or 1,000 years if they were all gone.
Yeah, because, like, they're like, oh, the non-believers are going to get it for not believing. Who's going to be here to punish us? Satan? Satan's going to punish us for not choosing Jesus?
That makes sense.
Exactly. And where's he supposed to be during? Maybe that's when he's
Raining?
unleashed on Earth. I don't know.
And if he's not, this is the crazy thing. They say Satan is the God of this world, and all the evil is happening on the world right now because Satan rules. But they also believe that Satan will be released for 1,000 years, and he will rule during the time of tribulation while they're gone. And so either Satan is the reason that the earth is the way it is right now, or he ain't. And then when he is released and he's ruling on earth, what motivation would he have to make us do worse to ourselves when with all y'all asses gone. Like what? Because don't they say that the reason why Satan do what he do is because he's trying to trick the elect? The elect gonna be gone. What's gonna be his motivation? It just don't fucking make sense.
Also, he ends up getting what he wanted primarily anyway, which was to rule. So how is this a bad? Like, well, how is this like a punishment?
Right.
He gets to handpick his kingdom and then fucking rule over it for 1,000 fucking years. That's better than any of y'all get.
But the crazy thing is the book says that he was given the kingdoms. He was given the nations. And he offered the nations to Jesus, and Jesus was like, I want them shits. That all?
So it's been a multiple 1,000 year reign.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go to the him being tested in the garden. I mean in the wilderness. Hold on. My hand itching like a motherfucker. I'm gonna get some money. Hold on.
Last night, my right one, it was like right in my palm. It kept waking me up too.
Yeah, that's what
Uh,
mine is itching in my palm. Somebody finna
sounds
send a
like y'all
cash
need
up
to
like a
stay off the
motherfucker.
yerkies.
Stay off what?
Is that what?
Stay off the yerkies.
You jerky. Oh my gosh. Oh so
You know, them yerks make you itch real good.
oh my gosh.
And like I tell y'all all the time that Jehovah's Witnesses had a very, very fringe interpretation of this whole prophecy because they thought that Armageddon was going to start, which would ultimately mean God unaliving everybody that's not a Jehovah's Witness, and then Earth would be transformed into a paradise. Now, I'm not sure if the J Dubs will have to do it, or if he could do like Dumbledore and just like wave a wand and everything's perfect again. They weren't very clear on those details. But then after 1,000 years of paradise, Satan would be loosed again on earth to tempt people one more time. And those who fall away, or those who follow or disobey or whatever, would then die the second death. That's how they teach it. So, and during all this time, the 144,000 who were chosen specifically by God to go to heaven will already be in heaven. So it's 25,000 different versions of the same like prophecy of the end times, and none of them make any logical sense. Oh, Special K, I got which one wrong? Which one was an unspecified amount of time? Was it Satan would lose, or which one? It's been a minute for me.
Jesus Christ. Guys, capture for mods. I'm just gonna just start smacking y'all in the face with them.
Don't get smacked now. I thought. Hold on, let me look what it says in Mark. So Satan was the ruler of the world, or was he given? I mean, he was given the kingdoms of the nations or of the world. Because if it's the world, that would include Israel, or is it just the nations? And if it's the nations, was Jesus rejecting the Gentiles during that when he said, "Thou shalt love the God of Israel with all your heart, soul, and might"? Was he saying, "No, I'm Israel only"? Then was that him also rejecting the Gentiles?
That's a good question.
Because so in Matthew,
Mm.
I love the times like this when like light bulbs go off. In Matthew, verse 8, it says, "Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in their glory." This would not include Israel, right? This would be the nations, the
hmm
Gentiles.
The kingdoms of the
Yeah,
world. Yeah, I think so.
yeah. And it's
Because
Judah,
Israel
Israel.
didn't have a
It's
king.
always Israel. Israel is not the kingdoms of the world, not in this time. It says, and he said to him, "All these things I will give you if you fall down and worship me." Then Jesus said to him, "Away with you, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve only him." But there's another one in Mark 1 when he was driven out. This is the first one written. And the Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness. He was in the wilderness for 40 days, tested by Satan, and he was with the wild beasts of the angels awaited on him. Where is the temptation where he says all these kingdoms were given to me? Is it Luke? Was he tested in Luke? Why did they take out where he said all of these were given to me? 9. Maybe it is Luke. Let me see. Wait. Let me do this. Was he tested in John? Yeah, he was tested in John too, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The devil led him up, so then it's in the kingdoms of the world. The devil said to him, "To you I will give all this glory and authority. For it has been given over to me." Okay. Then the devil led him up and showed him in an instant all the kingdoms of the world. And the devil said to him, "To you I will give all this authority in their glory, for it has been given over to me, and I give it to anyone I please." This wouldn't include Israel because Israel still belonged to the God of Israel at that time. So this is him rejecting the Gentiles in the wilderness. He was tempted with the Gentiles and he rejected it. He said, "If you then will worship me, it will all be yours." And Jesus answered him, "It is written, worship the Lord your God and serve only him." Then the devil led him to Jerusalem and placed him on the pinnacle of the temple and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down from here, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you to protect you, and on their hands they will bear you up so that you will not dash your foot against a stone." Jesus answered, "It is said, do not put the Lord your God to a test." When the devil had finished every test, he departed from him until, like reading this isn't necessarily Jesus rejecting the devil because, when he's like, "Oh, I'll give you the glory of the nations because the nations were given to me." And we can see in Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9 that the nations were given to other gods, which would be the devil, the false idols in the Israel story. Jesus ended up getting the nations. This doesn't mean just because he said worship the Lord your God and serve only him, that could be like, well, God said worship only him. That could have been a but, because it doesn't say he totally rejected him. It just says that he had passed every test or finished every test.
He also followed him to the temple, right? Like, why go if you're not listening to the sales pitch?
Right.
I'll go to a second location with you, but I'm not buying it.
Right. Like, we were taught that the offer was for ultimately the riches. Like, this was yet another scripture used to make people continue being comfortable being poor. They taught it that, okay, this was like the devil offering all of the glory and things that come along with being part of the world, prestige, power, money, and things of that nature. And that's what Jesus rejected. But he clearly says kingdoms, and kingdoms referred to something very different at that, or something very particular at that time. So I think that's probably a loose interpretation as well, that they're switching for their theological narrative.
See, and he said to him these things, all to you, all I will be giving, if you, having fallen, you may prostrate before me. Why does prostrate sound so sexual?
Does it prostate?
So close to prostate.
Just add that on.
But it sounds like doing the like the bouncing. You know what I'm saying?
Really? When I
Prostrating.
hear prostrate, I think about like face down, ass up.
Yes, like
Hmm.
doing the twerking, like you twerking.
Okay, now I ain't say all that. That's extra. You got
That's
extra
gyrating.
theological all
That's
over my shit.
why. Wait, no, Diabiblical solved it for me. I'm thinking about gyrating.
Mm.
That's why. Okay. I'm like, why the fuck am I picturing them twerking when he say prostrate?
Prostrate, gyrate. I get it.
Pickle my prostrate, baby.
Okay. So he says, I will give this to you if you fall down and worship me. But Jesus ended up getting the Gentiles. He ended up getting all the glory, all the kingdoms of the world. So did he work? Did he fall down and worship Satan? Did he fall down? Did he worship the devil?
It's a good question. I mean, he did ultimately, it is said that he would have control over everything. So, I don't know. I mean, the story doesn't make any fucking sense. No matter what version of it you tell, like, it's just so disjointed in every way.
Especially since Paul paraphrases and misquotes the Hebrew scriptures in order to force a lot of things that he said this Jesus character said to him. Like it would be, it's what a deceiver would do, right? To convince people that somebody is a Messiah, kind of like the AI videos that we see going around right now.
Hmm.
Yep. Because if these motherfuckers think CK is in heaven, after all of the vile, violent, disgusting, and heartless things that he has said, I don't want to touch heaven. I saw a clip of the video he was saying, making fun of Gaza, like about there not being any buildings or something for people to
Hmm.
shoot from or something. Like, you do realize that they are babies. Look, I saw one of this little girl stuck under all of this rubble, and he's making fun of that. I
Yeah.
don't want anything to do with a God that would welcome anyone like that into his presence.
Yeah. He's just trying to erase them as a people group, like from the from the minds of the people that he talked to. Because when he was talking to that one guy, talking about how they don't exist, like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, I'm doing some research. I'm trying to see.
You good? I was talking to somebody about how that whole conflict got started, and they were like, uh, man, people used to uh, take over lands all the time. Like, that's how we got all the countries that we got, is because somebody went to war and took the land, blah blah blah. I'm like, well, if that's the case, then the motherfuckers lost. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, now we fixing the lines because somebody lost their land. Like, that doesn't make sense from your standpoint either.
Also, I think referring to that in past tense is a bit erroneous because that shit is still happening today. The means by which they do it is different, but it's still the
Hmm.
same fucking thing. Is what Israel is doing right now. It's
Yeah,
quite
exactly.
literally they're referring to this book that they fabricated the story that so many people have bought into, despite countless numbers of times that these prophecies haven't come to fruition.
Hold on, Fee. I'm sorry. Also, can you go on YouTube? There's somebody named Kafi who wrote the article about me on Reddit, and they're in the comments bragging about it. Kafi, you're more than welcome. I just want you to like be El Oso Ray for me. Like, Kafi, you're more than welcome to bring your ass to TikTok. I don't know who the fuck you are. I've never spoken to you. But if you're going to go to Reddit and write a whole fucking article about me, at least pick up your balls, pack them up, and put them in a request box and come talk to me. Drop them bitches on stage and come talk to me to my face
A Reddit article.
instead of Reddit. Yeah, he went to Reddit and wrote an article about me. Somebody came and told me about it earlier tonight, but now he's in the YouTube chat bragging about his article. But I heard it was base. I heard it was neutral. You were whining about apologetics or some shit. Like, bring your balls in your apologetics and come on over here now.
For those that are curious, just in Thinkers Live chat.
And if you have to brag about your own article, what does it say about your article?
Right. And I do want to
It
know,
was
like, I'm
self-published
not gonna
already.
read it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna read it. It would be a waste of my time. But like, you're more than welcome to come to TikTok, right? I know you know where Reddit Street is. TikTok is right around the corner. You're more than welcome to come and hop in the box and come holler at me.
I'm never going to read your article on Reddit. Just want you to know that. But if you have something to say to me, come say it here. Okay? Sorry, Fee. Go ahead.
Oh no, you were good. I was just saying that it's just a bunch of made up bullshit that people are buying into, and this colonization and taking over of lands is still going on. They just do it in different ways now.
Hmm. It's interesting that we demonize Russia for doing it. I mean, honestly, to a lesser extent, but this is sanctioned.
Let's see. Does he say? I think it says in Matthew, Jesus says, "Away with you." Something. Let's see. Is this Matthew?
Nigga, we is not related to your ass.
Who?
Birdman Jr.
And it came, and just as he was coming up out of the water, he saw heaven torn apart. Spirit or something. Wait, this is. Am I in Matthew 4? This is Matthew. No, that's Mark 1. Where's Matthew? Right, there we go. Okay. So I think yeah. Okay. Then Jesus says, "Away with you, Satan." This is when he says, "And I will give you all of these if you fall down." Then Jesus says to him, "Away with you, Satan, for it is written." So this would be him rejecting Satan then, right there. Then the devil left him, and suddenly angels came and waited on him. Yeah. So
Oh my God, what did he
that
say?
would be him rejecting. Huh?
Oh my God, what did he say? What did he say to you? You want some water?
Who? Who?
The angel's waiting on
Oh. That was a lot of work. You did a good job. They were
him.
like giving him shoulder massages, taking out his teeth for him,
That
patting
must have
his
been so
head.
hard. I know you were hungry when that happened. I know that must have been so hard.
Although you could have eaten because your fast was over, it was really, really tough for you to say no and keep starving, even though your 40 days was over.
Keep him in mind, you're not eating voluntarily. It's not like you don't have any food. You're just choosing not to eat it.
I've never understood why Jesus' response was about not testing God. If you are God, how could you test yourself? Like, you know what he would do. So is it a performative? Was that a performative? Like, I'm going to set the ground rules so y'all don't do this shit? Because I can't test myself. I know what reaction I'm going to have. I am me. So if he and the Father are one, unless the Father, the compartment that holds the Father, has information that he doesn't have, how would it have been a test to begin with?
Right. Like if he's not bound by the law that says that he has to do sacrifices because he's God, why would he be tested by God? That doesn't make
He could have
sense.
just said, I ain't gonna do that shit, and it would have been the same thing. Like, what was the purpose of going through the theatrics?
And then it's highly it's suspicious. This is sus because here in the wilderness, the kingdoms and the world and the glory were given to Satan, and Satan was going to give them to Jesus. But here, after his resurrection, and he's commissioning the disciples, he's like the glory has been given to him by the God, by his daddy. But believers today believe that Satan still has the kingdoms. Make it make sense. So Satan was ruler over the kingdoms when he tested Jesus in the wilderness. Jesus dies, comes back, and he tells the disciples, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me." Right,
Hmm.
and that's from his dad. It says look at Revelations 15, Revelation 11 and 15. Let's see. Then the seventh angel blew his trumpet, and there were loud voices in heaven saying, "The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Messiah, and he will reign forever and ever." So the God did God take the kingdom back from Satan and give him to Jesus when he died? How did Satan get him back? How did Satan get it back? Christians, if y'all are in the comments, how did Satan have authority over the kingdoms to test Jesus with it? And then Jesus he rejects it, but he ends up with the authority after he dies and go visits his daddy. His daddy gives him the authority in the kingdoms. But today, y'all say Satan still has that authority. Can somebody make sense for me? I understand you went in sin, so you decided to give it back to Satan. You snatched it out of Jesus' hand and gave it back to Satan, Judah. If Jesus' daddy gives him a gift, do you, Judah, have the authority to take it away from Jesus? Like snatching Lightning McQueen out of my grandson's hand on the
It's a
playground?
white
Like, yeah,
elephant gift.
yeah. It's like y'all bullied Jesus out of the gift his daddy gave him. Is that with your sin? Is that what happened? We stop following the law of God, we will sin, then just sacrifice. So you have the authority to take Jesus's gift away,
It's
Judah?
a white elephant gift.
Did you say amen raw like raw fish?
I almost spit my coffee out.
He said, amen raw is Jesus's father. Stop complaining about the echo, y'all. It's TikTok studio. I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything
Honestly,
about it.
I prefer it over the popping.
I can't do nothing about it. Y'all, it's TikTok studio. That's why I was showing y'all the soundboard that they added. Whatever they're trying to do with their streaming, they're fucking up the audio. And I've submitted tickets. I've deleted drivers. I've unplugged the mic, deleted the mic. I've done all of that. I even ordered a new mic. I can't do anything about it. But then scroll. Hey, let me help you. Okay, so instead of you complaining, there you go. You don't have to listen to it ever again.
Y'all be dumb as fuck, bro.
They don't know how to not center themselves. Like, it's so ridiculous.
Right, like I get, microphone issues. And if it's bothering you, scroll out, come back when the issue's fixed, or don't come back anymore. But like fucking constantly complaining about the shit, I'm just gonna block your ass since you can't fix it yourself. All right, because we're about solutions in here. I'm just gonna help you. Like I can't do the fucking complaining. I can't stand a motherfucker that just sit around and complain. Like fucking figure some shit out. Think of some plans or some shit, some solutions. But yeah, I want a believer to explain to me how Satan got the kingdoms back from Jesus. Can somebody come and explain that to me as a believer? This is a thinker has a question segment because now I need to understand this thought process. No, I didn't do anything. It some people still hear it, some people don't. It's a TikTok issue. It decides when it's gonna do it and when it's not. So I'm not doing anything but talking. It's not me. You said play what? Play what again?
The jingle?
Play play what? Diabit? Oh, the thinker has a question thing.
This person is not connecting.
Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Wonder what it'll be.
Mr. Michaels made that for me.
It reminds me of Blue's Clues.
That's what I asked him to make it like Blue's Clues.
Hell yeah, he did it.
Yep. Stephanie, are you there? Stephanie? Stephanie is asleep. If there is a believer in the chat that can answer this question for me, and before Jesus was crucified, he was tempted in the wilderness by Satan. During that temptation, Satan says to him, I can give you, I think it was in Luke, where he says to him, I can give you the kingdoms of the world, the authority and the glory, because it was given to me. And if you bow down to me, I can give it to you. Jesus rejects it in the wilderness, and he says, thou shalt love, it is written, thou shalt love the Lord your God with all your heart. He quotes Deuteronomy 6:13. But then after he dies and he appears in Galilee before with to his disciples and give them the Great Commission, he then says that he has been given the authority over the world and the kingdoms by his Father. And then Revelation 11:15 says the kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Messiah. So how did the authority go from Satan to Jesus back to Satan? Can a believer answer that for me? If y'all will, if you're in the chat. Well, we don't know who gave it to Satan. He just says it was given to him. So Deuteronomy, let me open up another Bible gateway. Deuteronomy 32, verses 8 and 9. This is where the God is like divvying up the humans. When the Most High apportioned the nations would be the Gentiles. When he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. And these would be, the Masoretic text changed the gods to Israelites. That was a forced translation. The Lord's own, y'all can't see my screen. Shit. I thought I was sharing this whole fucking time. Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9 says, when the Most High apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the gods. The Lord's own portion was his people Jacob, his allotted share. So this is saying when the Most High God appointed the human, like the Gentile nations, and he divided the humans. He divided them according to how many gods there were. There were 70 gods in the council of El. And then for Yahweh's portion, he was given Israel. So if Yahweh was given Israel, and the other gods, which would be false gods or demons in the Christian story, were given the other humans, then that would be the time where Satan was given the glory, the kingdoms of the world in this story. And so Satan had the authority over the nations, over the Gentiles. He offered it to Jesus. Jesus rejects it. But then after he dies and goes see his daddy, he comes back to the Gentiles. I mean, to the Israelites. his disciples, and he's like, oh, now I have the authority over the nations. But today, believers say Satan still does. So how did Satan get it back? That's my question. If a believer could come and answer that for me. Like, Judah Israel, I find it funny that your name is Judah Israel, and you don't read the Hebrew Bible. Because it says, Baha Nahel El Elyon Goyim Baha Prido Bene Adam Yazev Govlat Mayim Lemis Par Bene Yisrael. This is the Masoretic text, but the original text says the Elohim, and the NRSVUE. Hold on. So when we get to this reference right here, if you can see, it says that the Masoretic text says the Israelites, but the original Hebrew says the Elohim. So he divided them according to the numbers of the gods and the original. So, and then if you think about it, this wouldn't even make sense for him to be dividing the nations according to the Israelites, because then you would have to say that he put each tribe over a Gentile nation, and that never happened. There was never a Israelite tribe that ruled over a Gentile nation. That doesn't even make sense. And that was the Masoretes trying to make the Israelites gods. They were trying to say that the Israelites were like demigods. Which in the Babylonian Talmud, the Israelites say that they are gods and that the humans are like animals, or either they're the only real humans and then all other humans are animals. Like, they don't see, in the Babylonian Talmud, they don't see themselves as the same thing as humans. They're higher than humans. So they do kind of see themselves as like mini gods or something.
That's not
what
from
the
a society at all.
Right. I literally said that's what the Babylonian Talmud says, Judah. And I just showed you in Deuteronomy, I just showed you the reference link here that says the Masoretic text changed it to Israelites. I'm not a
Sweaty.
fucking Israelite, motherfucker.
That nigga said sweaty. He meant to say
Oh
sweetie.
my goodness. I need to see in a dictionary. He says, Sweaty, you are Israelite.
I'm not a fucking Israelite. Like, if you want to be an Israelite, be a fucking Israelite. But don't try to come in here and tell me what the fuck I am. And I am gay, motherfucker. And what?
I'm gay as spud. You trying to do something?
Like, why do y'all always bring up gay people when you talk about your God? Like, god damn, I think you want to be gay.
They
Like,
are
gay people ain't bothering you right now. Like, y'all bringing up gay people out the blue is like a racist coming in here talking about, I don't like black people. Like, what the fuck? They not thinking about your ass. Like, just defend your God. Like, talk about your belief. Why the fuck you gotta
throw gay people in there. Y'all get on my goddamn nerves. I swear that this is why there's always a fucking song for y'all asses. Is there no? Don't fucking tell me what to do, Knowledge. You know that'll make me cuss your ass out even more. Don't fucking tell me what to do. Oh, fuck you. I'm gay and I'm proud of it, motherfucker.
But God don't want gay or a lesbian.
You might want to add intelligent to that list too, because after talking to a lot of y'all and the way
Oh
y'all
my
make it
goodness.
spell, what the fuck?
Barely got a control over the English language, and y'all claim to be these fucking Israelites. Question: did David and Jonathan go to heaven?
No. Yeah, because they were gay and God loved it.
Oh,
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being gay. Ain't that right?
that's right. God
Absolutely.
didn't see anything wrong with Jonathan giving David them back shots.
This is for my LGBTQIA community. From my heart to yours. Fuck it, Judah, Israel.
They see you as wrong. Family turning on you like you don't belong. Legislating your existence while you're not in the room. But your joy is resistance. Your life is the blue. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred. It should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine. All voices combine. You are love, you are here, never ashamed. That bigotry won't break you. We're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you. Keep this on repeat. Our love is a victory. Your pride is the beat. No preachers, no scriptures should preach your rights away. The Bible doesn't really say it's a sin to be gay. They call you the devil, but we know the truth. Non-binary and trans, keep living your proof. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred. It should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine. All voices combine. You are love, you are here, never ashamed. That bigotry won't break you. We're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you. Keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat. Let's dance through the fire. Let's sing through the pain. Your colors are broken. They shine through the rain. The hate can't define you. That loss can't erase. We're building a future with love at its base. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred. It should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine. All voices combine. You are love, you are here, never ashamed. The bigotry won't break you. We're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you. Keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat.
Oh, so you are a. Oh my gosh, you are a trip.
The day that I learned the things that you can do with Snapchat, the entire course of history changed.
I see. Oh my gosh. But you made Judah Israel cry and whine and stump his fucking feet. Not to the beat, but to his fucking hatred. Ain't that right, Judah? You a hater. That's my song that I wrote to the LGBTQIA community. I sent it to my daughter, who is also a member of the of the community, and she cried.
Yeah, it when I you played it on the live, I couldn't really hear the lyrics, but when you sent it to me, I was like, yeah, that's those lyrics are. I have a friend who moved from Florida to Minnesota because she has two transgender daughters, and she just wasn't feeling safe. They weren't feeling safe, and I sent it to her. She was like, "Oh my goodness," because they know she's also an interpreter as well, and we've got a couple of folks who do the musical interpretation, and this is a big thing in the deaf community as well, where people are being ostracized from their families, not only because they don't speak the same language they can't hear, but because they are part of the LGBTQIA community. So I was telling her I think that would be a great song to have a deaf performer interpret and perform, because the lyrics are beautiful.
Yeah, that would be so cool. I would love to see that.
I'll do it.
Um,
Why y'all laughing
y'all
at me?
can y'all can play the song on Suno on my artist page. Go to suno.com, I think it is. Or suno.org, I don't know. So yeah, suno.com. And look for Thinker. My username is Thinker without the I. So THNKER. And that song and the other songs that I've played tonight are on there. I'm gonna add the Oso song. I don't know which one though because I can't decide. The Rapture
They're
song, I
both
can't
really good.
decide.
Yeah, they're both really good.
Yeah, but I gotta pick one, so I don't know which one. But yeah, y'all can stream that song on Suno. Follow me on there as well so I can build up my follower account. I just started that account 2 days ago. So follow me on there, share the profile, get more people to follow. I appreciate that. These are the two songs that I want to go viral. The Black, I'm Black Before Anything, and this song. Because I feel like those are the messages that need to ring really loud in the community, specifically the Black community. Homophobia within the Black community is horrible. It's high. It's violently high.
Hmm.
And then the conversation that's going on right now about whether you should identify as Christian or Black is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. So if y'all can help me, because TikTok is actually suppressing the "I'm Black Before Anything" video. If y'all could help me do edit. I see people putting in your stories, and since the stories are temporal, it don't like it doesn't help the traffic to the video much. But if you can do edit, repost it, share the link on other platforms. I just want the message to get out. That's the important thing.
You have it saved as a sound, right? Like people can use as like a background to their videos and whatnot.
I think anybody can make it a sound now. You don't have to make them sounds anymore, right?
I honestly don't know.
I think so. I think all they have to do is like click on the video and then click the sound and then click use as sound. I don't think you have to make it a sound
Oh,
anymore.
word. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but if y'all can help those two songs, just to get, people listen to music and they think about the lyrics and it, get different types of conversations started. And then I think like on the song that I just played, the most important part of that song, like the whole song is important to me. For the LGBTQIA community, the part keep this on repeat, like listen to that song, let that be your anthem or one of your anthems. My cousin, who is also a member of the community, when I sent it to him, he saw the title and he sent me back a emote, and he was like, "Is this a song about homosexuals?" And I was like, "What? What's wrong?" He was like, "Most songs about the LGBTQIA community are dark, depressing, or hokey pokey." And he was like, "I'm gonna listen to it when I get in the car." So then he messaged me back and he was like, "This needs to go to somebody's desk ASAP." And
Mm-hmm.
he said like the way it made him feel is different, and like it gives him like hope. And so that's what I want, like for the LGBTQIA community. Like listen to the song over and over, despite what you're hearing today. It's like, I know you're used to people saying bigoted shit to you. It's, I feel like it's really overt at this point. Like they don't even have a filter anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so like they say the most vile shit. They're even coming out calling for like death and shit like that. But don't pay attention to that shit. Like, you know, be safe, but don't let that play over in your head. Play that, play stuff like that. Keep that on repeat, knowing that you have voices who are screaming loud for you and saying that you matter. We love you. Our love, the fact that we don't bow down to bigotry. We don't bow down to religion saying that you don't belong or you shouldn't exist. Let our love be your victory, and continue to be prideful, and let that be the beat to which you walk, the beat to which you live, and play this song over and over in your head, and let this be your thoughts. The part that I want to get out into society is the second verse. The part that says no preacher or scripture should preach her rights away. The Bible doesn't really say it's a sin to be gay. That part, a lot of people are going to be shocked. I saw some Christians the first time I played it. They said, "That's strange. The Bible does say it." And then they left the live. But people are going to be shocked to hear that in the song. Please, I want them to be shocked. I want them to go and research like what does the Bible really say about being gay? Because and I was talking to Justin Deconstruction about this. Justin argues the point where the God does say that homosexuality is a sin because it's stupid, right? Like, why the fuck does the God give a damn about who you fucking? And so when he's in debates with people, that's a talking point that he uses. But Justin is also aware that the text doesn't say what the translation says, and that's very ambiguous. Nobody really knows what it says, and like he says, it's not a slam dunk against homosexuality. And then Romans, the scriptures that they use for Romans 1:26, we know that that's about idol worship and like the sex rituals. It's not about homosexuality. It's about pedophilia and prostitution and stuff like that. So like there's no outward explicit condemnation against homosexuality in the Bible. And so I want more people to learn that, because some people just don't know. And I was telling Justin, like, I get arguing against like how stupid it is for the God to care about something like that, and how evil it is for the God to command that people, you know, be killed for stuff like that. I argue that too, when I need to. But there are also people who are believers, and they want to do whatever the Bible says, right? Like they want to know what their God really says in the Bible. And I think those people are the ones that would pique their interest, and they would go and research. So I think there's two different ways to have this conversation, if that makes sense. Some people don't give a damn whether the Bible actually says it or not. And those are the people that you would just argue about the stupidity of a God giving a damn whose clit you're licking, as long as it's consensual and not a minor. And I would beg to differ. Like, the God didn't give a damn if it was a minor back then.
but today apparently the God does or should. And I think it's evil if he doesn't. But yeah, so there's two different ways that we can argue that point. So that's one of the things that I want to get out in society. So help me if you can share those songs. I appreciate it so much. That was a lot, but I hope y'all understood what I was trying to say.
I was worth a lot.
Awesome, Forrest. That's what I love. Thank you, Onyx. VKB Sports. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Oops. Thinker, did you see the picture I made of your son?
You won't let me leave. No, where? Right after this. You're listening in the Discord?
Mm, yeah, right here.
Time to level up your audio game and explore LG's lineup of Wait, hold on. Who is that holding his hand? Plus, all the speakers are water resistant. Oh my gosh. No, look, do me a favor and put my face on her. For a limited time.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, that would be cool. Boom bounce on LG.com. Use the code CALL25 at checkout and tell them Son of Thinker. You see that? X boom. Mary? Hyundai Palisade hybrid, an incredible SUV. Mary Barrett? Mary Barrett? Maybe it's having up to 600 plus miles of range. Okay. VKB Sports, are you in the box on purpose or on accident, love? All right, y'all. It is 7:12 a.m. It is Rapture Tuesday. If you are still here and you would like to discuss the topic, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing from the God of the Bible, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. And you are 21 and up. Sapien, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I got you, BK. I will take you out. You said it's 8 p.m. In China, Tuesday the 23rd. Is that correct? Or is it still the 22nd in China? What's up, Sapien?
Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Okay, I got my headphones in. Good morning, everybody. Well, I'm up and pissed because I flushed my throat out getting ready for the rapture, and ain't not a damn thing happened. I'm like, yes, finally, maybe this is the real deal here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just upset about it. But you know what? Something happened in my life. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm still debating it. Because I met an older lady at my job who's really Christian. But I have a small business. I have a 360 photo booth. And the lady, you know how black people, we see black people, and when we go to a job or something, we just kind of like stick together. We be like, we be having different conversations about maybe coming up in the company, what you could do, what you can't do. So when she seen that I had a 360 photo booth for my that I did for this business, um, she was like instantly like, oh, asking me why I was doing it and how long I've been doing it. And she was like, as black people got to stick together. So she was like, I know some good people in the city. She was like, I'm well connected, so make sure I push your business out there. And she kind of did in the beginning. But I saw her, and she's real Christian, so she was like trying to pray, for me and all that kind of stuff. So I'm like, let me go ahead and nip that in the bud. I'm like, baby, I'm not religious. You don't have to pray for me. And we start talking about, how I live my life, affirmations. I just speak things into my life. It don't happen, just don't happen. So once she found out I was atheist, she, me, the relationship that we have developed is like gone. And I be thinking, what do people be thinking atheists be doing? Like, do you think I'm out here unaliving people on my weekends. Like, and I hate it so much because I really liked the lady. She was super nice. But I'm like, as soon as I told her I was like atheist, she won't barely respond to my messages. Like, cause we used to talk like through text all the time. But now I can't say I don't care, but it's like, well, damn. You know what I'm saying? See how people look at you, and it's crazy to look at people for religion or color to me. I'm like, why don't you just look at how people treat you, and make you feel? And I don't base that on color because it's some ignorant black people. You know what I'm saying? That I just don't fuck with. You know what I'm saying? And any other race. But I don't know. It just made me feel like, damn. I thought I had, you know what I'm saying, a different type of friend. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always befriending older people. So it just made me feel kind of crazy, and I'm like, damn, why do people have to look at you like that instead of looking at me for who I am, my character? She thought I was this beautiful, intelligent young lady. She really thought I was younger than what I was. You know, she's like, you so smart, but I don't know how she looked at it now since I'm atheist. But at the
She probably
same
thinks
part
that
of
you
me,
don't know how to read.
probably, probably, and that's one thing I've been focusing on is trying to, read more books. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. When you overgrown, part of me is like I got bigger shit to worry about, and I got different ways I can push the business out. And some people are for you, and some people just ain't. So I said I'm just gonna step into the energy that she do. You know what I'm saying, and just not engage at all. Because I mean, you know, what I mean, people I done lost and I gave a fuck about. So we gonna move over there. But
But they
on
swear
the
up and
other
down
side,
that they're the ones being persecuted for their beliefs. Like they will ostracize you, excommunicate you. Like that happened to me, with a friend that, you know, this person that, I would have never thought that she would do this, but the moment that I told her I was atheist, she said, "Ooh," like that. Yeah. And then now I can't get her to respond. She responded like she used to be like the type that was respond right then and there.
right?
But ever since I told her that, I can't get her to respond. I had asked her to meet one of the nerds, and she had agreed to do it until I told her I was an atheist. And so, like, they will ostracize you, excommunicate you, while making themselves the victim and saying that they're like, she hasn't made herself a victim, but I'm saying believers will do that and claim that they're the ones being persecuted for their beliefs and not be able to look at themselves and see that they are the ones actually persecuting people for a lack of belief or a different belief.
Yes, I agree. But time has moved a little bit since that occurred. But I said it because and then I talked to a friend about it, and she was like, she invited me to church. So I'm very blunt, and sometimes I don't know how to use my words. So I was talking to one of my best friends, and she was like, well, just tell her no thank you. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of have a small conversation about why I don't really be in religion, but I didn't really tell her I was non-religious. So, and I only told her because of the conversation that we had, and she seemed so open minded. But once I said that to her, I said, okay, the dynamic has definitely changed. You know what I'm saying? She was like quick to respond when I sent her a message. She wanted to be like, because I live in a city, or I should say I live in a state where I have no family. So she was like, well, I want to be a part of you and your daughter's life and stuff like that. So, and this lady is a pastor too. So, and I don't judge people for their belief either. And you know what I'm saying? So it's weird for them to do it. You know what I'm saying? But once you read the Bible, sometimes I'll be like, well, I understand. You know what I'm saying? Why they do it. And I want to say, know? Do they know that they're doing it? And it, to me, is unmoral. You know what I'm saying? So, but when you being taught in a certain way, maybe that's the right thing to do. So, I mean, for them, I'm gonna say, if that makes any sense, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Like
I
some
think
people
they
don't
are taught
know.
that that's the right thing to do. I think the change up is them walking their belief out because it's part of their belief. They're taught to stay away from people who don't believe the way that they do. And the switch up is crazy though. I mean, in reality, when I get what you're saying, and I can see how it can be kind of heartbreaking, especially if you really cared about that person, and at the same time, I think it's a protection for you. Like, show me who you are early, so I don't get comfortable with your support. I don't get comfortable with your company, and I don't believe something about you that's simply not true. Um, I think being able, if you get the opportunity to tell her, I'm still the same person you knew before you found out I was a non-believer. Like, not one thing about my character has changed. And if our relationship only depends on me believing what you believe, then it really wasn't about me to begin with. It was about what you thought our shared beliefs were. So I think it's a wall that a lot of believers can't hurdle. They can't get past it. They can't get through it. They hit it and they just stay there. But the reality is that as more people begin to engage in these conversations and see the fact that they have a very inverted view of what love is, they have an inverted view of what support is. They even have an inverted view of what it means to be in relationship to someone. So those are the ones that we might just have to leave behind. Thinger and I've been talking about this past couple of days about how there will be some people who don't want to. I hate using the word wake up or unplug from the matrix because it sounds so cliche, but that's the case. And when those people show you that I don't want to drag you along. I'm not pulling you by your ankle to come try to enlighten you, because at that point it's going to be forced, convince a man against his will and he remains unconvinced still, and you'll be just performing your allegiance with me. You'll just be performing our friendship, and I personally don't want that. I think that's the reason why a lot of us walked away from religion and Christianity to begin with, because it was so inauthentic. So when people show you who they are, okay, I see now what your character is, and that tells you much more about her than it tells her about you, if that makes sense.
It do, and I like the way you put that because I can't put that into words, but that's exactly how I've been feeling. And another problem I see with Christians is that they they don't have self reflection. Like when they look in the mirror, who do they see? I just that's the question I got because I was having this conversation with a cousin, and she everything that happened in her life she contribute to God, but I was like the sentence you said before that, it was, oh, I went down there, or I had to do this, and girl, I've been working this many hours, and that's how you know what I'm saying? So she's like, yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give it all to God. I'd be like, but it really was you. You was making all those moves. You understand that?
Absolutely.
When you look down, and like I always send all my friends in our group chat like things to remember about self reflection, like when you got out of bed and planted your feet on the ground, when you look down, you see your feet. You know what I'm saying? Like who else is you seeing?
Yeah.
I just
I don't think it's a part, self-reflection isn't a part of this. At least it wasn't in my experience with religion. It was all about fitting yourself into this mold, and who you were doesn't matter. Like, who you are doesn't matter. It's who you need to be. And the fact that so many believers respond in this way, with this like social um outcasting, and this at work, they don't talk to you anymore. It happened to me at a previous job, and because again, a lot of people see, I think somebody said this the other day, that they were told that somebody told them they could see the God in them. Like, they see that we're not assholes. We're not out here being mean to people. Like, those of us who want to be decent individuals aren't moving like that, and they don't understand it. And this lady at my job, same situation. She would hear me talk about Justin, my son, and and different things like that at work, and she just assumed that I was a believer. And we were in the break room one day, and I don't remember what happened, because most people know that I'm a non-believer, and it came out in conversation. And the look on her face, she literally like bristled. She stiffened at the table we were sitting. I was like, "Don't worry, it's not contagious. Like, you're good. It's not gonna rub off on you." And I told her as well, I was like, you know what? One of the main reasons that I left religion was because of the judgment and the exclusion that was part of the religion. And you just proved me right. And I left it at that. It wasn't a I'm gonna, blast you for being a stupid ultimately, but just leaving them with those thoughts. It's being the mirror that they don't use themselves. And I think by living our lives in a way that shows that you can be a decent human being without this God, I think we become the mirror that they refuse to look at in their belief system.
Yes, I agree. I definitely agree. I guess the only thing I wanted to say was, Earth is ghetto, beam me up. I've been down here stranded indefinitely. And let me down, girl. I gotta go to work. I love y'all. And thank you for this conversation. And do y'all know what time it has the rapture rescheduled? That's what I want to know because my break at 12.
I think
I
it's
just want to
tomorrow
know.
now. I think
Oh,
it's tomorrow. I needed to come before the stupid ass report is due though, because I really don't want to put a whole lot of work into it. So
I don't blame you. I would love for them to come at a time where I don't even have to get up for work. Just rapture us up. Me and Maddie be right out there waiting on them. I'm
exactly.
sick of it. I'm sick of it. Y'all have a good morning. I gotta go clock in, and I hope y'all have a good day on purpose. And I'm gonna keep tuning in and typing my shit in the comments on no cap. I
Have
got
a
that.
good one.
I heard you, so don't slap me. And Thinker, keep making them songs, girl. Write one for me. Girl, you is good. You need to be a producer. Don't forget about the small people, okay? Invite me to the concert. Let me down.
Bye.
Sorry, I was working on the picture. Bye bye.
Did Thinker step away?
She might have.
Let's see. This is a guest request.
Okay, guys. While Fee's doing that, y'all tell me. Oh, dang, you won't be able to see it.
Did you just put it in Discord?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Where are you?
Now, I was relying on ChatGPT to kind of smooth out some of the rough edges while trying to create this picture. I didn't get it to color match the way I wanted it to, which is, sad, but okay. But I did give ChatGPT a specific response or a specific prompt based on Thinker's profile picture. I'm gonna post it in the Discord because I don't think I should put it on here. But y'all tell me if if ChatGPT wildin'.
I don't see it.
It's load or uploading. There it is.
OMG.
Tell me
Oh
ChatGPT not
Lord.
wildin'.
The fuck? Yeah, ChatGPT is tripping. Thinker.
Oh my gosh.
I asked him to crop just the face, and the motherfucker said boobs.
Like, hold
What
my beer.
boobs?
ChatGPT said Thinker got titties. Let me put him in here.
Oh my gosh, that is
That is
hilarious.
ridiculous.
I was gonna say, hold on. When Sapien was talking about them not being able to like self-reflect yesterday on Christina's live when that lady Pinky was on there and she was talking about how going through life and being hurt by other people is a part of her growth, right? Is a requirement for her to, what did she say, to become self-aware or something like that.
Hmm.
I find it interesting that suffering and being hurt by people is, in their belief, is what makes them better people, but not self-reflection. And as a therapist, right, like
Hmm.
self-reflection, like that they don't have the ability to look at themselves and analyze their own actions, which their whole belief system is about them sinning, right? It's about morality to them and them doing the right thing, loving their neighbors and doing unto others as you would have others do unto you, but they don't know how to reflect on their actions to even see if they align with that. Like they have no expectation to do that.
Well, I don't think the framework for Christianity is even set up that way because there's a there's a barrier there that you can't go past, right? There's a limit to the things that you can ask and the things you can question. So true self, and this is just me, my opinion. I ain't got no degrees and nothing, but in my opinion, true self reflection should not have any off limit areas. It can't, because if you're going to leave something, this bubble of sacredness, like this particular thing that is so fundamental to who and what I am, it can't be touched. But I'm going to do the repair around everything. It's almost like remodeling your house, but like leaving the very central room intact. We're not touching this, but we're completely changing everything else. No, you're not. Like you're just trying to make connections and force connections and make maybe surface level revisions. And to me, Pinky sounded like she was, especially being a therapist, I think she was recognizing the fact that this belief system is problematic, but she's not willing to recognize that the entire belief system is problematic. She wants to hold on to the fact that it's true. It's whatever it means to her, it means to her. So I think she's trying to figure out a way to, fit a square peg into a round hole. And it is harmful. Because if you hold this belief system at its core is harmful. It requires that you see people in a certain way. It requires that you ignore things that are harmful to other people. It requires that you completely change the definitions of words. But she can't look at that because she has to hold on to it. And I agree, like that's not self-reflection at all. And it just makes the idea of suffering, oh yeah, that's the purpose. That's the intent. No, that's only the intent because you haven't peeled back that next layer.
Yeah, like she was trying to play around with the word reprobate yesterday, blaspheming, because she didn't want to accept that. I think she did have that moment where she was like, "Oh shit, he is requiring me to forgive somebody that I can't, that he
Hmm.
won't forgive."
Yeah,
Yeah,
because she was the one who said that we are what did she say? We're the vessel for God or whatever. In us is the Holy Spirit. So, like to your point, God is asking us to do something, us fragile, feeble humans to do something that He won't do. So why would that be? But she couldn't. I don't think she was ready to wrestle with that.
I can't judge their soul. You're right about that. You sure need to forgive them though.
right. And like for me, that would be something that I would have to question. Like, why am I expected?
What just happened?
Did
Okay.
you just see the other picture?
Yes. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
If y'all not in the Discord, get subbed up, bro. We be having fun.
Somebody kicked Stephanie out. Like, did you see what she
But yes. Oh my god.
blocked?
I remember seeing that woman on TV and thinking, damn, that must be
Oh, that
interesting.
is crazy. That shit is hilarious. That made me forget what I was gonna say. Shit. But damn, I forgot. I don't even remember shit. It had to do. Oh, the yeah, like that would make me question and be like, why do I have to forgive a human that even God isn't forgiving? Like, if even like to God, He does not forgive those that blaspheme His Spirit. He doesn't forgive those that He have turned over to a reprobate mind, because to Him they're worthless, right? And He says that He blots out their sins to keep Himself sane. So obviously He's not forgiving those that blaspheme His Spirit or have a reprobate mind, because it's not beneficial to His mission, right? So He knows how to put up boundaries. He knows how to keep out harmful shit for His mission. Why isn't that same expectation extended to you as His follower? Like, why are you expected to do something, the hard thing that He Himself can't do or won't do? Like, I would have to question that for myself.
think that's a valid question. But again, I think it's one of those things where they will only question but so much because
Mm,
you got to think about and I don't know why most believers don't realize that the moment you tell a person, this is what you need to believe and you cannot question it, there has to be a reason that they aren't able to. And even those that give themselves permission, they say, oh, I question God. I have a relationship with God. There's still certain questions that you are not asking. And if you are asking them, then you're not willing to discuss the fact that you don't have an answer or discuss the reasons why you're willing to proceed forward with this relationship with this deity, even though you don't have clarity on these things that you're curious about. And I think,
mm.
like you said, that topic that you ran a couple months back about gaslighting, that's literally what it is, but they don't want to admit it.
Because I think even the ones that claim that they question their God, they still end up justifying the
Mm,
bullshit, right?
mm.
They don't. I don't think they actually question to the point of accepting what they really feel. They just be like, God, now why this God? And then they end up creating a apologetic for themselves. And I think that's what they call questioning, asking for like understanding or something.
And then
I don't
going to
think they're doing
Quora.
real questioning, huh?
I said, and then going to Quora.
Yeah,
But I do
and I
remember doing that though. Like I remember looking for the Jehovah's Witness explanation to a question that somebody asked me. I remember doing it. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, I'm just finding the answer. So it's crazy how you can, well, I guess depending on the brand of Christianity you grew up in, you can recognize, like I can recognize those actions because I remember performing those actions and not realizing in the moment that I was performing those actions. So it's interesting, and that's why I keep saying these conversations are so helpful to so many people and so necessary because you don't know what you don't know. None of us do.
Mm,
yeah, that's so true.
mm-hmm.
Man, all my chips are broken and like they're like in little pieces. Like I'm about to put this shit in a bowl, get a spoon, and just dump French onion dip on top of it and eat like cereal or some shit. I don't know how to eat this shit with the chips all broken. Hey, Ty.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Good
Morning,
morning,
So,
Ty.
Ty.
Hi, good morning.
y'all, last night my brother texted me and he said, I can't shake this feeling that something big is about to happen.
No shit.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And I wanted to go in so bad. I want to be like, so just go ahead and say you believe that the rapture is about to happen.
Oh, my God. So did he talk about the rapture? Did he come
No,
in?
he didn't.
Oh.
And I did not want to get into it with him because I did not want to back and forth last night. It was like 15 minutes after your live started. He was like, something big is about to happen. And I was like, okay. But I really wanted to say, hey, you know what? Just go ahead and sign that car over to me. I know you just bought that iPhone 17. I don't know why you did that, but go ahead and send that to me too. But it was something big. And that's the first thing I read when I seen the message because you know how you get a little preview. He's like, something big is about to happen.
Mm,
Here we go. Here we go.
I
That's
think too this prophecy is a little bit anti-Semitic too, right? Like because they're like, oh, it's the Jewish holiday, and they're the red heifer this, red heifer that, and they kind of see the Jewish people as children of the
oh,
devil because Jesus said it in the Bible. So they see it as like a sign that of the Antichrist and stuff. Like I think it stems in anti-Semitism a bit too because they're
that's
tying it
yeah.
crazy.
to the Jewish New Year
And you know
and the
what? And
red heifer sacrifice.
I
Go
only
ahead.
I only realized about the Jewish New Year like this year really. Like I had not heard about that before. But my sister that moved away, she moved into a predominantly like Jewish neighborhood, in which they're cool. I went and visited her a couple weeks ago, and like they were really cool and everything. But I did not realize that. And she was like, "Yeah," she was like, "We're out of school for the holiday and everything up here." She's like, "The kids are not going to school today because of that."
That's what's up. I didn't know it was Adam and Eve's birthday.
What?
Yeah, the Rosh Hashanah celebrates Adam and Eve's creation.
You think he make them on the
Hmm.
first day of the year?
Well, since Jesus was really apparently Jesus was born in September. What if September was the beginning of the year?
Hmm. The things that you have to ponder. But yeah, I just wanted to get up here and say that because it cracked me up last night. Like I said, I had just got on your live and you were just playing the songs about the rapture, and then that text message came through. And something big is about to happen. I just can't shake this feeling. I was like, the community
Text her
timing of
tonight.
all this.
Text her tonight. Be like, so did that big thing happen or?
No, that's for real. I was like, I want to get this in our family group chat. That's the thing about it. And like, I
Oof.
know other people in the family group chat be like, Tyrell, please calm down. Calm down. Like the last texted me, she was like, you just gonna keep going. I don't have no reason to stop.
No, your phone cut out. You go get that iPhone 17 real quick.
Oh,
Go and grab it up
oh my
before he
goodness.
raptured.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good.
Am I back? I'm back. Okay. But yeah, the last time I did that, my sister was like texting me about, so you just gonna keep going. And I was like, I don't have a reason to stop. Like I don't understand why you want me to stop, but I don't have a reason to.
Hmm.
They're gonna end up
But yo,
excommunicating you out of the group chat.
it's crazy.
Oh no,
No,
now I don't have to get rapture updates.
for real. Rapture alerts.
Somebody ought to create that app. Rapture
Rapture
alerts.
You
watch.
know what?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
coming alerts. That's what I'm gonna put in the. That's what I'm gonna put in the group chat today. Did he come?
Every single
I just want to
fucking
know. Are
morning
you?
at 6 o'clock in the morning, the app says soon.
But who's gonna watch it? Who's
You
gonna
get a
watch
push
it? Because they're
notification.
live streaming it.
Oh
They
my
are?
goodness.
Yeah.
But yo,
The South African pastor is live streaming the rapture.
Oh wow.
but that's just like the lady last night who came in here. She was like, "I'm being lifted off the ground."
That lady
Y'all don't know
knew.
how bad.
Man.
I'm not
Y'all don't know
convinced
how
that was
bad
a
I was almost
lady.
on the floor.
You said you're not convinced she was playing?
I'm not convinced that was a lady. I'm convinced that was a
Oh.
dude doing a bit.
Not Mrs. Doubtfire getting raptured up.
Exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, I just wanted to come up here and say that because I just felt like I said, the timing was just so good. Like as you were playing your songs, that text message came in, and I was like, it's 11. That's another reason why I like decided to rest. You know, like the Lord on the seventh day. I was like, it's 11:15 at night. I don't want my family's phones to be like, to be going off at 11:15 at night. But
The
yeah,
crazy thing is, I'm so far in the
well, y'all
cut,
have a
like
great
I'm
morning.
so deep in the country,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
wouldn't even notice if motherfuckers got raptured. Like it would really take me like 15 minutes to be able to tell. I'd have to drive
You
into
know
town
what?
to
I
kind of
got
get
up
an
and drove
idea.
somewhere today, and I was like, I know the rapture didn't happen. Right. I had to go somewhere I'm going somewhere this morning. I was like, the traffic too bad for y'all that had left last night.
Right.
Like, please come get them. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, like where's the war gonna be if they leave? Like what are we gonna do? Like I'm not gonna sit up here. We would have more resources. Everybody could go and just pick up a new car today. Like we would have all the things that we need. All the food would still be available. Like come get them so that way we can live. We can live.
Hmm.
That's why I said, like, they talking about tribulation. Who the fuck gonna do it? Like, who's gonna want to do it in the name of Jesus if all of them gone? And then for what reason? We just gonna be living in peace, chilling. Like, what? That don't even make sense. I think, and then like, I think they really think that we're just evil motherfuckers and that we're the ones that's doing all the violence on the earth
Right.
because we don't believe in a God. So they think that without them, there will be no peace on earth and it's just gonna be straight evil and violence. But most of the wars have been fought in their God's name. The bigotry has been in their God's name. The slavery has been in their God's name. Like, if y'all leave, all that shit leaves too to the highest degree. Like, we're not gonna be trying to hang LGBTQIA because y'all ass is gonna be gone. Like, what's the tribulation gonna be for?
You know
It
what? And
don't make
that's one of the
sense.
conversations. That's one of the conversations I had with my brother. I was like, so you're saying slavery is not in the Bible? He was like, it's not. And I was like, yes, it is. Like, let's open the Bible. He was like, it's not, but I have to go.
Damn.
Wow.
It's not.
Wow.
Stiff arm and a spin move.
Like, if you gotta deny your God, if you gotta
But
deny
I
the,
just wanted to come up and shit.
yeah, they don't like their God.
Mm-mm.
Not someone said I need a rapture refund. I know that's right.
No refunds.
I need
No refunds.
restitution for you not coming to pick up your kids. Come get children.
Yeah. Did you have anything else, Todd?
And you can, no, that's all. You can go ahead and let me down.
All right. Have a good day at work. Let us know if your brother gets raptured, or if the whole group chat does.
You- right. I'm going to be the one of the chat. Is anybody here? Anybody else?
All right. Have a good one. Man, my hand
And she let us
itching.
out. I done told you.
What? No.
Leave them yerks alone.
What's up, Dakota?
Morning, y'all. So I
Good
have three
morning. Good morning.
questions. Number one, where the party going to be at if it happens? Are we all going down to Florida since it's going to be empty?
Fuck Florida
Hell no.
with a big
Where are
with
we
a
going
tiny
there?
dick.
You don't feel nothing, but you know what's happening.
Where
Right.
we going? Where are we meeting? Where are we having the party?
Shit. Anywhere, cause the whole Earth gonna be
It's
ours,
amazing.
Hell
except for Florida. Florida can go to heaven.
Except for Florida.
Let Florida go into eternal life.
That's funny. Make Florida the New Jerusalem, but send it to heaven.
Yeah.
Fuck that Florida shit, huh? The second question is the date, because like this is like the 875th Rapture event I've been and survived in my 43 years.
You said the 800th.
Uh, My phone keep cutting out. I said I want to know if they're going to change the date again, because this is like a number of times that I've heard this in my 43 years that the Rapture is coming today. So I'm curious if they're just going to change the date or are they finally going to give up?
You know they're not gonna give up. They already talking about the 24th. Yeah,
They
they're
already
not gonna
moved
give
it.
up.
They
That's why I put
already
in the
moved it to
song.
tomorrow.
That's why I put in the song at the end. Your next day is gonna be in May. Like, they not gonna give up.
Just keep moving that shit.
Yeah, they just gonna keep moving it.
I figured as much.
Yeah,
But the
God gives
serious,
them brand new revelations every day. We know
that's
that.
right.
Exactly.
That's why I keep wondering, like, how many times they're going to keep moving this before they realize that Jesus just ain't that into them. Like, when are we going to get to that point? All right. The last question was more of a serious question. I actually still don't understand where this rapture stuff comes from. Like, who made this up?
It was a preacher by the name of John Nelson Darby in 1830.
1830. All right. That's something to look up. Thank you very much.
You're
All right, y'all. That's
welcome.
all I came up for. Just some funny questions.
All right, have a good one, dude.
Bye, guys. Have a good day.
Bye.
Oh,
Somebody in the
that rem-
oh, go ahead.
no, you got to go ahead.
No, I was gonna say somebody in the chat asked me about Jesus being born in September. Basically, they're saying that he was born in the fall
closer to September or either in September, because the story that says that Mary and Joseph had to flee because the census that was being taken, and Herod sitting out the edict to like kill all the firstborns. The census in antiquity, like during that time in first century Rome, was taken in the fall only, like between August and October. So they're saying
Mm,
that it would have been closer to that time. Jesus would have been born in, around September, not December. That's why they said
makes
that.
sense.
But yeah, what were you getting ready to say?
Hosea 13. Um, I went down the rabbit hole a little bit in terms of looking at what like the rapture is based on biblically. Where did John Darby get it from? And I looked at Thessalonians. I was like, whatever, okay. But then the part in like I think it's First Corinthians 5, I think it is, or something that it pulls from where it quotes Hosea 13:14. I was reading that whole chapter of Hosea 13, and verse 14 does not seem to be congruent at all with the rest of the chapter.
Let me see.
Have you
Hold
ever
on,
looked at that?
Belinda. Let me pull it up and see what it's saying. Um, the pains of childbirth come from him, but he is an unwise son. So this, he's talking about Israel. Shall I ransom them for the power of Sheol? Shall I redeem them from death? O death, where are your plagues? O Sheol, where is your destruction? Compassion is hidden from my eyes. What? Why are you saying it doesn't?
Well,
What are you
the
reading?
whole chapter is about him like shitting on Israel and Ephraim. And I guess maybe it's I don't. What version are you reading this in?
This is the NRSVUE. Like he's saying, like, should I, like, save them, buy them back from death, from Sheol?
My goofy ass. I was reading it in NIV. That's what was confusing me for.
What? Oh, what does the NIV say?
The NIV, I don't, it chomps off that first part of the sentence. Hold on. It says I will deliver this people from uh
Oh, I will deliver these people from the power of the grave. I will redeem them from death. Where, O death, are your plagues? Where, O grave, is your destruction?
yeah, because
It's
I mean in a
interesting.
chapter of him just like talking about how much he wants to fucking rain havoc on these people, and then for him to be like, oh well, actually I'm just gonna save them, and then right back to destruction is crazy.
He does that a lot, though. Even when he's like calling them whores and stuff, and then he'll switch to, I'm gonna bless you and I'm gonna give you everything back, and you're gonna love me, you're gonna praise me. And then he goes back to calling them
Hmm.
whores. Yeah, he does that a lot. Like that's why I said he sounds like a narcissistic ass uh, spouse,
Hmm.
like love bombing and shit, and then down talking you and abusing you verbally, beating up on you, and then love bombing you again.
I didn't want to have to say that to you, but you're just acting like a little whore.
Yeah, you made me do it. Somebody said they decided that the rapture did happen, and it was just one person from Nebraska who got the Jesus ticket.
What?
Shut the fuck
Oh my gosh. Let's see. It does seem like time is going by really slow this morning, though. Good morning. What do you get at? Can you put the dip back in the refrigerator for me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, it's replacements in the ranks. You better listen.
Let's see.
That makes sense since he's coming from outside of time.
Mm.
Yeah, time going by slow because he's slowing time down because he's on his way back. Somebody had done a animation of Jesus on his way back and him like flying through outer space and it taking a really long time. He's like, I'm on my way back, guys.
Maybe he made a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Like honestly, he would have to already be here in order for, like unless he's been on his way back this whole time.
Or he can teleport. Although I guess it's never really shown in the Bible that he has that power, so
So where is he coming from?
over
That's a
there.
good question. The third heaven, probably, wherever that is. There is a part in the Bible where Jesus, where it's kind of like he either teleported or walked through walls. Like it kind of
Mm.
gives, yeah, like it kind of gives that, like when he was in that crowded place, and he like disappeared or whatever.
What in the X-Men? Like, where? What scripture is that? I don't remember.
Hold on, let me find it. Let's see, Luke 4:28. Like it's ambiguous, and so some people say like he walked through the wall or he teleported or something. Um, let me share my screen. It says, let's see, when they heard this, all in the synagogue were filled with rage. They got up, drove him out of town, and led him to the brow of the hill on which their town was built, so that they might hurl him off the cliff. But he passed through the midst of them and went on his way. So like, because it says he, like they were all around him, and it says he passed through the midst of them, like because they were trying to capture him, and he just passed through the midst of them. So it's like they were saying like he did like a invisible escape or something.
It's more like Kitty Pryde from the X-Men. You know who that is?
Yep, I sure do.
She's a girl that can like walk through solid objects.
She went head toe to toe with what's his name with the helmet?
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut. Yeah.
Let's see, this one, when it was evening on that day, the day of the first day of the week, and the doors were locked where his disciples were for fear of the Jews, Jesus came and stood among them and said, peace be with you. So he came through a locked door there. See, a week later, his disciples were again in the house and Thomas was with them. Although the doors were shut, Jesus came and stood among them and said, peace be with you. So he walked through a shut door there. Let's see.
Can somebody, if you're in like the anime community and you're a power scaler, could somebody power scale Jesus? I think that would be really funny.
Power what?
Power scale Jesus, like they take the feats that people have in like these fictions and like tell you how powerful they are, like if they could destroy universes, planets, realities, stuff like that.
Oh, so did I tell you that my kid has me watching Attack on Titan?
Hell yeah, you like it?
Oh, I'm loving it. We just did.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Shit, I can't even think of the name of it. The dude who is gonna come to me. Hold on. We finished
Hmm.
one. We're waiting for the next season to come out, but then he got me on Attack on Titan until we're waiting for this next one. Let me find the name of it.
Hmm.
The last one is Luke 24:31, where it says, then their eyes were opened and they recognized him and he disappeared from their sight. So he like vanished in front of them.
Interesting. So teleportation or invisibility or super speed.
Mind you, he was doing all this in mortal flesh. After, like, some of it is after he had died and he came back, and Thomas like fingered his hole when he was
Mm-hmm.
like this is interesting because they didn't recognize him,
Hmm.
but he still had the piercing in his side. So like he changed his face but not his body. Is that is that what? And then Thomas put his hand in his hole, so he was in mortal flesh, and then he just disappears.
Oh my goodness. What if it's like the Prestige, but like he didn't have a twin?
What is prestige? What are you talking about?
Oops.
What is that?
It's a movie, but in the movie you find out at the game. If you haven't seen the Prestige, turn your volume down real quick. Um, at the end of the movie, they find out that all the shit that he did that was impossible was because he had a twin that was spent his whole life for that one trick. Like the dude actually died in the
Oh,
trick, and it's his twin that's been living his life the whole time.
oh wow. You said Jesus had a twin. Jesus, you said except Jesus didn't have a twin?
Right. That's why they couldn't recognize him. It's just like, but you're not Jesus. Look at my hands, though. Hmm. Nothing up my sleeves.
I need to understand that. Like, did he change his face but keep the rest of his body? Like, is that the thing that transforms is your face? Maybe Jesus was black. Maybe his face was erased.
I mean, he could
Maybe
be
he,
anything.
yeah. Well, if I don't fucking know anything, Dave wins. Come up here and answer the fucking questions that I have. I want to know how Satan got the power back from your Jesus when he got it after he died. How he got the power of the world back. And then I need to understand why the disciples didn't recognize your Jesus after he died and came back, but he still had the same body. He still had the piercing in his side and the holes in his hands. Why they didn't recognize his face? Come answer those questions for me. Since you know everything, Dave. And don't stay in the comments, Dave. Like don't be a keyboard warrior. And if you're gonna talk shit, at least come up here and show us why you deserve to talk it. Exactly, since you got your degree, Dave. I'm okay saying I don't know something. At least come tell me what I don't know. Answer the questions for me.
You can quit acting humble. You know I'm feeding you.
To the nerds that are in the box, are y'all in there on purpose or on accident? I see three of y'all in there. Wait, is Lisa 777 a nerd? That 777 is a Jesus number. Is Lisa a
Um,
nerd?
I
yeah.
see a host. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Doris loves dogs is a nerd, right? Are you in the box on purpose, Lisa? Not done yet. Are they a nerd? I can't remember.
No, there. It says fan, but I don't know what that means now. Lisa says host subscriber. Doris loves dogs. Doesn't say anything on the side.
She says she's not in there on purpose. Doris loves dogs. Are you in the box on purpose? Not done yet. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, we've been waiting for a conversation for quite some time. I don't think the believers want to talk about the rapture.
Maybe the sore losers.
I think so. Are we done? Not done yet. Said accident. Doors. We're not here to like learn. I'm not here to teach. Like, we're here to have conversations. Hawkeye, like you can come up and have a conversation, but this isn't like a classroom.
I
When
mean,
you say,
because, yeah.
yeah, when you say you want to learn, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, this isn't a
No,
a
like
school.
I want to learn like where this came from, like who, because I heard it last night. Someone, like two other people mentioned it, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, it came from another believer.
Hmm.
Like it's all over social media and the news. This isn't the first time a believer claimed that Jesus told them when he was coming back. It's just
Oh wow.
another instance.
Hmm.
You said please tell you how 777 is a Jesus number because Christians say that the number 7 is a holy number because God created the earth in 7 days. So 777 is usually a number that believers use. Yeah, but Hawkeye, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
No, no, I'm a believer, but when people come out with these things, I'm just like, how? I just have a lot of questions in regarding to it.
I mean, so do we. We're not believers. So, like, we want to know who has the right teaching about the rapture, right? Because,
Hmm.
like, we don't believe, but we do study this text, and the rapture isn't biblical. Like, there's nothing in this book that promises a rapture.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more spiritual too, because we grew up like Catholic, but we also been very spiritual, like, so I'm just gonna stay in the comments and just listen to you guys.
Okay. Well,
All
thank you
right.
for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, 777 is your birthday number? You're a July baby, Lisa?
You was born in 2007.
You know she ain't saying that. She's saying July 77. What's up, Dragon Sage?
Greetings, everyone from sunny Barbados. It's good to be here. It's good to be on this panel with such an esteemed cast of hosts. Thank you for having me.
Ooh, what you buttering us up for?
What's up, man?
What you about to do? What you about to say?
No, that's not me. That's me all the time. That's me all the time.
I'm just
Kudos to
playing
you
with
guys
you.
and the work that you do. I love you guys, man. I'm not as active in these streets as I used to be, by jumping when I can and still listening. So it's good that you guys are still doing this work, man. I love that you're still here.
Well, thank you, Dragon. How are things going with you?
Pretty busy right now. With work and school. I'm trying to do a master's. So and I haven't been an academic student for a while. So getting back there is a little challenging, but I'm gonna get there. I learn by doing, so I just got to do more of the learning. If you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and that discipline, getting that back on track and disciplining yourself to study and actually do the work when you've been used to using your time doing grown up shit. Uh, I know what that feels like. So yeah.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I wanted to engage with the your backdrop. Since the rapture is not biblical, do Christians even bother to check and see where it comes from? To since it's not in the Bible, but they believe it, do they check for the origins of these? Sorry, for the origins of these things.
No, they rather not really talk about it because I think they don't want to talk about it because they want to hang on to the hope of the rapture. I don't think they really want to learn where it comes from, and they don't want to know whether it's actually biblical because it's something that they've been hoping for a long time, or what they were taught. Like all night, they've just been like, once I say it's not biblical, they're like, oh, okay, well, they either try to change the topic and want to talk about whether Jesus was real or good and evil. Like they don't want to talk about the rapture, so
Hmm.
I think they want to hang on to it.
I heard a guy on Justin's live last night saying that the rapture is just a new revelation. It doesn't have to be biblical because God just revealed that knowledge and years later.
But like how? revealed it to a random person that you just trust. Like, this is what I mean
Hmm.
when I ask them, like, how do you know a God is talking to you or anybody else? Like, you just gonna believe a random human that says a God showed them something? And I think like they'll create, because they've been so attached to some of these beliefs that were created outside of the Bible. They will write apologetics, or create apologetics for those beliefs, because they refuse to let them go because they believed them for so long. Like, it doesn't matter if it's true, it doesn't matter if it's right, it doesn't matter if it lines up with the Bible.
Hmm.
They're going to write an apologetic for it. And that's how you know that they're creating their own beliefs and their own stories, because they don't necessarily want the truth.
That's true. Yeah. They want a good story.
That's why they come in here and be like, who are you to mess with people's belief? Like, why are you tearing down what people have built up to give them
Hmm.
hope? And the thing is like, if you'd have kept that shit to yourself, nobody would have to talk about it. But because you believe Jesus sent you out and commissioned you to pull people into what you believe, now we gotta validate it or invalidate it. Now it's got to be scrutinized, because you don't spread it. You don't spread that shit all over everybody. You don't splurt it on everybody. We gotta clean that shit up now.
Yeah, the fear is a hell of a thing, though. The fear of what this God is going to do to you if you don't believe in it. That's that's the crux of it all. If you weren't so scared, be brave, people. Be brave.
No, they're terrified. The rapture is the thing. Like, I think if we were not talking, if that date wasn't up there, like if it wasn't 9/23, and you know they didn't know that we're talking about somebody's claim that the rapture is going to happen. Like, if it wasn't in a mocking way, I think a lot of Christians will come up here and try to convince us that we are going to hell, because they do it every day in our comments. But they don't want to talk about this today because somebody has made a claim.
I think they'll just try to distance themselves from that particular person. Like they're really quick to say, this was a false prophet. And after the fact, they'll be really, I guess, critical of the fact that he gave a date, or they're trying to predict something and focus back on so that no one knows the day or the hour. That's usually like this pattern that you see emerge after one of these prophecies are not fulfilled.
Yep, that's what I was saying earlier. That the guy will demonize himself, and they'll join him. They'll demonize him too, instead of actually saying, hey, it's okay. We all make mistakes. Like, I get it. We're all waiting for the rapture to happen. You thought you were hearing from God. Like, they won't even approach him with that or give him the grace that they claim that the Holy Spirit allows them, to give. And the whole we're all sinners saved by grace, they only use for themselves.
Mm-hmm. And imagine if like the scientific community or astrology was like, yeah, we're going to have a eclipse at this time in this date, and it doesn't happen. They'd be like, oh, well, yeah, they're just lying. They don't know, but they do it consistently. Like the reality is everybody goes out and buys these glasses to look at the lunar eclipse, the solar eclipse, like all of these like things that happen that are predicted with accuracy. They can even tell you what time you're going to see it in your part of the world. Yet they've constantly predicted this rapture. They've constantly predicted these apocalyptic happenings on this planet that have never come to fruition. Neither have they're usually reluctant to give a specific date, but when they do, it never happens. Yet they still want us to believe that they have a connection to the one God who knows everything. Like that's not how any of this goes.
Since this pastor lied, did he say who gave him this revelation? Was it God or the Holy Spirit?
The South African pastor said Jesus took him up and showed him the future, and then told him that he was coming back and it was going to be on September 23rd. The prophet who heard that prophecy fasted for 3 days and then said Jesus confirmed it 1,000%.
So blaspheming Jesus, they're very smart. I'll give him that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Usually it's the Holy Spirit that does these revelation type deals for you guys, but okay. Jesus saw fit to personally come down and talk to you. Okay.
Well, he said Jesus took him up. So I think if Jesus had come down, that would have been Jesus already coming back.
Wait, Jesus didn't come down to get him?
He said Jesus took him up.
Oh, so Jesus just kind of like hit the button and the elevator went up.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I have a question. Why doesn't Jesus know how percentages work?
That's a good question. I keep checking this guy's page to see if he has like apologized yet.
It's damn near tomorrow on that side of the world, ain't it?
It's nighttime for sure. It's probably like
Yeah.
9 o'clock there. But
I
he
know it's
did.
like 9 o'clock
Oh,
in the
hold on. He
Philippines.
did. He made a. Hold on. He made a video.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Let me see what he said. Hold on. Wait, I cannot fucking believe this. So he has sighting reports of the renewed moon. Global observation, no reports. Israel-based observation, pending reports. As of this evening, September 22nd, no confirmed reports of renewed moon sightings have been received. We will continue monitoring for any delayed submissions. However, based on current information, the seventh month will not begin until the following evening, September 23rd. This observance should apply to all locations worldwide. Jehovah be with you. Is he okay?
It's the right date, but it's the wrong time. You see, Mercury is in the microwave. So that means we lose a month.
So I think Mercury has microbraids. That's different.
He posted that 2 hours ago, just trumpet sounds.
Oh my goodness.
And then he posted this. He posted that an hour ago, and it's a screenshot of Exodus 13:4, circled in red. And it says, on this day in the month of Abib, you are about to go out from here. And it says, Feast of Trumpets begins at 1:34 a.m. Australian Eastern Time, 6:34 p.m. Jerusalem time.
What? Where'd he get the times from?
I think maybe modern day Judaism and how they celebrate today. Jerusalem, Jewish days start at night. Start at 6 o'clock at night, I think. Like their day starts at night and not in the morning like ours do. Or it used to. I don't know if it's still that case today, but in antiquity it used to start at night. Like in the evening.
Damn, first thing you do is nightly emissions.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's how you get your day started.
Anyhow, guys, I'm gonna take this opportunity to dip out. I have to get off to work. It's been great being up here. I love you guys. I miss you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. You inspire me to keep doing what I'm doing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank
You
you. Have a
too,
good
Dragon.
day.
Appreciate it.
Let me down.
I gotcha. Y'all, I'm starting to get sleepy.
I know it. They not coming in here.
What sign says that, Mia? You oh wow, you're riding home from work and there's a sign that says that. Interesting.
Gotta get right.
It's all up and down. Yeah, in my state, like the billboards, the little cardboard signs on the side of the road. These people are fucking delusional.
Kel, did you? I'm gonna guess she came up here on accident. Somebody having guitar lessons.
Kill it.
You're about
Yeah,
to get
she's a
funky with that
nerd.
bass.
Yeah, she's a nerd. Hey, Lords. Digital
Pulpit is crazy.
Carmen. That's because of that guy that commented on my post. He spelled pulpit that way.
No shit.
Yeah.
Good morning, y'all.
Good
Good
morning. How are
morning.
you?
Morning.
I'm fine. I just wanted to know if you could share the name of that page. I wanted to go look at it.
The guy, his username is TILA H
TILL.
HUN
Uh-huh.
dot DESA
Hmm.
LEGN.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, look.
All right. Digital Carmen, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Um, y'all, I guess we'll call it a morning. We haven't had anybody willing to come up and talk about the rapture. Um, we he has postponed it till tomorrow. He's giving himself until the 24th.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yep.
One more day, y'all.
One more day.
Oh, what
What the
apostles?
fuck is Dean talking about?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. What apostles are you referring to? The ones that are dead? They just say shit. Right? I really don't think that they consider how what they sound says. I'm sorry, how what they say sounds.
But why I didn't catch it either. Like I still didn't.
Even
Like,
me.
right.
Think of when I forget her name, but when she spelled war,
What
that shit
happened?
had me rolling.
What happened, Oscar?
They were talking about, I forget what they were talking about, but she said, "Is there a word that I could say instead of saying?" And she spelled war. I think it was like Rita's like, "Well, you could just say war." I think it was like, "What the fuck was I thinking about with that?" What?
You know
I even
how
spelled. I said WAR. Like I was like, what?
you know how when you're I stayed at home with Justin for the first like 2.5 years. I didn't work. I was a stay-at-home mom, and there would come a point in time where I'm like, I need to converse with an adult. Like, you love your kid, but you have to speak to and deal with children on the level that they can function on. And sometimes I feel like that with when we have these conversations because we are trying to operate in reality. They are operating in their own alternative reality with these like made up facts that they believe are true and there's no evidence of it. And sometimes it does like get to the point like, hold on, let me just unplug for a minute so I can like step foot in this world and talk about things that are actually demonstrable. But
Absolutely.
it makes your head spin sometimes with some of the shit they say.
Yeah, it's like that. I don't know if that was the first guy, the second guy. I'm honestly surprised I woke up as early as I did because I think it had me going stayed up late last night. But the dude that was telling us that was saying that he was a god and that he had a creator god and everyone's gods. And
Oh yeah.
holy shit, that dude just said shit, and then when you ask him about it, just piled a whole bunch of other random shit on top of it. And it's like, bro, there's no way you think this is leading to truth. You're just like obfuscate and fucking lie for the entire conversation. I think it said, "What is a god?" I think it said, "It's somebody trying to do better than they did." Nigga, what? That motherfucker was so dumb. I was like, bro, I really kind of want to get on there and just fuck with him.
Rhea cussed his ass out.
Clean out. She called it too. She was like, yeah,
He
your
be working
kids
Rhea's
call you a
nerves.
shitty dad because you a shitty dad. Man, that shit was funny.
And Dean is in the comments now asking what's so head spinning about saying the apostles have the right teachings. That what's head spinning about that, Dean, is that you don't know that. You've read something in a book and you have concluded that it's right, despite the fact that 45,000 different denominations have a different understanding of it. Like, how are y'all establishing truth by just, oh, this sounds good, I'm going to accept it as being real? That's what's head spinning, because you don't do that in any other area of your life. You don't do that with anything in your life. Why do it with this?
But
I don't.
also, like, just saying the apostles did as if they all said the same shit is wild.
Right?
Like, which apostle, as Fee asked, because they didn't all say the same shit.
Yeah.
I
And
can't find a single one that talked about the rapture though. That's the crazy part.
not one of them.
Right.
And he's talking about how do you know what I know? I don't care what you know. I want to know how you know it. Show me your work and then we can have a conversation. You just saying shit. It's just a human being saying shit. Same as this book.
I think you just answered your own question, my dear. You don't care. You just said, I don't care. And good morning, everyone. Good morning. Listen.
You got a nasty, vile energy.
Yeah, and I'm not your dear. My name is Fee. That's on my profile right here. And I do care. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be having these conversations. But just because a person says a thing doesn't make that thing true. And that's what I was talking to Dean about, which is why I addressed my comments to him, not you.
I think it's also interesting that you think that you can just come up on stage and just enter a conversation that didn't have anything to do
I
with
didn't know you
you,
were so
and we don't
sensitive.
know who
I
you are.
apologize. I
Like, we
apologize.
don't know who you are, right? Like, you just bust up in here and just start saying stuff.
I
Like, this, first off,
apologize.
it's rude. Nobody knows who you are.
You're very soft.
No,
You're like a marshmallow. Like a
Like I
marshmallow.
said, you have a
I'm too
nasty,
fucking tired for
vile
this shit.
energy.
I'm too fucking tired for this shit. Not that. I
I
gotta be
came up here
rested.
to take the attention away from the failure of my religion.
Daniel the Den.
Pressure?
I know that's right.
Wait, Daniel. Oh, Daniel in the Den. And Daniel is knocked out.
Damn, Daniel.
All right, y'all. Last call for alcohol. If you are objection, no. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. I wonder if people know how annoying they are.
I think they do.
Hmm. I think they're painfully aware.
I think that they've just adopted that persona as who they are and they have to stick with it. But they are extremely unpleasant to engage with. Like, you can't get a decent conversation. They listen defensively. They have to weigh every answer that they give to try to
You
filter
want to say
through.
hello?
No, she said I didn't. She said oh yeah, she
I don't know what that was.
I don't think she knows she's up here. Power of Healing, did you join on accident? Yeah, I think she joined on
I have never
accident.
seen a private account with 17,000 followers. That's weird.
That means she probably just went on
Hmm.
private to come up here, probably.
Hmm.
Hey, Evan.
Hey, good morning, Thinker. So how are you?
Hey,
Good
Evan.
morning.
Yer, what's up?
What's up? Um, yeah, I know I've talked about it before, I think, but I read a book called When Prophecy Fails, and
Yeah.
it's actually really old, but this is reminding me of it so much. And the premise being these folks like secretly infiltrated this cult, believed in a alien named Sananda, who was like creator god, and he was speaking to this woman and basically told her a date for when there's going to be a massive flood, and but he was going to come in a spaceship and take them all to, you know, get new bodies and be with him or something like that. And so when it didn't happen, like people were like disappointed. They thought it was happening. They like ran outside in the winter and like bare feet and stuff. And they had to take all their metal off. Like they couldn't wear like belts or anything, watches and that. And this one man went outside and he realized he had like metal on his shoes for the loopholes and like panicked that he wouldn't be able to go. It was really that real. And the when it didn't happen, the Sananda, the alien, spoke to their leader and said, "Everything's still on. My timing is perfect." And it was just a test to see if you guys were ready. Right. Um, so that was the first time. And there was another date. And basically, after the prophecy failed, they doubled down. And then they actually, it was after the second time, I think, they actually started proselytizing, and they hadn't before that, because after the second time, they're like, oh, well, we're supposed to save other people from the flood too. So it was just double down after double down. And then, there was, some kind of reason that made sense to them. And this was like back in the late 1940s, I think, or 1950s. And it was basically like the first study of cognitive dissonance, and it's absolutely fascinating. But so I'm wondering if it's going to be something like that, because that's like the basic psychology of it, I feel like.
Yeah. I know with the guy that said that he fasted for 3 days, he said that if it doesn't happen, he's not going to talk about the rapture anymore, and he's going to denounce himself as a prophet. I don't know what the South African pastor's going to do, but that's all they've
Making that
ever
money.
done. It's just,
That's all you gonna do.
yeah, they're just going to pick a new date and
For
a
sure.
different prophet.
Well, I mean, this happened so many times. As you know, like, what was it, 88 Reasons Jesus is Returning in 88? Or that book?
What is it?
It, a man wrote a book called 88 Reasons. Jesus is Returning in 1988. He wrote a whole book, like a long one. I mean, for fuck's sake, he wrote 88 things. Let's see here.
I know he had to be running out by 20.
Well, I think that, um, I don't know, I should have looked it up, but yeah, because the Rapture could be in 1988, but then and then people were saying, well, no man knows the day or the hour. So the man said, oh, well, this is just the year. So that's how I know.
Gotcha, Libs.
What kind of a caveat? He thought he caught Jesus and like, "Hey, I got you, Jesus, checkmate." Talk about out of context. Um, Yeah, that was the whole Rapture thing. I'm pretty sure Christians think the Left Behind series is like in the Bible.
They do. Uh,
It's not canon.
yeah.
I do think we should do a remake of Left Behind, but like realistically, where everybody's just kind of like, oh, okay.
And atheists just live their best lives
Yeah, everybody's just like, oh,
forever.
all right, that's cool.
Just their best lives. LGBTQIA can just stop worrying about oppression, and the Black community can stop worrying about like fucking white supremacy. I hope, I was like, oh man, well, if it happens, I hope Trump's actually a Christian, but who knows?
Oh, Trump
They,
is definitely a Christian.
I feel like he's fake.
No, why do you think he's fake? I think you're judging him based off of the made up Jesus, the reinterpreted Jesus.
When he couldn't, like, someone was like, "What's your favorite Bible verse?" and he was like, all of them."
No, I'm not.
I mean, that's average
Not
Christian shit
knowing
to
a
me.
Bible verse, yeah, that doesn't
Fair
make him
enough,
a.
but he couldn't
Yeah,
like he
yeah.
couldn't name a book of the Bible. Like, that's, I don't know. I
I
feel like
think
that's,
y'all saying he's not Christian is like I
no,
think
true
y'all are.
Scotsman.
No, I think y'all are uh thinking that we're talking about the reinterpreted kumbaya Christian. Like we're talking about the supremacist Jesus, the a person that follows the teachings of the Israelite Jesus, like the my people, like feed my people, take care of my people, like that Jesus. Like
You know,
not the Jesus that most people believe in, the one that's reinterpreted.
you're right, supremacist Jesus.
Well, Jesus wasn't a white supremacist. Jesus was an Israelite supremacist, but white people took Jesus's structure, right? The Israelite structure and made it their own and created white supremacy. So like the structure of white supremacy is Israelite teachings. And that's what Jesus believed in. So that's why I say Trump is a Christian.
He's definitely in the Christian white supremacist side, and he always has been. And I think that that was a little known fact that like actually Erica Gets It Given on YouTube. She's a paleontologist. No, she's not. Anyway, she's a primatologist, and she just debunks young Earth creationists like all the time. And people would say, well, like, no one takes them seriously while you're doing that. And she's like, because young Earth creationists cults, they're associated with Christian white supremacy, and they're friends with Trump. And she was like trying to warn people about it. Well, not really, but she was just standing on it, and it turns out to be true.
Yeah, like there are
It's always
different
been
factions
Davis.
of like Christianity, like that group that only like they recruit young men to be their like what are they called Nicolaites or something like that, kind of like an order, and they only give them the New Testament and then some other book, and they teach them, you know, about Jesus. Like they're to take care of one another, like the cult like type stuff, and they're a part of that the family, that family that has been working on making America a theocracy for like 70 years, like behind the Heritage Foundation. Like that's why I said like there's a Jesus in the Bible, and then there is a Jesus that has been given to those are that have been conquered, if that makes sense. Like the reinterpreted Jesus is the one where everybody's like, oh, love your neighbor and be good and feed those, that are hungry. That's what the people who have been conquered are supposed to do. But the conquerors that follow Jesus, those are the supremacists, and Trump is definitely that.
The If someone spanks you on one butt cheek, turn the other to them.
That's the Jesus that was given to those that have been conquered. That's the Greek Jesus, the Luke's Jesus.
I think I said butt cheek and spank. That was,
Oh,
you
I
are
didn't hear
tired.
that. Yeah, I'm very tired.
Oh, well, I won't keep you so long, but I,
I thought you said turn the other cheek.
I said if someone spanks you on one cheek, turn the other one to them. Turn their other butt cheek. I'm not funny. Okay. I Yeah, the Heritage Foundation. They've been working for decades and decades. I mean, Sorry Excuse for a Father was like a member obsessed with them, and read what's her name, Rushdoony. And it was all about theocracy, and they're like people really do believe that shit. It's horrifying.
Yeah, like that's what they're actively working towards. Like, everything that we see them doing right now is about restoring the order. During the election, there was a guy who
donated $900,000 to Trump's campaign, and he was having dinner with this one guy who was a person of color, and he was like, "Oh, don't take it personally. We just got to get white men back in their status." And the guy asked him, he was like, "Was $900,000 worth?" He was like, "I don't like Trump." He was like, "But he's gonna get the job done." And he was like, "Was $900,000 worth putting white men, making white men superior again?" And he was like, "Yep." And he was
Jesus.
explaining to him like why they had to do it. So like everything that they're doing right now is about putting white men back at the top, like reestablishing that superiority.
Poor cishet white men. Oh.
Huh?
I said those poor cishet white men. Those things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no,
Yeah.
it just going on the theocracy thing at the same time. You know, they think the Bible, like, well, this group of people thinks the Bible should be literally like the law in the U.S. Or we'll just talk about how horrible like Sharia law is, and for 9/11, how the Muslims were going to take over America and then make it Sharia law. It's like, but bro, it's like you want to do the same thing. What's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
The
But
difference is Jesus is an American, goddamn
that's,
it.
of course he is. Oh, but I
Of
don't get
course,
it.
he
Like,
already knew
it's,
Jesus sailed the ocean blue.
Yeah. To be honest, the way they talk about it, Jesus is definitely American. Like, I don't think their minds go outside of America when they think about this God.
hmm
absolutely not. Jesus is the weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, and I told you before, like, grew up with folks who said that, the Jews have rejected Jesus and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, then why are you Zionists? Christ's sake.
Right.
Don't understand it.
It's because they're using them as like a means to an end. You know what I mean? Like they have to use them to kickstart the end times. Like they have to be there for that, which is why they're like, oh well, we'll try to force these situations to make these prophecies happen, but they don't necessarily give a fuck about them. They just using them to get to what they want.
Oh, yeah, I agree. They're trying to force Armageddon. It's
Hmm
silly.
They're creating it though. Like it, when and they're manufacturing it, and it's crazy because there are other world powers, and maybe not as strong as or as powerful as America, but there are other countries who feel as though this God is working in the best interest of the people that live there. So why is it that they're not seeing that all of them cannot be right? We say this all the time. Like, God bless America. People say that all the time. Like, why would he only bless America when there are people that believe in him all over this globe? What would be the purpose of that? It's the same way like when you watch football and one team scores a touchdown and points up to God, then the other team scores a touchdown and points up to the sky, referencing God. Like, which one is he? Whose team is he repping? And they
The
don't.
Cowboys,
I
obviously.
I guess so.
100%.
That's America's team.
I mean, the United States was founded in the 18th century, which is what, 1700 years after Jesus lived? Why would he choose America? What would be the reason and the justification you show that identifies America as the nation that aligns with the ideals of this deity? It does not make any sense.
Yeah, they've made up a narrative that the founders like were Christian, and they weren't. Like they hated fucking Christians. They were appalled. They're deists. If you read what like especially Thomas Jefferson wrote, he was just like did not like Christianity.
I can see why.
Yeah,
I
I
can
was
absolutely
reading
see
two
why.
books by. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't say anything. I was just agreeing with you.
Reading these books by Andrew Siddell. He just nails it. I think that's his last name. Thinking about like he goes through like the first part of this first book is called the founding myth and just tears apart. any idea that the founders established the U.S. based on Christianity, and his book after that is about how you know uh, Christian white supremacists are using the First Amendment to make Christianity, or to try and make Christianity the official religion, when the First Amendment is what's supposed to give us the right to not be religious. They're basically saying anything you do against Christianity, going back to the gay wedding cake, they're using it to push the Christian agenda and using it to silence anyone else, especially the LGBTQIA community, and take those rights away. And any minority, anyone who has different beliefs than them.
Yeah, it's just the front for their hate. Jesus never spoke English. Like, he was born in Bethlehem, raised in Nazareth, and according, if the story is real, he spoke Aramaic. How the fuck does that align with America? Where does America come in there? I, did he have a social security number? Like, what makes him American? I don't. It doesn't make. Is he born in
See,
Bethlehem, Pennsylvania? Like, they
that
just make shit up.
that's where you're wrong, sweetheart. First of all, Jesus was anti-immigration. Jesus was anti-abortion.
He was born in there's a city in Pennsylvania called Consummation,
Oh wow.
Mm.
and then
Maybe he
there's
can.
Cummings.
Quality.
Yeah, big quality. Maybe Jesus had an American Express card. Who's
Can't
in the
just make
temple?
apple pie and play baseball.
I'm dead. I'm so too much. Okay, I think Thinker fell asleep, so maybe I should wrap up.
I'm
Dude,
here.
okay.
I was reading it. No, look, I'm looking at this like about Jesus and the Gentiles. So here, where he's talking about the destruction of Jerusalem, he says, "When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation has come near. Then those in Judea must flee to the mountains, and those inside the city must leave it, and those outside in the country must not enter it. For these are days of vengeance, as a fulfillment of all that is written. Woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing infants in those days, for there will be a great distress on the earth and wrath against this people. They will fall by the edge of the sword and be taken away as captives among the nations." This is the Gentiles. "And Jerusalem will be trampled on by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled." So, right.
That's true. His little, what is it, his mini apocalypse speech.
Because, like, the reason why I'm researching this, because the whole no one knows the hour or day and how they apply that to the rapture. But Jesus is, like, everything Jesus is talking about is Jerusalem. I mean, Israel being restored, right? Like this right here, he's saying that Jerusalem will be trampled on by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles are fulfilled, like until the Gentiles are done dominating.
Time to go trample on anything, honestly. So I'm gonna
Huh?
sit this one out. I said I don't have time to go trample on anything. I'm gonna have to sit this one out.
Yeah, my back is already fucked up. I can't do that.
Yeah, I literally can't. I have to go to work. But I mean, in general, not right now. But, Fee, I wanted to thank you for your conversation earlier about, why Christians go ahead and, reject those of us for, deconstructing and being not believers. I have a lot of like pain over that. Listening to you talk about that was it was just very factual, and it was reinforcement that I don't know. I think that it's unfortunate, but they just are so afraid of God. They're rejecting actual, literal, physical people. Like my best friend since I was 8, when the first time I got married. Oops. I invited her to my wedding because we were kind of still in touch, and she was just like, "No, I'm gonna go ahead and not go. Maybe we could grab lunch sometime." I was like, "Well, it better be some epic fucking lunch." And yes, all right, I'd known her forever, you know. And just it's because there's no self-reflection. It's not me, it's not us, it's that.
Yeah.
But I'm having a rough day. My dog hurt her leg. We got to go to the vet. I'm super stressed. You know, listening to these conversations and hearing y'all, it helps, and it helps to come off it for a bit. So thank you for doing this and
You're
for
welcome.
being
Thank you.
present.
You're welcome. I
Absolutely.
hope that your dog is okay.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much. I
and
appreciate it.
I just
Absolutely.
wanted to come off mute real quick. Somebody was in my office, so I couldn't. But you're welcome. I think we all need those reminders sometimes because it's not us. Like, we're not out here advocating for the exclusion of any group of people. We're not celebrating the death of any group of people or the any of those negative things. So if a person thinks that and they think that they can no longer be aligned with us because we don't believe like them in something that's so violent and harmful, okay, it hurts. I had the same thing with my childhood best friends. We've been best friends since 10 years old. So that shit hurts. But when you look at it as for what it is, allow yourself to feel what you feel. But at the end of the day, it's their loss in every sense of the word.
Absolutely. And, since I went ahead and said, okay, like, like you said, your loss. And if you're not going to accept me, I'm going to move on. And honestly, cutting the toxicity out has really, really enhanced my life. And I'm so much better off. And of course, having you in this community just is you all in this community is just, it's so helpful. And I love you all for being here.
And we love you too, Evan.
Um, Evan,
All right.
stick around just because you need the comedy lessons. You don't get thinker the way that I do. And just
Really
soak
thought,
in the lessons. You'll be able to get there one day.
okay, thank you so much. I really thought like Jesus saying if someone spanks you on the ass, turn the other cheek would get her, but I'll
You have to
I'll
be
do better.
overtly explicit with it. That's rule number one.
Okay, all right. I'll do
No
better.
guessing. All of
You just got me on a day when my ass is tired.
Well,
That's all.
I'm not gonna
And it
take
was
that
not the
joke
ass that
further.
was smacked. Not the ass that was smacked.
That's not why.
It was thinker spiritual ass that's tired, not her
Yeah,
physical.
yeah, my spiritual ass.
Chat GPT blew spiritual ass. We going crazy today.
Oh my gosh. Oh shit, that's fantastic. All right, y'all. I hope you all have a good day. Thank you so much.
Have a good
Always a
day,
pleasure,
Evan.
Evan.
Thanks. Oh, wait, let me down.
I gotcha.
Let me down.
You should have heard Theo trying to sing earlier. He was revving up. Theo had created a whole new version
Mm-mm,
of "Let Me Down."
Theo came up
mm-mm.
again tonight.
I'm glad I was sleep as
Yes,
fuck. I'm glad I was sleep
yes.
as fuck, boy.
He was revving up. You know how he go.
Mm.
Soon as I heard I'm like, no, Theo.
Theo,
Not
not Theo,
today.
not him being his own intro music. Like, how do you do that,
Man.
Theo?
It's the prelude to the song. You hear what's saying?
Oh, woo food? Woo food. Is everybody sleeping in today because of the rapture?
I guess.
Let's see. All right, y'all. I think we're gonna call it because my ass is tired. Y'all should have seen me writing that song yesterday, and I was writing it. I was like, I gotta get this done for Oso.
Mm, I appreciate it. We're gonna let you go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm worn out, but we'll be back tonight. Love y'all so much. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, and the comments. Thank you to the YouTube for the super chats. Make sure y'all are following us on YouTube. Follow me on Suno so you can listen to the songs whenever you want to. Please help those two songs go reach more people. It don't have to be like viral status, but please help it reach more people so we get the message out. I will see y'all tonight. I hope y'all survive the rapture.
And in the words of Theo, good. No, my ass is my ass is sleepy. I'm gonna start being silly than a motherfucker. I will see y'all tonight. Love y'all.
Love you too, yeah.
Bye.
Good night.